everybody? Happy Saturday? Today's Saturday, right? Hope everyone's doing good. Having a good day. I am also having a good day. I think it's time to play some Umineko when they crack. We're in episode 2 here. For those of you who haven't been keeping up, episode 2 has quite a bit going on to start. It kind of started as this like rom-com teen drama storyline with Jessica, Cannon, Shannon, and George. George and Shannon were dating, and then they still are. And Shannon wanted that for Cannon, so she gave him the brooch of Beatrice. Cannon broke that. And then the family arrived for the family conference some months later. Beatrice actually appeared to Cannon, Shannon, Maria, Rosa, Jessica, too, I believe. Quite a few of them. And some of the other servants. And is now in the house, walking around, taking a tour of the house. Kyrie also saw Beatrice. I don't believe Natsuki did. Or any of the other children. So Ava, Rudolph, or Kraus. That was pretty much where we left off. Maria has alluded directly to talking with Beatrice. Beatrice is pretty much directly saying that she's training Maria to be a witch. I don't know how true any of this is, and I don't know where it's going to lead. So I guess without further ado, we should probably just boot up. Yeah. Try to go a little late tonight. See how many hours we can get in here. If I'm speaking candidly, I am super tired. But with all the travel I have coming up starting next week, I thought it good to get some Umineko in. Maybe we can get close to the end of chapter 2 or finish chapter 2 with like today's stream, tomorrow's stream, Monday, Wednesday streams before I head out on Thursday, probably. Who is it? Excuse me. I have brought lunch. Enter. Excuse me. Wait, is Beatrice in a room? After receiving approval, Cannon entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. The servants called this room the Witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered that it always be kept clean so that it could be used at any time. Oh, and she knew about it. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room no matter who they were. Hello, Lythe. That's why at some point the servants had started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside to only welcome the special person Kinzo waited for. The witch from that portrait. And today, Cannon realized that this was absolutely true. When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly, and as she looked out in the beautiful rose garden, which had been tended to over several days for today's sake, as she saw the wind and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feeling? Cannon was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him. I will prepare the meal, Beatrice. Cannon went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping that she'd turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if the witch who tempted him and Shannon in the past had really appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called laughed, her back still facing him. Hi, Thorn. How's it going? Holding back her voice, she laughed. Cannon was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around. How goes the Umineko? Pretty good, pretty good. I'm loving the story. It's obviously pretty long, but going good. Every part is entertaining. One thing I was thinking about since last time is this is Beatrice in a different outfit. Who's to say that it's actually the same person? Smells good. It appears Kraus hired a good cook. Yes. He is called Goda, and he was employed here recently. There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking. Delicious food completes the 3 pillars of pleasure for living in the human world. It's the secret to preventing boredom after 1,000 years. So true. When I'm bored, all I want is food. Canon and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned. Without a doubt, certainly, this was clearly the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that no one but he and Shannon could see in the past finally held a form and had arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall. Beatrice. It's been a long time. Canon. The furniture. It has been quite some time. Canon tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being, but the visit of this suspicious witch made dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was the family conference. You appear to be uneasy about what I plan to do now that I have appeared. Am I right? Canon didn't force an answer. The witch probably reads minds. Hi, Tease. How's it going? Hi. Hage. The witch probably reads minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Canon's childish defiance. Defiant? I came to fulfill my final promise with Kinzo. Your final promise with the master? I lent Kinzo a mountain of gold. When Kinzo gives that up, it will be returned to me with interest. Ex-defiant? Pog. I came to accept that interest tonight. I don't know what you're talking about. However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever the witch had to say, it couldn't be anything good. Oh, there's no mistake. Whenever witches have something to say, it's never anything good. You are correct. However, like scissors, the potential of witches depends entirely on how they are used. Sometimes there are those like King Solomon who succeed in great exploits. However, most of us who make use of us end up meeting a cruel fate, just like in fairy tales. Oh, the implication that King Solomon used witchcraft? But Kinzo is crafty. He has incorporated even my collection of interest into his ceremony. Is he an absurdly powerful magician who can surpass even me? Or a mere fool possessed by madness? Amusing. Truly, truly amusing. Canon couldn't guess whether the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else. And in the back of his mind, the horrifying words that witch had spat at him in the past began to resurface. What, did you think I'd lend my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'd gladly assist a pair in love, and in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I've never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Not even The Sopranos. Could it be that you? Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land follow its path downstream in search of the key. The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing. Could it be that the witch's epitaph? There was no mistake. It was the epitaph that accompanied the portrait of the witch that Kinzo had put on display. The relatives had guessed that it referred to the location of the hidden gold. But no one knew what it meant for sure. The witch suddenly began reciting that epitaph. Kennen, since you are furniture, I imagine you've heard about it from Kinzo. The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come. Rejoice! The day when you will be freed from the shame of living as furniture has finally arrived. I believe you've wanted that for a long time. To furniture, which finds no value in its own existence, merely existing day to day must be nothing but agony. To those with souls, this world is worth clinging to. But those without souls found this world to be full of nothing but suffering. Complicated expressions flitted across Cannon's face. This was the day of release that Cannon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden. For some reason, he didn't like the hateful tone used by this witch as she informed him of the coming of this long-awaited day of rest. Cannon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling. Why do you not rejoice? Could you actually have some regrets left in the real world? As mere furniture? I have no regrets. Because I am furniture. Yeah. You don't sound very confident in that, Cannon. You truly are a model specimen of furniture. How nice, how nice. However, it won't be any fun if you have no regrets at all. Are you saying regrets are how you find pleasure? Do you speak English? I am speaking English, right? Huh? Unless I'm somehow spitting in Japanese and I think this is English. That is correct. Most witches who live for 1,000 years get tired of life. In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fate with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes. I find humans dancing through oppressive fates inside an oven to be so very entertaining. You see, I'm actually a tad famous in this regard. So much so that rare guests come from far away to see my skill at cooking. Me when I enter bracket? Perhaps this is something that mere furniture cannot understand. Rysair, you've been speaking German this whole time? Whoa. Far out. Cannon couldn't understand what the witch was saying. However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. To furniture like that, the witch, who had come to realize them from everything, was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day that Cannon should have been waiting impatiently for had come, he was confused by his own inability to accept it easily. Why is that? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind. And for some reason, Jessica's face did that too. Cannon bit his lower lip hard enough that it hurt. Thinking about Jessica like that was something most furniture never do. Even though he thought he'd known that, even though he'd complained about Shannon's relationship, why was it that Jessica rose to his mind at a time like this? He felt a little shameful at his own naivete. And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason to not to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will be returned to nothingness. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bonded with him, she's still trapped in a dream that she isn't allowed to have. Will Shannon be able to jollyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than this witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting? Nothing more. This day that Shannon should have been waiting impatiently for will probably be a harsh burden for her, given her emotions that she must never experience. I thank you for granting me, us furniture, the day of our release. And I hate you for making this day so difficult for Shannon to accept. I wanted to make you suffer from your regrets as well, just like Shannon. However, you continued to live like furniture with foolish honesty, never getting ensnared by me. Yeah, he didn't get baited into, like, falling for Jessica. And yet, it seemed you loved Shannon a little too dearly, right? Shannon's regrets are now your regrets. Will those feelings transform into hatred for me? If you wish to kill me, give it a try. As Kinzo's furniture, you should have at least that much power, right? However, if you kill me, then the day of rest for furniture will not come for all eternity. Could you bear to live with that? Are you truly capable of resisting when I try to release you? Kneel. Huh? Kneel and kiss my shoes. Otherwise, I will leave this place. I'll go back and never show myself again for all eternity. So, Canon, do you think you could bear to live like that? If the door to the Golden Land is open, your hard life as furniture will end. If you desire, I can even give you life as a human. After that, you will be on the same level as Jessica. Surely you want to experience the taste of love? There's no point in trying to hide it. After seeing Shannon indulging in the sea of sweet love, you grew jealous. You were sorely tempted to know the taste of love. Stop it. Stop it. Are you trying to ensnare me again? I won't be reduced to a toy for your amusement. Oh. Then I will be satisfied with Shannon alone. After all, you aren't the only one who is implanted with a seed. Even fruiting plants sometimes fail to bear fruit, after all. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Oh, wait, is the key? Hold on. Is the key this does Beatrice visit someone different every cycle or whatever we want to call it, and then they become the key? So the question that begs the question, who was selected? Let's think about this for a second. Who was selected in the first cycle if they asked to kill 1, 2, 3, 4? Oh, wait, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who would ask for those 6 dead? Rudolph. Rudolph would probably ask for those 6 dead, right? Or no, he wouldn't ask for his wife dead. Hold on, Ava. Ava would have probably asked for... Ava would have definitely asked for those 6 dead. Inheritance, 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 inheritance. Loved George. Maybe not all 6. Goda doesn't make a lot of sense. Kairi makes a little less sense. Because... Oh no, she wanted Natsuhi. Right? She wanted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, Ava did not die in the first Twilight. Ava and Hideyoshi survived the first Twilight. But Ava died in the second Twilight. In the first run. So if she was the key... Well, I guess the key only selects the first 6, right? Offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Those who remain shall pray. Yeah, so only the key is only chooses on the first Twilight. Pat downstream and search the key. As you travel down the village, look for the 2 you would tell if there sleeps the key to the Golden Land. Ava would definitely want all of them minus Goda. Yeah, Ava would want... Hold on. Inheritance, 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 inheritance. In love with George. That would be her original 6. And then maybe Goda just caught a stray. So, yeah, it should have been Natsuhi. And Goda just caught an unfortunate stray. I think he was supposed to be working the guest house that night. I don't know why. They said something about him. But maybe... So I'm thinking maybe Ava got visited on the first cycle as the key. If Shannon is the key here, right? Because Shannon's the one. I think that's what she just said, right? Then I'll be satisfied with Shannon alone. So she maybe wanted Shannon and Cannon, but maybe it's just Shannon here. So who would be the 6 people Shannon would want to see die? 1, 2, for free. Probably these 2. We'll see who actually dies on the first Twilight here, but I think there's some tying to that where the key isn't part of this like puzzle that's a static thing. It's who is selected by Beatrice. Shayna would want Goda gone, probably, and probably even oh, excuse me, Genji. Sorry, I'm like a little burpy today. I had a really good lunch with my family. It was my cousin's 30th birthday. We went to a nice restaurant. And I had fish and chips and like some seafood and creme brulee. I had a bite of creme brulee, which was really good. I'm a little burpy. I took a nap when I got home, but it hasn't really worn off. So that's very interesting. And then wait. And then these will be the 2 who are close on the second Twilight. If Shannon's the key. Maybe. It was so sudden and diverged strong from the current. However, that challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using the epitaph of as a threat against Cannon. When the music hits. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. The 2 who are close would change. Yeah, if Ava and Hideyoshi, and then like maybe like Natsuhi and Goda and Genji are dead, we might see something. Do you not understand? For the ceremony of the epitaph to succeed, at the second Twilight, 2 who are close must be offered as sacrifices. Hold on now. Kind of funny how the key will end up dying the second night in both cases too. Yeah, it seems like it, right? It could be any 2 who are close, a husband and wife, even a pair of lovers. According to the rules of the ceremony, who will be selected is up to me to decide on a whim. Don't you think there could be no more fitting sacrifice for the second Twilight for Shannon as she is now? So she's constantly trying to set up this ceremony. You dirty... Cannon realized something. Until today, he thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture. But in reality, that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Cannon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture, indifferently like Cannon, without any regard in this world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love. No, whom she had taught the taste of love, as she killed her. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Land and granted a compassionate release. I have no idea if this is a dumb question, but like the answers aren't going to be explaining the events of the question arc. Probably, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that is actually correct. I don't think they're officially called that. I think that's their like informal names for like first half of games and second half of games. But maybe not. Yeah. But probably. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost of torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate, for no reason other than that it was amusing to her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do so that she could make Cannon, who had never submitted to the witch, finally give in. It was that simple. In the end, though, he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her. He had only made things more amusing for her. Hold on. Okay, I'm looking for the part where it says, like, at the end, everybody has to accept Beatrice. The witch shall praise the wise one. Oh, after all, he was furniture, no, a toy. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from boredom. Well, then what will you do, Cannon? If you kneel, I might refrain from choosing Shannon as the sacrifice, see? Oh, maybe Cannon sacrifices himself here by getting close to Jessica. Because he knows he can get close to Jessica, and he does so as a means to sacrifice himself and Jessica on the second Twilight. I've always wanted to make a toy like you surrender someday. Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Canon and laughed indecently. That's right, she'd predicted Canon's submission even before he'd made the decision himself. Canon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. It didn't matter what happened to himself. However, the one thing he couldn't bear to see was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. Hey, Mango. That is why kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Canon to make. When his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face, then laughed with a voice filled to bursting. At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for. When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had brought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza. That had been served, and the parlor was filled with a pleasant aroma. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Maria was apparently a TV kid, and she kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. At first, Battler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness. Aww. Oh, big yawn. Big stretch. Did you get up early this morning? Well, something like that. Now that all the tension's gone, I've started getting sleepy while listening to the sound of the rain. Tension? The meter mechanic from Guilty Gear franchise? You call freaking out like that tension? At least it is for me. What? Battler gave another great yawn and slowly lay down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be. Oh yeah. They say that if you lie down right after eating, it'll become a mackerel. Oh, there she is. She's back. Yeah. Stop skibbitying around, Musawa. Goda said we'd be having calf steak tonight. That didn't make it mackerel. That'd make it mackerel steak. Kumasawa, he looks pretty tired. Could you get him a blanket? Oh, here you go. Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up like a turtle. That's vibes. You really were sleepy. When would you like to wake up? I'll wake you. Nah. Can't say I've got any particular requests. You can wake me up if you need something from me. And if you don't, just let me sleep forever. Man, that's me. Like, let me have that. Hi, Evan. Good evening. Night. What? Battler's sleeping. A nap? A nap? I'll do it too. Hey, Maria. Battler's sleepy, so you gotta leave him alone. Kumasawa, could you give us another blanket? It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV. Jeez. And just when we finally gathered all the cousins together after 6 years, this guy doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of this family conference, does he? I can still hear you. We took it easy eating lunch, and then there's even a typhoon and rain outside now. Since I got nothing to do, that means it isn't my turn yet. Huh, interesting. Since I've got nothing to do, that means it isn't my turn yet. He's waiting for the chess move from Beatrice. He's just trying to pass time. He's time maxing. He's passing time as quickly as possible. So there's no better way to pass time than sleeping. Hi, Reef. Good evening. I wonder about that. If you have a passive attitude like that and never do anything unless something else happens, your life will be pretty boring, right? Yeah, that is a pretty lame way to play fighting games. Skyrim wait function. Guard attacks me. I press wait. I sleep for 12 hours. I wake up. Guard is still attacking me. He's waiting for someone in the family to get killed. Yeah, I mean, that's what Battler's waiting for, right? Battler says Beatrice's first move is going to have to happen before he does anything. And then he's going to spring into action. And he knows it's not going to be him because Beatrice challenged him to this game in the first place. No, that's not what I mean. How should I put it? At times like this, I like to think about it this way. It isn't my turn. If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on stage. So the best thing to do is stay on the wings of the stage. You're always the main character of your own life, right? Why are you acting like you're in a supporting role? First time in history somebody's ever not, like, is shamed for not main character syndroming themselves. You've got to move forward by yourself and get up on that stage. That's not what I mean. I'm trying to say it's not my turn yet. Sorry, I'm sleepy. My mind's a mess. Give me a break. No kidding. You're so sleepy, you're spouting nonsense. Let's leave him be for now. Does George know? Does he know? Hey, I can't let him get away with saying crap like that. You're always the main character in your own life. I have serious issues with what Battler's saying. He's just half asleep. Don't take him too seriously. It's just that lack of guts. You know, not wanting to go on stage just because you think you can't be the main character. Something about it just pisses me off. Also, the cousins all talked during the first episode, and now they're like not. Battler's just trying to skip all that. With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the gray rose garden obscured by rain. When she put her forehead up against the glass, the pleasantly cold sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget. So, it just wasn't your turn yet. Is that it? Then, just when will you get up on that stage? In that case, who is that main character on this stage? I think she's talking about canon here. Oh yeah, here we go. Junk is about to happen. Dang. It's like you think you can do whatever you want. What the hell is all this? It's all screwed up. Oh, okay, we're in the metaverse now. I was really amused that your reason for denying me was based on whether there were 18 or 19 people. Ah! Oh. God, it's so peak. It's so good. She's like, oh yeah, you kept insisting that there couldn't have been Beatrice because there's only 18 people. Let me just show up. I just tried changing my opening move. No more. Your greatest basis for denying me is simply that it wasn't laid out. It's so good. This is so sick. So all I have to do is start by focusing on the queen. Like this. Isn't opening the road for the queen on your first turn one of the classic moves in chess? It's also one of the scrubbiest moves in chess. Quit playing around. There's no way I can accept something like this, right? A witch came in, walking right through the entrance hall. Don't mess with me. What's this? In the last game, I gave you incredible freedom in making your moves, correct? This time, all I'm doing is moving my pieces in response to your moves. Are you already giving up? Right at the start? Also makes you ask whose pieces are on whose side. You bastard. Don't mess with me like that. Like hell I'd give in. Great move, great move. Good answer. Go ahead and move however you like. Okay, so your turn's far from over, is it? Move however you want. Form a huge battle formation while you still can. I'll definitely withstand you. I'll definitely corner you. Come at me as best you can. I don't want you to have any excuses. You aren't even close to making me accept something like a witch. That's right, just now, it looked like Maria's candy was fixed with magic. But you might have actually had another one of the same candy hidden in your pocket, and switched them with that little show, making it only look like you'd fixed it with magic. Also, isn't Beatrice showing up? It's actually evidence to support Battler's claim that there's no witch. If she didn't show up, that's more reason for him to believe that it was magic that did all this. Yeah, that's right. That has to be it. It's useless. It's all useless. Oh. Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies, correct? Yeah, but who cares about that? That was a hallucination or a trick. Or maybe she just saw it wrong. That isn't a big problem. So you throw out the part you can't explain as trivial. Classic Redditor. I see. Is that your move in response to mine? Well, then you've dug your own grave. Ushiromiya, Battler. It still isn't your turn yet. Me when I'm comboing off, opponent's like, can I go? And I'm like, nope, it's still my turn. Allow me to make my move for a little longer. It has barely begun. The turn of the witch. All right, Rabina for Eglin. Summon Eglin. Search M-Pen. Tribute both. Summon M-Pen. Chainlink 1 M-Pen. Chainlink 2 Rabina. She's actually playing Storm. It's storming outside. When they started hearing Battler's snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once, they were swallowed up by the vast mansion. It created an eerie silence, with no sound except that of the rain. Nope. I haven't met a person like that even once. Aniki? I haven't met them. Kitty, is that true? Even I only greeted her briefly when she came into the entrance hall. She looked like she was a bit over 20. I told her my name, but she didn't tell me hers. She was being guided by Genji, and I saw her go up to the second floor. So it'd probably be faster to find Genji and ask him directly. Still, what a strange turn. The mystery woman had spoken to Kiri. Without naming herself, she'd sneered that Kairi should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That brought someone to mind. And then there was her lookalike, the witch in the portrait. Yeah, I'm thinking like this might be a different person. This Beatrice, the one in the like uniform. Was this person trying to say that she was the witch of the portrait? I realized she was probably laughing at me for that reason. Even though it was only our first meeting, she spoke as though she knew I'm your second wife. Aniki, you really don't know anyone like that? You talk too much. I've never seen a blonde woman like that go in or out of this mansion. That kind of thing doesn't matter. The problem that happens to be if that woman starts calling herself Beatrice, if she starts calling herself the manager of her father's assets. Or maybe she plans to call herself his mistress's daughter and demand that she get a share of the inheritance. Either way, we've had one heck of a joker slipped into the deck. Can't you see? I'm the Joker, baby. Did Nissan bring her here? Or maybe father? This is bad. We thought we could manage something if we could corner Aniki in her talks. But this takes us back to square one. I don't know what kind of schemes you've been making when I'm not around, dear, but it looks like we've been given a little time to form a counter strategy. Yeah, better to have some time to prepare than to have the blonde-haired Nechan suddenly appear as the diner table and scare the shit out of us. Till we know why she's appeared, there's a limit to the kinds of counters we can make. What could she be after? Isn't it obvious? She's going to claim that she's the rightful heir to father's inheritance. Father is still captivated by Beatrice. If he had a daughter with her, you can bet he'd want to leave all of his fortune to her. She might even thrust some strange will in front of us. If we take it to court, we could probably claim a quarter of a half of it. But it'll probably be impossible to divvy out the inheritance until that's settled. We can't have that. I can't. And neither can you, Rudolph. Same goes for Rosa, right? Each one of us needs to gather money quickly for our own reasons. It's our biggest weak point. So, what are they after? Kitty, can you guess? This is all news to me, but it sounds like we're starting from the premise that we've got an urgent need to collect money, right? Kitty, it's in a man's business. You sometimes need funding when you're on the offensive. Please understand that. What's this, Rudolph? You didn't even tell Kitty about this? Sorry. I wasn't really hiding it. Actually, it was kind of... It's alright. If you decided this wasn't something you needed to tell me about, I won't press you about it right here. What's more important is finding out what this golden witch is after, right? Yeah. Now that you know what we know, can you see how the enemy might come at us? Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kairi's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Oh, here we go. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune-telling, but every time Rudolph was polishing up some important strategy, he'd give a great deal of thought to Kairi's advice. For a while, Kairi pressed her finger against her forehead, considering. Jimmy Neutron-ass tactic. Judging by the fact that her arrival was kept hidden until today, she must be planning to catch us by surprise in some way. We can't tell for sure whether she's after assets or being recognized as a relative. However, her coming was kept secret until today, which probably means she didn't want us to take any measures against her, something we might have done if we had known beforehand. So her goal is probably something that could be hindered if we were to take measures against her. You understand? I get it. So, if she had a will that father had already written, or something that could prove she's a blood relative, if she had some unshakable, rock-solid proof like that, you think she'd announce it beforehand. Yeah, she's trying to go off a shock value. On the contrary, since we're in a position to doubt her, she should have brought a lawyer or an expert, and thrust some completely undeniable proof before us. If she could. So the mere fact that she's launching a surprise attack shows that our foe can't win with a frontal assault. Makes sense. If a trump card can win no matter what, it's best to just play it out in the open. If you play it in a roundabout way, it might end up weakening its impact. That's actually really good fighting game advice. If you just completely invalidate your opponent's character with a move, just use it. Don't try to get cute. Don't try to outplay. Don't try to get tricky. If you can just shut off something your opponent can do, don't let them do it. Skipping to the conclusion, we can probably expect to be faced with some huge surprise. Something related either directly or indirectly to the inheritance problem that's on everyone's minds. Our opponent probably plans to overawe us simply by the fact of this shock. If you can win, don't choose to lose. Damn right. However, no matter how great the impact might be, it cannot be absolute. And in that other vein, if you don't think you can win, you need some kind of surprise or angle to do so. In other words, we have enough leeway to take advantage of this. You've really got brains. Take Chaos and Undernight, for example, which is I just bring him up because he's the best example I can give. He has a lot of moves that are very tricky and hard to react to and hard to know about. But if you know about those moves, you can just beat them completely. And so when I face an opponent that knows how to beat my character, I need to win by using something surprising or unorthodox, because there's no shot that I can win in an orthodox way if my opponent knows everything that I can do. Even understanding just this much is really reassuring. In other words, you're telling us not to get sucked into our opponent's pace. I can see why people get better at fighting games when they play Umineko. In the end, it's an extremely simple conclusion. No matter what our opponent brings up, we should deal with it calmly, without rushing things. This is just the very first step in the art of negotiation. You really can't say you've predicted your opponent's thoughts with just this. Come on. Just like usual, that was pretty good. Now that we know we've got a little leeway to attack, it helps us relax a little bit. What we don't know is how she's connected to Kraus. Will it be a surprise for Kraus, too? Or was he actually the one who called her in here in the first place? I read a forum thread a while ago with some really solid advice. One of the most interesting was that if you think you have a good odds to win against a player, you should play safe. Well, if you think your opponent is way better than you, you should play a way to increase variance. Yeah, that's exactly... I think that's exactly right. Where it's like, if you are just better... There's two schools of thought there, right? There's the, I'm better than my opponent, so I can just play textbook and win that way. Or I'm better than my opponent, or the alternative, I'm better than my opponent, so I can play faster and looser because I'm better than my opponent, and I can force more mistakes out of them. Versus, yeah, the opposite, where it's like, if I'm worse than my opponent, I want to make things scramblier. Versus, if I'm worse than my opponent, I want to slow things down and try to, you know, simplify the game state. It's neat ways to think about it, with pros and cons to each direction. If it's the latter, that might make things very troublesome. Like, I was watching a Uni player, and he said something like, oh, I'm better than this person, I should play faster. And I thought that was, you know, that's kind of the opposite of what your article here is saying. And I agree with the article. I think if you're better than your opponent, you should stay calm and not speed up, because you give yourself more chances to make mistakes. But they were of the belief the opposite, and I can see the merit behind both. Because if you're better and you play faster, you give your opponent far less time to adapt to what you're doing. I guess it depends how big the skill gap is between you and your opponent. Secretly calling a mystery woman on the day of the family conference. It would be in terrible taste, but it does feel like something Kraus would do. Aniki, let's do this. As long as she can't clearly prove her identity, we won't accept her position in any way. That would be for the best. Already, she's refused to introduce herself to Kairi. We can't let our conference be disturbed by the statements of some unknown woman. Unknown OD? Umineko when they cry? Why are they crying, though? Did someone break their Lego Star Wars set? Cooler. They are crying because they are seagulls. She might even show us proof that she's a blood relative. If she can prove father's blood runs through her veins, like with maternity record documents, there's nothing we can do. It's always been possible to suspect that physical evidence has been faked. And even if it's real, in order to prove that the person with the documents is the person we see, we need to check their condition at a hospital. At the very least, it'd be impossible to prove that now on Rokkenjima. You're right. And so in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rokkenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. We can't believe anything until the typhoon passes and they prove it at a proper place. Spotting all kinds of holes and stuff like this is Aniki's specialty. We'll be counting on you. Are you joking? You'll be helping too. We just need money. Or we need the money. We need it quickly in a large sum. Being seagull has to be rough. Yeah, I imagine it's pretty rough. Our fates are all tied together in this. And if we just stand by and let some suddenly appearing mystery woman destroy the inheritance we're after, Rudolph and Ava always formed a united front as siblings at times like this. This is the Doom Virgil of this game. They are unstoppable together. Taken by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider, Kairi noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. Outside, it was still raining heavily, and everything was gray, having lost all vibrance. The lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, the words Ava said a second ago kept repeating in Kairi's head. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now in Rokkenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. There was no odd nuance to these words. At that moment, the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. They had access to no public institutions and no hospital. So on this island, no matter what manner of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. It would be impossible to prove that something was the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all truths were whose proof lay in the outside world could be called lies. So does that mean that right now on this Rokkenjima, no truth exists at all? Kairi Doom Virgil? Yeah. Does it mean that everything will now be ruled by lies alone? It almost gives the illusion that we've left the human world of truth and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies. Kairi remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch of the portrait. On this island, which had been cut off from the world of humans and shut away from the world of non-humans, a non-human being has come to visit. Oh, okay, thank you for the raid. Hi, raiders. Welcome, welcome. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. I largely... let me go over. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. I largely play fighting games on this channel, but we've been playing a lot of Umineko When They Cry. Visual novel. It's a very long visual novel as well. So definitely spoilers ahead.
I'm the funniest fucking guy on the planet.
Whoa.
One day the world will see that. One day they'll all see how fucking funny I am.
That Persona.
Funny and likable, and girls will date me. And
like
fucking.
It is also a fighting game. And it also gets you better at fighting games. So yeah, if you are trying to avoid spoilers, definitely keep an eye out. We are about 8, 9 hours into the second game of 8. So there's a lot of background and stuff. But if you want to hang out and chat and just vibe, we do that too. And if you got to do some post-stream care, you're also more than welcome to do that. Thanks for stopping by, though. I appreciate you sharing your folks with me. I get the feeling that my chessboard thinking's missed a vital premise. One that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune-bearing smile. Yes, that smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. This game is like 30. I don't think there's any spoilers left. Well, I don't know anything about it, so I have remained unspoiled. I've based my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. From the time when filtered photographs were acceptable, yeah, the background is all just like photos, right? However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and humans' value may not matter to her either. Hello, Jagged. How's it going? That's true. All of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now, in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion. Oh no. Maria, around lunchtime today, we met her outside, right? A woman. Who was she? Oh. I said it over and over. Beatrice. Maria, did you ever meet Beatrice before that? Oh, I've met her every year. Every year? In this mansion on Rokkenshima? I don't know what "oo" means. Is that true? Yes. How long have you been meeting her? How many years ago did that start? Oh, I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean? Was it last year? 2 years ago? I bet she's been meeting with Beatrice for like 50 years. Longer than that. Rosa was astonished. Only the Ishirimiya family existed on this island. Family mansion existed on this island. So there couldn't have been any humans other than themselves there. And yet Maria said she's been meeting with this suspicious woman every year during the family conference. What if what Maria said was the truth, then the strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. That's insane. Is Maria saying that eerie woman was at the family conference every year and none of us ever noticed it? Even though Rosa had just met the woman herself a couple of hours ago in the rose garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept this existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the rose garden as the typhoon grew near and the winds roared? Maria, you said you've met with her every year. What do you two do when you meet? Oh, we sing songs and learn magic. And I learned how to draw magic circles. Really? That's incredible. Maria, you often draw scribbles. I mean, magic circles in your notebook, right? Did she teach you that too? You know what? Beatrice drew examples to teach me. Come, look. Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. She then drew out a single notebook and began opening to that page. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things. And while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. Look here! Beatrice drew it. There is the... Oh, yep. Those are the seals from episode 1. Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an eerie magic circle. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria had not drawn them. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. By itself, it wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it, but it was enough for Rosa to be sure that it was someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There was really a person on this Rokkenjima that she herself hadn't known existed until now. And this person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria. Maria, does this witch Beatrice live here? Or does she live outside the island like us? Oh, Beatrice is the witch of Rokkenjima, so she lives on this island. So, you're saying she's on the island even on days when it isn't the family conference, right? I don't know what "oo" means. Yes or no? Oh, yes. She really hates that "ooh." What in the... what? I can't believe it. No, I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island, passing the time in the mansion in the rose garden, and even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Right? Mama, what's wrong? Oh, my head hurts. It's probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was young, I was terrified of the witch, unlike Maria. For me, that name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely my fear of those days has been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? That's right. The witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could it be? Rosa pulled that Western envelope out of her pocket. It was one of the envelopes that bore the Ushiromiya family crest, which Kinzo used for his personal letters. And its red sealing wax had even been sealed by the head's ring, which Kinzo held. Which meant this envelope belonged to the Ushiromiya family head. In other words, it was from father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it? And why did she give it to me? That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? A sense of uncertainty gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might let loose an incredible misfortune. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to father's inheritance. Actually, since she'd received it from a woman who called herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Does it mean the person wants not just the 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance? I need a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. I feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing father's inheritance while he's still alive, but this is no time to spout off cheap ideals. And I've even colluded with Rudolph and Ava in order to get some money out of Kraus now. Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. What could even be written in here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Shall I read it secretly by myself first? The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table with everyone gathered. Well, if that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it aloud herself at dinner? Why did she go through all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Simply put, is it because she doesn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand? It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that it'd mean breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time for cheap ideals. Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Ava and Rudolph first. They're always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. When I gulped, I put my hand on the red sealing wax. Something suddenly pulled on my sleeve and I let out a small scream. Huh? Maria? Don't scare me like that. What is it? You mustn't. Huh? In Maria's expression was the same portent of misfortune she'd felt from that witch, and it sent a tingle up her spine. Beatrice told Mama to read that letter during dinner. You mustn't break a promise with a witch. No, that's not it. I just wanted to look at the envelope for a second. I'll keep my promise. After all, I always tell you to keep your promises. Of course I will keep my promise. Yes, Mama's a good girl. That laugh. It's not cute. Stop it. Oh. Come to think of it, you received a letter too, Maria. What was written inside? I haven't opened it. Beatrice said I mustn't open it until the time to open it comes. So I'm taking good care of it. Oh, so did Did she have the envelope in episode 1 that she put in the study? I see. You listen well to what Beatrice says, don't you, Maria? I'm Beatrice's disciple, so I listen well to what my teacher says. I see. Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gauge was the glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened that envelope here, Beatrice would definitely learn of it, because Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch. I'll keep my promise, so tell Beatrice not to worry, okay? I'll tell her. Hey, Maria. If I wanted to speak to Beatrice, how could I meet her? I don't know. Beatrice is very fickle, so she always appears suddenly. I don't know a way to get her to meet me, but you know, she's always watching me. So if I get in trouble, she'll definitely come and save me afterwards. She's definitely erased her form and is hiding close to me. Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. That put a stop to Maria's laughing, but it wasn't able to erase the color that had risen to those eyes, a color that seemed to bear a portent of misfortune. Rosa swore. She swore that, at least until they left the island, she would not leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer. Chapter ends. Is it going to be dinner time? It looks like it's dinner time. Stuff's going to get interesting. I'm going to take a short break. Couple-minute break. I'm going to play some ads so that there's no pre-rolls. And then I'll be back with the next chapter. I'm back. Alright, stuff's getting good now. It's dinner time. I wonder if she's getting scolded by Aunt Rosa again. Ever since they'd met Maria at the airport, she'd been romping around chatting about Halloween this whole time. But maybe she'd cut loose a little too much, acting a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, and during lunch, because Rosa had cautioned her several times. At times like that, Aunt Rosa tended not to scold her much in front of people. More often, she would take Maria aside and scold her alone. So since Maria had been called off somewhere, they figured she must be getting scolded. When she looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6. Of course, they couldn't imagine she'd been getting scolded all this time. Maybe it was time for some anime she watched every week to start. She probably hadn't left the mansion's parlor. Maybe Battler woke up and they've been playing together. After all, Maria thinks of Battler as a new friend. She must have had a lot of fun when she played Halloween with Battler at the airport. Battler looked like he was having a lot of fun himself. Maybe he's gotten big, but he hasn't changed a bit. That's true. I get the feeling Battler was gracious enough to remain as he was 6 years ago. Crazy they mentioned anime considering how old this is. How old is this? Publisher 07th. Released 2007? Not that old. It's from like 1005 or 2007. Ah, Naru math. I mean, you're correct. Shannon, do you remember what they look like? Yes. Because he was, well, very energetic. I also remember the 4 of us playing together 6 years ago. Shannon acted like a big sister back then. That's right. I get the feeling she was even more dependable than she is now. Back then, I didn't truly understand my place, so I did quite a few rude things. Don't worry about understanding your place in that sense. When you're on the job is one thing, but when you're taking your break with us, like now, I'd rather you stay and be friendly, just like the old days. That's right. There's nothing wrong with acting differently, depending on whether you're the servant Shannon or the off-duty Sayo. Hello, JB. You aren't a slave, you're just working as a servant, right? Not that old. Yeah, it's only like, what, 17 years? Yeah, like, that doesn't predate anime, right? Like, if it was like 50 years old, the anime comment might make sense. Even then, like, there's no way it would be 50 years old, you know what I mean? But if it's from 1005, that would be a bit uncanny. I have 35 subs, 35 sandwiches. Heck yeah. I think of you, Shannon, not Sayo, as my oldest friend. No, Sayo as my oldest friend. The first anime is Sword Art? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is weird, huh? You know, I think of Sword Art as being, you know, something that was released like in, I don't know, 1979 or 1980 something. No subscribers? Oh, nice. Congrats. Thank you very much, milady. It seemed that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. Yeah, it feels older than it is. It does, right? I mean, it's just such a classic. After all, she'd heard a bit... Oh, another raid. Neat Erin. Thank you, Erinha. Thank you for the raid. Hi, hi. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in. Hope you're having a good day. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. I largely play fighting games on this channel, but we are, of course, playing Umineko When They Cry, Episode 2.
Sem se perturbar, não. Sem se perturbar, não. Mano, calma.
Hello, fellow visual novel player. Yes,
Ai,
hell
dicção,
yeah.
viu?
I also
Quando
do
você
play
vê
a lot of visual
streamer, a sua
novels.
dicção
Know my clip? Uh-oh, Monka.
morre, mano.
I do play a lot of visual novels on this channel as well. I enjoy reading them and chatting and theorizing with the chat. So yeah, welcome in. If you enjoy those things, definitely hang out. If you don't want to be spoiled on Umineko, we are in episode 2 of 8, so a lot of stuff has happened. If you enjoy it, please be careful about spoiling me. I know absolutely nothing. And yeah, if you need to do some post-stream care, also do that. But yeah, if you want to hang out and chat, we're basically yappers in here. So enjoy your stay. Have you read The Witch of the Holy Night before, by the way? No, I have not. Is that the Melty Blood one? Tsukahami? Mahoyo? They're the people who make Honkai? This Kukihime? Not gonna lie, I think I killed that shit. Apparently George had heard something of that history too. I walked toward the window and looked up at the darkening rainy sky. No, but I haven't read those. Those are ones that I probably would also like. I like ones where like choices kind of don't matter, or the game kind of expects you to go through all of the choice trees through the playthrough anyways. Like the Zero Escape series makes a lot of sense. Because like, yeah, your choices matter and the puzzles are sick, but you get to see everything if you play it. Like, so I don't like missing stuff because of choices I made in VNs. Yo, hey Sabardik, how's it going? I don't know if you'd like to Tsukihami. Yeah. The one Melty Blood is based on Mohoyo is specifically about Alco. Oh, okay. Hell yeah, I love Alco. Doing great? Good to hear. I'm also doing pretty good. I'm a little stuffy today. I don't know why. I saw a bunch of family earlier, and one of the, I guess, cousin-in-laws, my cousin's husband's mom, her husband was sick. He didn't come, but like, I don't know if he's, I also ate a lot. I ate a lot of fried food and creamy stuff, so maybe I just have some phlegm built up from that. So apologies if I'm a little sniffly. Okay, Cannon may still be childish in some ways, but I think he's starting to grow a bit in his way of thinking. Come on, quit it already. Well, I guess I let myself get swept away by the mood once or twice. If Shannon's the key, actually, hold on. If Shannon's the key here, and she knows that 2 people who are close have to be sacrificed on the second Twilight, is she trying to get Jessica and Cannon together just so that they get sacrificed? Are her intentions ill? Because she's being really pushy with this. You know, after watching you two, I might have gotten a bit jealous, feeling like I was getting left behind. But forget about me. More importantly, how's it going between you two? Looks like you're going pretty good, huh? I wonder. Yeah, it's going very well. Shannon was lost for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it easy to see that their relationship was proceeding so perfectly, it would make anyone envious. Dang, I'm jealous. So does that mean Shannon's gonna resign and have a party soon? I wonder. Oh, there's a good question. I wonder what she'll say. George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say, yes, yes, thank you, that's enough. I have a dream. I'm sorry, this is stupid. I don't just mean some ambition to become the leader of my own domain in business. I also dream of building a happy family together with a partner I can spend my life with. I want 2 kids at the very least. It'd be nice to be able to do some sports as a whole family. The hentai... What a godlike screen cap. You got the hentai pro tag eyes? Yeah, George is feeling himself. Many more besides that. I haven't talked with Shannon about that kind of thing, though every time I do, she always laughs and says I'm getting ahead of myself. For some reason, even at the age I am now, I find myself thinking about what it'd be like to live peacefully in my old age. Me too, George. With healthy grown-up kids and grandchildren running around all over the place. Well, not that part. If only I could spend the rest of my life at a slow pace surrounded by that, together with Shannon forever. Yeah, you're definitely getting ahead of yourself. But how should I say it? Sounds like you, George Nissan. Being surrounded by family like that would probably be so wonderful. The ideal family I've painted in my mind is something like that. To Shannon, who'd been raised in an orphanage, that harmonious image of family was probably something to be yearned for. And George, who had made an absolute promise to grant that wish for her, may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely the most fit to entrust that friend's future to. Well, I don't want to throw cold water on you guys, but Uncle Hideyoshi aside, what are you going to do about Aunt Ava? Hello, Kurisu. How's it going? I'm well. Reading some Umineko, When the Doves Cry. Chilling on a Saturday. Trying to forget about work for a couple days before I have to go back on Monday. Going good? Good to hear. Won't it be pretty tough to win her over? There's no reason for anyone to worry about something like that. No one but me gets any say in who I get to choose as my partner. I just finished all of Hyde's trials in Unisk. Oh, nice. Congrats. I will bring Shannon happiness. Whose permission do I need for that? Whoa. George, that was cool. Can't believe you'd say stuff that embarrassing out loud. I don't remember you ever being that kind of character in the past. Yeah, Hyde is cool. Hyde is a character I should have picked up years ago in Under Night. As they say, if you don't see a boy for 3 days, you should watch him closely. I grow as much as anyone. I intend to study more and more and grow to be the man Shannon deserves, the one who can bring her happiness. Yo, congrats from Twitch chat on finishing Hyde's trials. Yeah, there you go. Chat-to-chat communication. Realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red, and he scratched his head. And scratching my head right now. George, it's okay. I'm sure Mother will be difficult, but you can leave that to me. You'll see. I'll make all the relatives accept you as my partner. I actually watched your preparation video. Oh, the character select video? I remember that one. That was a fun one. I wish I could go back to making stuff like that. Hey, nah. I'm jealous of you, Shannon. Seriously. Yes, I'm very grateful that you're willing to go so far. Wait, that's why you picked Hyde? Because of that video? Oh, that's awesome. And now you really like him? I'm so glad to hear that. They're throwing all this fluff. Someone's gonna die soon. I think 6 people are gonna die soon. It was after dinner on the first night that people died. Maybe I'd better leave, huh? As Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on, the phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what they could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. Apparently, she spent too much time on her break. Oh yeah, Hyde I think is top tier. I think Hyde is top tier in Unisk too. I think he's a great choice. I'm sorry. I forgot what it was time for work. Then, if you excuse me. At the same time Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room. Ah, Shannon. Again, the usual time at the usual place? Hey. Yes. Excuse me. Hello, Jessica. Ah, Genji. Yes, Shannon's coming back now. We held her up, so please don't scold her. Yes. I see. I thought he was held back by his mid-screen Oki. I was lied to? Yeah. Imagine. I see, so it's almost time to get ready for dinner. Oki in Unisk is also like kind of a meme, I think. I don't know. I guess that's a lie. Oki's really important in Unisk. But I think like everyone kind of has it. Many plates were lined up at the counter in the kitchen. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates lined up there was 19. Oh, 19 plates. That was one more than should have been set up for the annual family conference. I can't accept it. Why can't I deliver it directly? Goda flared up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served to that room. However, that was something that always happened. Of course, Goda would want to set the table for the master with his own hands, since he'd put his heart and soul into his cooking. Well, we got mad Goda. AI-generated Goda. But the master had been imposed a strict rule that none of the servants bearing the gold eagle crest ever enter his study. Wait. But the master imposed a strict rule that none but the servants wearing the gold eagle crest enter his study. So while Goda would be able to greet the master from outside the study, Not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside. Goda was always irritated by this. Of course, he was a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs, and he was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kinzo in a manner that would do him no disservice. And yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the Golden Eagle, he still hadn't been blessed with this honor. So is he the only one who can't wear the Golden Eagle? She doesn't. And then these three do. He can enter the study, though. I don't know. It's only Goda and Kumasawa who can't. There's evidence in that room? Evidence of what, though? Can you imagine what damage that would do to his pride? You might think tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight there was a person other than the master who wanted their food carried to their room. Apparently, this person is an extremely rare and honored guest, and we've been given strict orders to treat them with the same manner as the master, the family head. Goda must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. After all, he was an extremely vain person. Of some corruption or wrongdoing, only those wearing the crest are able to keep the secret? Yeah, that's very possible. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least a guest of the same rank. He simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Canon had gone in his place. So, he truly desired to personally serve this person tonight's meal, the best dinner of the year. But Genji had put a stop to that. Something about how Goda didn't wear the Golden Eagle. After being told once more that he wasn't qualified, Goda lost his patience. Ah, so heartrending, Goda. I cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows. Kumasawa, if you have enough free time to dawdle around, please get the dining hall ready. Is the tablecloth set? Oh, my apologies. When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa slid out into the hall. Beatrice is of the same rank as the master. All the rules regarding her are to be respected just as much as those involving the master. Goda, please devote your entire attention entirely towards your own task and serve all the relatives. I wouldn't mind if it was you, Genji, but is it really okay to let a child serve a guest? If she made some blunder, it would be quite embarrassing. I know, they've served here a long time, but that doesn't mean they've been trained in the proper areas. If you allow me to speak freely, they are completely lacking in the fundamentals that might qualify them to interact with such a guest. He said they have no fundamentals. Goda speaking bluntly, even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen. Shannon was the one whom Genji had ordered to carry dinner to Beatrice's room. But the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the Golden Eagle, Shannon certainly was the second highest in rank. If the second highest ranked Genji went to set the table in Kinzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Goda's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. At times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Cannon. Goda kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now, making a ruckus about how she couldn't do this or was terrible at that. Shannon, who listened to this with her head hung in shame, heard Cannon's voice from behind her. Cannon had been leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, a blind spot from the inside, and had been listening to all of this. He probably knew that if he entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way. I've got to say it. That man is scum. But we can learn a lot about the fundamentals of entertaining guests from him. Goda has learned so much. He'd be a great reference. Ne-san, you sure are nice. More importantly, is the guest in the VIP room really Beatrice? Yeah, I met with her when I sent to serve her lunch. There can be no doubt that it's her. Really? Was she doing well? A teacher of fundamentals, right? Go Suda! That's good. That's a banger. 10 out of 10. Really? Was she doing well? Shannon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. To Shannon, she was a cupid of love who had granted the magic to establish a relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Cannon already knew. That witch came here with a terrifying goal in mind. The nebulous witch that only they'd been able to see in the past had now revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door and even have dinner carried to her. Once, when she'd vanished from in front of Cannon, the witch said something about how her own power was still weak. So, if that witch was now appearing so openly, did it mean she'd finally regained her former power? And she said something else, too. She definitely said that she'd sown the seeds of love, while fully aware that they would fail. She said even more. She definitely said that the day had finally come upon which the door to the Golden Land would be opened. So actually, I kind of think now she's more powerful because in the first episode, she got like 17 of 18 people to believe in her. And now she just needs that final piece, Battler, to believe in her. I don't think these are like timelines. I think this is all just kind of an ongoing thing where she's just, you know, she's not rewinding time. She's just taking them back to the mansion and running it again. Shannon, she's planning to hold some bizarre ceremony with the master, and you can bet it'll be something too horrible to imagine, and no one will be able to resist. What are you talking about? She came here. She came here as the master requested, so that the door to the Golden Land would open, and so that everything would be returned to the Golden Land. She definitely said that to me. Oh. In the past, the two of them, as furniture working for Kinzo, had been told what the opening of the door of the Golden Land actually meant. So Shannon understood everything without having to ask a single question. And because of that, she felt a deep despair. Something tore at Cannon's heart as he looked at the expression twisted with grief. How could... Why? Why now? Didn't I tell you? We are furniture. Because you acted like a human. Because of love. You're incapable of obediently accepting the day our service comes to an end. Once, I wished this day would come. But it never came. Year after year. I didn't know how long we'd be forced to endure suffering as furniture. So I thought the day of rest wouldn't come for all eternity. I thought the same thing. But I believed that I would definitely come someday. So I never forgot that I'm furniture. But Nason, you did forget. It is my fault then, isn't it? It was I who... Yeah, it's your fault, Nason. If you hadn't experienced love, we'd both be happy that this day had finally come. You built up too many pointless regrets, even though you knew you'd have to leave this world someday. Interesting. Will the ceremony begin tonight? Yes. And she said one more thing. Tonight, George will probably give you an engagement ring, Nason. That was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today, and surely he would hand it over tonight. She brought you two together, planning to use you as the sacrifices of the second Twilight. Get it? You understand. She tempted you and took advantage of you. I see. I never thought of that. But she told me, she promised that if you don't accept the engagement ring, you won't be chosen as a sacrifice. I think our chances of being able to go to the Golden Land together are very slim. There will be 13 sacrifices. Only 5 will be left alive. The chances of us being part of that group are tiny. But if you just accept her offer, those chances will rise. I want to take that bet. Our salvation is in the Golden Land. We're going to reach that place and gain humanity. And then I want to live life as a human together with you, Nason. Wow, this is some sicko shit. If we do that, we might be able to find true love. In the past, we used to dream about being able to get to the Golden Land. If we go there, any wish will be granted. We'll be saved from this pain. That's what we believed. However, in this ceremony, only a few people would be invited to the Golden Land, chosen by fate and chance. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Shannon and Cannon had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were sacrificed, they would still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant this ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them, no matter what happened. I don't like it. Together with you, I want to make up for all the suffering we've endured. I want to become a sacrifice. I won't become a sacrifice, excuse me. Nason and I will remain alive, and will reach the Golden Land together. So I won't let you become the sacrifice of the second Twilight. Please, Nason, don't accept that man's ring. If you don't accept it, she promised not to select you as a sacrifice. I cannot do that. Tonight's ring is very special. My heart won't let me refuse it. Nei-san, the sacrifices of the ceremony are decided on the witch's whims. And that witch has promised to overlook just you, Nei-san. You alone will definitely be able to get to the Golden Land. Only me? What about you, Canon? The witch's game is enough for me. I'll slip through her clutches. And I am not powerless. I'll tightly grasp that faint chance. After all, our lives are transient, aren't they? In order to begin our real lives, let's drag ourselves to the Golden Land. Then, we will gain humanity. And when we've done that, maybe I'll be able to experience romance, just like you, Nei-san. Maybe I won't have to make someone cry just because I'm furniture. Canon and Jessica might be the two that are close in this. Canon. I've had enough of being furniture. I'll definitely become human. I'll escape this pain, no matter what. There were tears in Canon's eyes. By now, Canon had noticed. Canon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day, and Jessica's pitiful face as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then, had slowly wrought some kind of change on Canon's heart without him knowing it. Canon, I have been calling to you for some time now. Canon jumped at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently he had called for her repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. When she turned back, Canon had disappeared. It seemed he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody. Yes, I'm sorry for being careless. I entrusted Canon with lunch, but it should have been you, as the next in rank from me, who carried it. Beatrice is the most honored guest of this house. There's no more honored guest than her. Please, think of her and how honored she is, as another master, and be polite. Please, take extra care that you make no blunders, understand? It's quite painful for me to entrust this to someone as inexperienced as yourself, but there's nothing we can do about the house's rules. Carry on your duties with the utmost of care. Dude, Goda sucks. I don't know what Shaylee was on about with Goda. Goda had officially agreed, but he had glared at Shannon with an expression that told her he definitely won't forgive any mistakes. Even Shannon felt that Goda might as well go himself if he was that desperate to go. That's a hard sentence. But she considered this one of her responsibilities as one who had been allowed to wear the Golden Eagle and had given up. Anyway, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will this be a meeting of gratitude or grief? Or else what? I don't know. Shannon piled the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen at a slow pace. Yeah, she's got the seniority. The person knocking was Kraus. Father, today's our annual family conference. Haven't the siblings gathered here just to get a glimpse of you? Ah, shut up. I said I won't leave. You're there too, aren't you, Genji? And why haven't you had my food brought here as I ordered you to? Kinzo screamed across the door. Genji was waiting behind Kraus. Your meal has been prepared so that it might be carried to the study. However, Kraus has expressed his wish that you eat downstairs tonight. Father, I'm not asking you to do this every day. Just for this one night, won't you gather together with your family? Whoa, that guy fucks? Well, he has a child, so yeah, he does. Who are you calling family? Since when have you been considered... Since when have you considered vultures circling and wait for roadkill to be family? Would you call rotting, oozing maggots family as well? My. Kraus shrugged at this answer, which he had half expected. Genji, carry the meal here as you were told. Why don't you listen to what I say? Why? Why? Genji, I leave this in your capable hands. My voice will no longer reach that man. Kraus gave his head a small shake, then quickly turned his back at the door to the study. He had only come calling to save face in front of his siblings, knowing full well how useless this was. After Genji watched Kraus disappear down the stairs, he called again across the door. Master, we have finished preparations for your meal to be carried here. Shall we bring some for Dr. Nanjo as well? Nanjo could be seen in the study. Because Kinzo had forcibly pestered him to finish their long-lasting chess game, they had been playing against each other since the early evening. Wait. Every time I read a scene with Kinzo, I like to imagine Ryukishin giggling to himself as he writes this stuff. Here's a thought. Consider the following. Is Kinzo so obsessed with this chess game with Nanjo because he's using it to simulate his chess game against Beatrice, and he's like trying to see through every possibility in the chess game? I think that might actually be a thing. We might see that harkened back later, where Nanjo is so special to Kinzo because of this chess game. Nanjo had announced as a doctor that Kinzo's days were numbered, so he couldn't refuse if Kinzo demanded that they finish the game while he still lived. Kinzo was thinking deeply about his move, concentrating more than usual. It had been Kinzo's turn for quite some time, and Nanjo, who was tired of waiting, had randomly pulled out a book on magic that he couldn't understand and was skimming it. Kinzo, you won't think of a good move just by folding your arms and sitting in front of the board. So true. Perhaps we'd better take a break or refresh our minds. Be silent. I'm thinking. That should be enough to solidify my defense. Me when I'm mashing 3 CAD. Will the bishop and the knight be able to penetrate that opening? Today, Kinzo was forced on maintaining a strong defense. This is the same chess game that's always shown here. I'm actually trying to look at this board state. This is a tough one. Sorry, I'm actually like kind of transfixed on this. I don't know who it is to move, but I'm imagining it's black to move. Yeah, this is a tricky spot. Normally, Kinzo's motto was that offense was the best defense. Hell yeah. However, today was completely the opposite. I'm also hungry. Shall we suspend the game here? Besides, I've used my head so much without a break that I'm already feeling dizzy. At this rate, I might not be able to perform at my best. Now that won't do. In chess, both players must always make their best moves. Oh, Kinzo was talking about the knight, right? So it is black's turn to move. White has no knights left on the board. So it is Kinzo's turn to move. If you go... Any other sort of move is merely a nuisance to consider, running a game whose focus is predicting your opponent's thoughts. Such a thing considerably reduces our enjoyment. Kinzo sighed deeply and finally shifted his gaze away from the board. Chess isn't chess without an opponent. If that opponent is tired and wants to suspend the game, then there's no getting around it. True. The goal of chess is for both players to make the best possible moves and aim for victory. It's an intellectual game where the reading your opponent is key. But Kinzo, have you forgotten that there's another goal besides victory? What other goal could there possibly be? To think that you of all people would forget something like that. Chess is a way to pass the time and have fun with a friend. You got me there. I believe I once said those exact words to you long ago. Yeah, you got me. Kinzo almost always wore a frown, relaxed his face for once and laughed. Nanjo felt like he'd been reunited with a close friend he hadn't seen in ages. That's how it is. Now that I've managed to take a shot back at you, what do you say? Will you go down with me and have dinner? Why don't we discuss Kasparov's middle game along with some coffee? An appealing proposition, but I'm afraid I must decline. I can no longer leave this room. After all, the ceremony has already begun. That's so? Well, my stomach's growling. I will go downstairs. Anytime you feel like it. Nanjo? Thank you. Oh, what are you thanking me for, Kinzo? We didn't finish our match. However, it seems I have somehow achieved the second goal of chess, which I had forgotten. And it would appear that the goal is no less important than our achieving checkmate. This isn't like you. Why so sentimental? You said it yourself, did you not? My days in this world are numbered. Now, go. And don't come to this room again. Let us continue this match in the Golden Lands. It's fine with me, but we'll have to start over. Losing that rook was a serious blow. Well, then I'll see you later. Yes, later. Maybe in the Golden Land, or in Purgatory, or possibly in the next world. Nanjo didn't say anything beyond that. And, with the motion made smooth by familiarity, he pushed the button on the table that would release the auto lock. Then, after looking at Kinzo's back one last time, he left the study. As he did, Genji's voice came from the hall. Are you ready, master? I will now carry in your dinner. It may be my final dinner. I must savor it. Please prepare it. As you wish. And are your preparations complete as well, master? Indeed. In the time leading up to this day, this room has been carefully wrapped in a multitude of barriers. Even if her roulette chooses me, I will definitely repel it. I will remain alive, and will surely become one of those who reach the Golden Land. I shall repulse the visit of the Reapers trying to drag me off to the land of the dead. He is locked and loaded. Excuse me. I've come to serve your meal. Shannon entered the VIP room, bowing her head and pushing the serving cart. The young woman by the window, gazing out into the supposedly empty darkness, was definitely that witch. So, it's Shannon this time. Ooh, new song. How long it's been. Oh. Your face isn't nearly as pale as it once was. I can see you're no canon. I hardly recognize you. Thank you. Shannon solemnly prepared dinner. There were actually several things she wanted to ask the witch, but they were all jumbled up, so she didn't know where to start. Her heart was also jumbled up, and she didn't even understand her own emotions. So she could do her job dispassionately with everything still vague. However, the witch saw what was in her heart. You can't hide anything from a witch. I won't apologize. I am a witch after all. Apologize for what? Come now. Canon must have told you about it. I only rescued your love life because of my mischievous spirit. It was nothing more than a seed I sowed so I could watch your love grow complicated, become twisted, and fail. I imagine some people think it's more fun to hear about love than to have it. You couldn't possibly be trying to thank me, right? I am. No matter what kind of ulterior motive you had when you gave me the magic of love, it doesn't change the fact that I did receive it from you. So even if you sowed that seed knowing that the two of us wouldn't be able to stay together for life, I won't hold a grudge against you. It is better to have something. I do stand behind it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. I do not think that is BS. I think that is true. It seems furniture is dull after all. Haha, this is where I show my skill by cooking it into something interesting. I don't understand what you're thinking, Beatrice. You are a great witch, and people like us don't even reach your feet, nor can we even imagine your grandiose thoughts. But there's at least one thing I can say. What's that? Thank you for teaching me to be human. You said it yourself. I am no longer furniture. Be silent, furniture. If you were a true human, hearing the announcement of your death on this day, on the day you were to receive an engagement ring, should have you dancing around, mad with grief. But what are you doing? Your face looks so enlightened, as though you've accepted everything. Truly an anticlimax, furniture. No, I am not furniture. Be silent, furniture. I won't be silent, because I am not furniture. Are you saying you won't obey my orders, then? Furniture obeys orders, but a human decides for herself whether to obey orders or not. So I won't obey your orders. In bold. I take back what I said. You really are interesting. If I hadn't sowed those seeds, you probably would have allowed the ceremony to control your fate without clinging to any emotions. But now you've grown to become something truly interesting, something that will entertain me to no end. That as well, for I am not fond of boredom. For a chair, she's a bit hostile. Yeah, she's kind of independent. You know, she found love, and now she's gonna fight the witch. Dinner is ready. Here you go. Doesn't this look delicious? If Goda makes it to the Golden Land, perhaps I shall commission him as my chief cook. I heard from Canon something about how if I rejected George's proposal, you promised not to make me a sacrifice. Indeed, I said as much. You would make an ideal potential sacrifice for the second Twilight. But because Canon cried and screamed, asking that I spare you, I graciously listened to his words. With the condition that you abandon your engagement, of course. See how gracious I am? What a foolish offer. And what a foolish threat. So you used that to thoroughly bully Canon-kun, did you? Oh. So you comprehend. Apparently Shannon had seen through it. She had apparently guessed at how the witch had bullied and humiliated Canon with that horrible promise as bait. I made him crawl on the carpet and kiss my shoes. And that's not all. Do you want to hear the other ways in which I humiliated him? Shannon silently shook her head. I finally come to understand you. You like to bully, confuse, and trouble people, and you do it to entertain yourself. So, now I know for sure the one single way I can resist you. And what might that be? I don't care about you. I'll carry out the fate that has been given to me. That's all. I won't entertain you. Oh, that's like what Balor's doing. I don't care about you. The witch's features twisted in hatred just for an instant. It disappeared immediately. But the expression that briefly rose to her face was rare for the witch, whose malicious smile usually never faded for a second. I see. So you might resist me in that way. How amusing. Truly entertaining. I'll kill you. You and your love both. If that is the faith you have decided upon, do as you will. I won't be afraid, and I won't stand against you. After all, I don't believe in the cruel fate that's coming as something controlled by your will. We humans know nothing about fates that might come to pass in the future. That's why I'll live to the fullest until the last instant, following my convictions and the fate set before me. Fate is just a roll of the dice. There's no malice in it. Even if you claim there is, I won't believe it. Oh. So even though you've quit being furniture, you have no fear of death. Seems you believe this will bore me, but you could not be more wrong. The thought of seeing whether you can hold on to the view until the last moment merely serves to intrigue me more and more. I can't stand this. Why did you take the form of a human, appear in front of us, speak with human words, and ridicule us? If you hadn't appeared in front of us, if you hadn't predicted the future, we would have been able to live life to the fullest until the last moment. Well, that's what witches do. I live off your fates, reigning as a high-order being does over low-order beings. Your fates are nothing more than fragments. If I cup my hands together, I could scoop out as many of those as I want. Just like how no matter what the beef cows I raised might babble, it doesn't change the fact that I'll be having them for dinner. We are powerless, though we cannot fight against your ceremony of fate. But I can make you unhappy right now. Oh, and how are you planning to accomplish this? By walking away from this place right now. No matter how I respond to your words, it will only amuse you. Refusing to respond to your question is my only method of resisting you. I see. You might be able to take a shot at me, but you cannot defeat me. I have the power to kill anyone for eternity. I cannot wait to see whether you can keep up that resistance in an endlessly repeating cycle of death and rebirth. Interesting statement there. It almost implies that death is not permanent in this world, and Beatrice is one of the only ones with the power to kill someone permanently. Don't you forget it. You spoke those words yourself. Well then, if you'll excuse me. If you need anything, please call me. Shannon gave a reserved bow and faced away. With that gesture, maybe she really did take a shot back at the witch, just as Beatrice had said. Because, when the witch called out again, she sounded a little more quick-tempered than she had been before. Canon thanks me. Can't you? Can't you thank me for bringing your day of rest? Furniture may be happy when their day of rest comes, but I am a human, so I have nothing to thank you for. Is that all you have to say? You plan to accept George's ring then, yes? Don't forget that if you do, I will abandon the promise I made with Canon, the promise that you would not be selected as a sacrifice. If you need anything else, I'll have someone else come. If you'll excuse me. A flat-out interruption. Shannon still hadn't answered her, and the sound of the door closing came instead of an answer. Shannon's resistance probably struck far more deeply into the witch than Shannon herself thought. Because an expression of hatred once again rose to Beatrice's face. She had made Canon submit, even though he hadn't been ensnared until the end. Whereas Shannon, who had been so easily ensnared before, refused to submit this time. I see. So this state of affairs is amusing after all. Ha! Perhaps I really am still young. This is why I haven't tired of life after 1,000 years. Interesting. Shannon's gonna die for sure. This was the most fabulous part of the family conference. Dinner. In the past, when Kinzo had been serious about the conference, he'd taken everyone's yearly gathering for dinner very seriously. I like how the wind picked up when she was getting angry. I didn't notice that. That's actually really cool. Because anything embarrassing that occurred during the dinner would cause the deepest shame for him as the host. He had given Natsuhi stern orders to avoid embarrassment at all costs. Because of that, she and Kraus eventually hired Goda, who had confidence in his cooking abilities. Thanks to that, they became able to serve wonderful dinners they could be confident in. But by that time, Kinzo had closed himself up in his study and never appeared for dinner. Maybe you could call that ironic. Maybe Alanis Morissette would call that ironic. I don't think I would. When the main dish for tonight, calf steak, was set out, Goda began to describe it proudly, further stimulating everyone's appetites. The sauce here is Bordelaise. Of course, the red wine base I used was excellent even among those made in Bordeaux, but in addition, I prepared an original blend of this house, a blend of choice alcohol from around the world to further deepen the taste. This sauce is limited to this year. I sincerely hope you all enjoy your meal. That sounds really good. Isn't that wonderful? However, isn't Bordelaise a common sauce in French cooking? It almost seems like using alcohol from outside France with that is heresy. Kraus, today is the annual family conference. As a dinner for those who normally live far away and who have traveled far from across the world to gather together, I realize it would be most fitting to have a sauce made from a blend of fine alcohols from all over the planet that have never met each other before. So I had it specially prepared. Wonderful. A truly wonderful cook, that's what you are. Food and medicine work twice as well if you sell it right. It's already twice as delicious as normal food, and the advertising makes it twice as good as that. The taste keeps doubling and doubling. Come on, Nissan. That question of yours was obviously a plant. Hi, Kyo, thanks for lurking. No doubt about it. You totally set Goda up to steal the show on that one. Oh, you think so? I thought there might be some people here who didn't notice that today's food was in the French style. After all, Ava just said that avoiding butter was a virtue. But that's the Spanish style. Well, I guess they do share a border, right? That's not what I meant. Will you please not take a part of the conversation out of context and make stuff up? It is a very delicious sauce. Goda, you certainly are amazing. It is a great honor to receive your praise. And this is all thanks to Madam's habitual guidance. No, this was Goda's idea. I only listened to the recipe and approved. Time for Goda makes us all hungry, for real. It looked like the siblings quickly got into a loud argument about the sauce, but for the most part, dinner proceeded peacefully. However, a certain question that desperately wanted to ask burned inside each one of them. It was about that visitor. The 19th person, the Golden Witch. In actuality, Ava and Rudolph and the rest were very much on their guards during this meal. If the mystery guest was ever going to be introduced, at this dinner table would be the most appropriate place to do it. However, no place was set for her. The family conference would begin in earnest after the meal, and previous experiences told them that it might last until deep into the night. However, they couldn't imagine why such a person would be kept hidden until that late, if they were going to be introduced in the end anyways. So Ava and Rudolph and the rest were starting to feel a certain suspicion. Perhaps this guest was unknown even to Kraus. This wasn't an assassin called by Kraus to give him an advantage in the inheritance problem. Then maybe they should speak frankly to Kraus beforehand, creating a common front to resist anything disadvantageous to the 4 siblings. If she was Kinzo's assassin, whose purpose was to keep the inheritance from being handed over to any of the 4 siblings, the enmity between Kraus and the other siblings could only become a weak point that benefited the enemy. Well then, please enjoy at your leisure. When he finished explaining the reasoning behind the table setting and the cooking, Goda tried to leave the room, but Kairi called to him to stop with a small voice. Yes, Kairi. What is it? Please excuse me. I was under the impression that we had company today, but can we expect to be joined at the dinner table? She had planned on saying it nonchalantly, but unfortunately it reached the ears of Natsuhi, who was sitting in the next seat over. It seemed that Natsuhi had heard it, as, even though the guests are here, why hasn't the host come to dinner? In other words, that Kiri asked whether Kinzo was going to join them for dinner. The family head is not at his best, so he said he would take dinner in his study. I believe my husband explained that in the beginning. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. Natsuhi's reaction instantly told Kairi that this unknown visitor was also an unknown to Kraus and his wife. Which meant, on the chessboard inside Kairi's mind, she could hear clattering of the pieces as they rearranged themselves. What do you mean we have company? Battler, who had been sitting next to Natsuhi, seemed to have heard Kairi's words without misunderstanding them. Thinking it strange that someone else would be invited to today's family conference, he spoke up incredulously. And thanks to that, the uncomfortable feeling building up in the siblings' chest suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at Goda at the same time. Judging by their reactions, it was clear no one here had invited that mystery woman. For an instant, Goda was startled to find everyone's gazes gathered on him, but because of his naturally vain personality, this actually gave him a feeling of superiority. Therefore, he answered in an extremely calm and graceful manner. That is correct. Our guest wanted to eat alone in the VIP room that is being served there. That extremely graceful and reasonable response of Goda's made it obvious to everyone that a 19th person, a visitor, existed. A VIP room? A guest? Wait, who are you talking about? Natsuhi's words echoed the question that everyone who didn't know about the appearance of the Golden Witch was thinking. For a while, Goda was disoriented, caught completely off guard by the sudden interrogation. This was a guest who had been treated with such deep respect. He hadn't imagined that Kraus and his wife might not even know about her. The guest is, Beatrice-sama. Beatrice, see? She came! Maria had been telling the other cousins over and over again that she had met Beatrice that day. The cousins had answered flippantly, but they hadn't believed. So their eyes grew wide. Sorry, I totally thought you were joking, Maria. So she really was there. By Beatrice, do you mean the one with the gold? I've been saying she exists the whole time. No one believes. Sorry, Maria. That's not how we meant it. Maria, who had been in a good mood all day, completely lost her temper. George, who sat in the next seat over, tried frantically to calm her. Goda. Is this some sort of dinner entertainment? Quite a performance. Aniki, quit playing dumb. You called her here, right? Called? Who? From where? Nisan. Let's be clear about this. Who is she? Surely you aren't going to tell us it really is the Beatrice from that portrait, right? I don't have a clue what you people are talking about. Goda, you really aren't joking then, right? I was just ordered by Genji. Call for Genji, immediately. When Natsuhi yelled, Goda sped out into the hallway. The sound of the door being thrown open was the spark that suddenly set this dinner table ablaze. So you're saying you're in the dark too, Aniki? Who called her? Was it Dad? I don't know anything about this. It seems you people think I've been pulling the strings behind the scenes, but that's a huge misunderstanding. Calm down, Kraus. We've got past the stage of skirmishing with each other. If you're saying even if you don't know this mystery person, then something crazy's going on. Hideyoshi, can you be a little more discreet with your words? My husband would not invite unnecessary people to the family conference. Obviously. What are you people talking about? Are you saying this witch of the portrait has broken out of her frame and appeared? It's not as though anyone's actually met this witch face to face. I met her. Ava and Rudolph nodded at Rosa's proclamation. Ooh, I met her too. Uncle Kraus, believe it. Believe Mama. The brief tension was broken, and Maria also started to make a ruckus. By now, the room was thoroughly wrapped in chaos. I don't have a clue what's going on. What does it mean? Does it mean the witch who gave grandfather the gold is showing up as a special guest this year? But is that really true? Aunt Rosa didn't see it wrong, did she? I met her too. Rosa, are you sure? Yes. Maria and I met her, and we even talked to her. I met her. That was definitely a witch. Believe me. I definitely didn't see wrong or hallucinate or anything. What on earth was it? In the instant before the typhoon arrived, Rosa definitely met a witch in the rose garden. But as the scene had been so hard to accept as truth, that the more she spoke about it like this, the less she understood what it was that she had encountered. Ironically, since she was losing her composure, the more frantically she tried to cling to her claim, the more confused and hazy the thing she was describing became. Because of that, it only took a single, calmly spoken sentence to confirm the nature of what she was describing beyond doubt. I also met with her. I greeted, well, I couldn't really call it greeting. I exchanged a few words with her. It's definitely not something that Rosa just saw wrong. Kitty, are you serious? Yes. But she didn't tell me a name, so I can't say for sure that she was Beatrice. However, and sorry if this is subjective, but since I met her in the entrance hall, I was able to compare her face with the portrait. My first impression was that this portrait has to be hers. This is just all subjective. That's not possible. In the first place, where did that woman come from? The only boat arriving today was the one that brought all of you here. Was she on that boat? Well, hard to say for sure. Of course, I don't remember any woman like that getting off the boat with us. Oh, is that all? Can you prove there wasn't a boat besides the one we rode in on? You can't. You can't prove one didn't arrive. Makes sense. If another boat did arrive, it might be possible to prove it. If someone saw it and said they saw it, then you're done. But it's impossible to prove that a boat didn't arrive. Even if everyone says that no such boat arrived, then they just didn't see it arrive. You can't prove that it didn't arrive secretly. Is that the thing they call a devil's proof? It'd be simple to prove that the devil exists. All you have to do is meet a devil. But it's impossible to prove that devils don't exist. Just by saying that no one has ever met a devil, you can't deny the possibility that they're hiding away somewhere that humans can't go. You can't deny the existence of aliens for exactly that same reason. Until humanity searches the whole space and can show perfectly that aliens don't exist, you can't be sure that they actually don't exist. Sorry. Give me one moment. Therefore, while there may be a number of ways to prove that aliens do exist, it will always be impossible to show proof that denies their existence. The Joe Rogan experience. Jamie, pull up the clip of the alien. You can't prove a negative equals broke. The devil's proof equals woke. Yeah, better name for sure. So any discussion about there being a second boat would just be a waste of our time. She wasn't on the boat with us. That much is fact, so she must have arrived on the island through some other means. Okay, real quick, sorry, before we continue, I'm gonna run another ad break, stretch my legs, in about another hour. I want to turn off the pre-rolls again, so I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Ad break for another 30 seconds. Let that finish out. Get a popsicle. Okay, ad break over. Thank you for your patience with those. They do shut off pre-roll ads for newcomers, as well as give me a second to stand up and stretch my legs and grab some water. I should have blown my nose. I'm so stuffed up, I don't know why. Okay, let's continue. That's right. There may be no need to discuss how she came here. What's important is that she's actually in this mansion now and doesn't feel like having dinner with us. Okay, let's review. Right now there's another guest on the island, other than the 18 people with our family. And this is a guest even Aniki and Natsuhi don't know about, right? I know nothing. I don't even know what you're talking about. Be silent for now. Your headache will get worse. It is as my wife says. I have no idea what you people have been talking about up until now. And there can only be one answer. Father called her here. Called her here for today's family conference. For the family conference? Again. Why? I don't know. I'm questioning you because I thought you might know. Ava, could you give it a rest? Kraus said he doesn't know. So, here's what we got. Father stealthily invited the Witch of the Portrait as a secret guest. And she met with Rosa and Maria and then Kairi. That's all for now. If she has something to say to us, she could just show herself right now. Now, we've got to wonder why she shut herself up without greeting us. Ava's VA is God? Yeah, Ava's VA is so good. Again, she did Android 18's voice. So, just so good. Does that mean Dad, who never gave a crap about the family conference in the first place, secretly called a new mistress here? And had her wear the clothes of his ideal witch? This day is too important for that explanation to fly. There can be only one reason. To join in on the family conference. She wants to claim some right to Father's inheritance. You could also argue as somebody who doesn't know here that she came to speak on behalf of Kinzo. Right? Like to serve in Kinzo's interest and be instructed to and act in the way that he wants without him having to join the conference. Ridiculous. The family head wouldn't have something as filthy as a mistress. False. I told you to be quiet. I've lived in this mansion with Father all this time, and I've never heard a thing about something like that. If we stretch plausibility to the limit, and assume Father had an illegitimate child with some mistress decades ago, then maybe Father searched her out and called her here today. Is that what you're trying to say? Dear, it's absurd to think Father had such a child. To waste the noble blood of the Ushiromiya family on a mistress. This is nothing more than a few people making wild claims. It's obviously a fantasy, a delusion, a daydream. Or is everyone taking part in some kind of act to trick my husband? What act? If anyone's acting, it's you. Quit it, Aniki. Natsuhi-san may be a bit over-vehement, but she's right. Kiri saw her, I didn't. Neither did you, Aniki. But Rosa did. But that means she exists. There are people who can prove she exists, so we're sure right away that she does. It's the opposite of the devil's proof. And I want to meet her too. I want to ask her directly what kind of business she has with the Ushiromiya family. I agree with you on that. I do indeed wish to inquire as to what the business she has on the Rokenjima. Don't play dumb. There's only one thing she could be after. Father's inheritance. We should work out our future plans with a lawyer who's hot on inheritance issues. If that mistress claims equal rights as mother, then our shares will be cut right in half. Wait a second, everyone. Genji will come very soon. He knows everything. I'm sure he'll answer our questions. Until then, let's stop talking about this. Hey, you kids. Sorry, but the adults have to start talking about something complicated. Return to the guest house. Rosa yelled at the children, slightly overcome with emotion. The children didn't understand why they were suddenly being yelled at this time, but Ava and the others realized too soon. They were talking so bluntly about the filthy topic of the inheritance right in front of the children. Of course they wouldn't want their children to remain. So they all immediately agreed with Rosa's plan. That's right. Just as Rosa says. George, take all the cousins and go back to the guest house. You all play nice together. George, do as you're told. Take out all the cousins and leave right now. Wait, Mother. We still haven't finished eating. And dessert hasn't even come out yet. We will have Goda take dessert to the guest house, so leave. Jessica, from here on, the adults will be talking together. Go. Okay. Even though I'm still eating. Well, I guess I won't be the only exception. Thanks for understanding, Battler. But you sure are lucky. Why? I'd want to leave if I could. I bet. I'll let you adults enjoy your happy family chat about the inheritance. I will also leave my seat. At any rate, it appears my turn will not come tonight. Interesting. Is he in the game too? Nanjo quietly rose to his feet. From the seat in the farthest corner, he had calmly watched the whole discussion without butting in. Surely the reaction to this was very adult, just what you'd expect of a calm old gentleman. When Nanjo rose from his seat and ended up encouraging the others who were supposed to leave, the children noisily rose from their seats, and as they hurried to the hallway, the servants returned. I apologize for taking so long. I have called Genji. I was checking to see that all of the doors and windows were shut, so it took me some time. My apologies. Come on, children, to the guest house. Goda, my apologies, but could you carry the children's portion of the dessert to the guest house? Huh. Is that what you wish? It seems Goda wasn't amused to see the dinner he'd worked on so hard be interrupted like this. He sent Natsuhi to a look as though asking on whether that was really okay. Do as Rosa says, and it will not be necessary to send out dessert for us. Do not approach the dining hall until we call for you. Tell the rest of the servants to do the same. Understood? Yeah, as you wish. Come, everyone. Shall we go? Maria, you mustn't trouble your mother anymore. I want to talk about Beato too. Oh, no. Maria, could you tell us about Beatrice in the guest house? I really want to hear about the witch, okay? You're pretty darn smooth, George. I'm impressed. Are you sure you don't have kids? You're too used to this, heh. George's words had completely restored Maria's good mood, and now she took the initiative, telling the others to head to the guest house. It looked like Goda didn't like being kicked out himself, but he couldn't disobey Natsuhi, so he left the room with Battler and the rest, closing the door. Is there some way I might be of service, everyone? Yeah, there sure is. We got a whole bunch of questions. In fact, every one of us does. So much that we almost want to have a lottery to see who gets to ask first. But no matter who wins the first lottery, the first question will be the same, won't it? That's right. Genji, answer honestly. Who is the person called Beatrice in the VIP room right now? Ooh. Big. Whoa. 10 p.m. Yeah, it's getting good. Stuff's about to start happening. I'll be able to do 1 or 2 more chapters tonight, I think. Hideyoshi's claim that advertising doubled the taste was apparently right. After being chased out of the guest house, the kids and Nanjo had gathered in the cousin's room and were eating the cake that Kumasawa had brought for dessert. It was both wonderful and high class, topped with lavish amounts of cream and decorated deliciously with fruits. But delicious as it was, it didn't taste quite as good for some reason. Without Goda selling it, it isn't nearly as good. And if we ask Kumasawa to sell it, she'd just say it's made of mackerel. Classic Kumasawa. Really? You can make cake from mackerel? Oh yeah, absolutely. And you can see with this very cake, if you mix the squeezed juice of mackerel with flour and eggs before cooking, it comes out all fluffy. That'd be incredible if true. Maybe mackerel cake will show up on the new menu at one of Father's restaurants. After all, mackerel's full of nutrients and sounds healthy. It might get really popular with women and the elderly, but I'm not getting anywhere near it. Girls won't eat something that weird. Even the elderly would wish to decline. But it's delicious, you know? Kumasawa was really cheering up the mood with her classic mackerel jokes. But the sound of the downpouring rain kept turning their attention toward the mystery guest. In the end, they showered Maria with questions again, since she was the only person here to have met Beatrice. I can't believe she was actually telling the truth. You make it sound as though you never believed it. This Maria meets a witch business isn't news to you. Yeah. I thought it was just one of those fairy tales you'd expect from a dreamy kid that age. She exists. She exists. Every year when we come to the family conference, I meet her and we play together. That's right. Although Beatrice doesn't usually show herself, I hear she sometimes unexpectedly appears before honest people with clean hearts. Beatrice referred to the character in the fairy tale about the Rokkenjima witch. To keep Kinzo in a good mood, the family and servants acted as though they believed in the witch of his delusions. That's how Rokkenjima's fairy tale, or maybe a ghost story, had come into being. The family members who knew that backstory, the fairy tale of the Golden Witch wasn't something to be taken too seriously. However, they were never able to say that out loud in front of Kinzo. Because of that, the legend of the witch carried a lot more weight to someone like a young Maria, who didn't know the story of how it came into being. That's why Maria believed in the legend of the witch. She accepted it entirely. That was only natural for an imaginative girl who believed in witches. The people had to avoid saying things that would betray her dream. On the contrary, they had worked together to say and do things that would help liven up her dreams without her knowing. So when Maria was showing us that candy that supposedly came from Beatrice, I figured someone subtly slipped it into her handbag. I've done similar things a few times in the past, secretly placing sweets somewhere. Kumasawa, or rather all of the servants and everyone in the Yashiromiya family has done it once or twice. So, if I'll make a small, innocent kid happy, you might place a sweet somewhere and have everyone join in on keeping the secret alive for her. I'll bet you do that kind of thing all the time, George. Who knows? Excuse me. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. That was really gross. I got a big chunk of phlegm in my throat. It'd probably be too boorish to admit such a thing out loud. George admitted it while being extremely wary that Maria didn't find out. In other words, it's kind of like Santa Claus. To protect a kid's dream, the parents plot together and lie, setting presents in the bedside of a child fast asleep. After all, you want to protect kids' dreams, right? Obviously, I've known Santa doesn't exist for a long time now, but there's no reason to wake up from a dream like that. I wish I could have believed it all my life. Because adults know that the world is filled with terrible things, they want to at least protect the pure dreams of a child. Beatrice exists. Exists. Yes, she does. Beatrice does exist, right? Some time ago, when I was drying mackerel to make some black tea, suddenly... Well, it basically goes something like that. Supposedly, at least. So simply put, this was supposed to be a witch that no one but Maria believed in. I wouldn't phrase it quite like that. The point isn't that we didn't believe. We were all trying to give her a chance to believe. So, is this about not betraying a child's innocence? But Santa doesn't exist in reality. If you don't want kids to be all disappointed when they learn the truth, you'd be better off not showing them that dream in the first place. Is the fact that I think like this proof that I'm still a long way from becoming a full adult? It's the true nature of Rokkenjima Witch has finally started taking shape in Battler's mind. However, their current situation overrode this understanding, and in fact it completely overturned its very premise. So we thought we knew what was going on, but now Beatrice the witch has actually appeared in reality. Isn't that it? And judging by how freaked out our parents were, it looked like she was not an invited guest. Now it's starting to get interesting. There's no reason for us to simply assume that a woman called Beatrice doesn't exist. It's what Uncle Rudolph called a devil's proof. None of us know that a woman calling herself Beatrice existed. But that's not the same as proving that she doesn't exist. Dr. Nanjo, you've been friends with grandfather for a long time, right? At one point during the family conference, I was questioned thoroughly about by Kraus and the others. They wanted to know if, long ago, Kinzo might have had a mistress called Beatrice and an illegitimate child with her. Oh yeah, I get it. Our parents have their heads full with the inheritance problem. Hands full. Heads full. It is heads full. So of course, if the daughter of a mistress like that showed up, it'd be troublesome for them. Kraus and the rest probably asked Genji about it first. However, Genji is an aide who's sworn loyalty to Kinzo and is probably a friend more trusted by Kinzo than myself. I doubt he told them anything. So, next they want to ask me as an old friend of his. And? Did grandfather have a lover called Beatrice, Dr. Nanjo? He did. No. I've never met her. However, I've heard from Kinzo that he had a relationship with a woman like that. He said she passed away a very long time ago. She's dead. So did the two of them have a kid? That I do not know. But Kinzo always says that reviving Beatrice is the goal of his research. Usually, if one loses a mistress but has a child left behind to remember them by, they pour all of their love into that child. Therefore, we naturally assume that there is no such child between Kinzo and Beatrice. Why is the portrait changing? That leaves us with another devil's proof. Yeah. It's impossible to prove that a child between him and a mistress didn't exist. So now that this child has actually appeared, we have to assume she did exist after all. That's a bit of a rushed argument. It's more realistic that someone caught wind of the trouble with the Ushiromiya family inheritance. Knew about grandfather's relationship with a mistress long ago, and impersonated her, trying to take a slice of the inheritance for themselves. Back? Welcome back. Sure, that is realistic. But we can't deny the possibility that she really is an illegitimate child. One who lived in isolation, forgotten by grandfather, and who's returned for revenge, right? Revenge? What do you mean? Oh, sorry. Guys like to dramatize stuff to make it sound interesting. I've seen way too many weird dramas. Heh. Normally that might have come off as a light joke, but the joke had landed after an uninvited mystery guest calling herself Beatrice had marched on in the day of the family conference, where the bloody argument that the inheritance had become took center stage. Yeah, I think he actually meant revenge. There was no way Battler's joke would be welcomed with laughter. It was really a big help when Nanjo laughed brightly to calm everyone down. Ha! I see. That does sound quite intriguing. I would love to read a novel with a plot like that. Well, I don't think it could actually work. After all, right now on this island, there's 18 people, right? If anyone tried to do something weird, they'd immediately get caught. And thanks to the typhoon, they can't even leave the island. In other words, if you tried to commit some crazy crime, you'd be screwed. I agree. In a dead end without any way to escape, and in a situation where everyone's really suspicious of her, I seriously doubt she could pull off a terrifying revenge drama like that. Probably not. In that case, it would be more realistic if she had come in secret, without making her presence known. I simply cannot imagine someone appearing openly to take revenge outside of some historical drama. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, who knows, right? Revenge is based on emotion, not logic. If you've got someone willing to go down along with their opponent, they might not be afraid of anything. Not even the police or large numbers of people. It's okay, Jessica-chan. None of the disturbing things we're imagining will happen. Like the battle royale between our parents over the inheritance isn't disturbing. That's right. Dad and Uncle Rudolph are pretty tough. And Aunt Ava's even trained in martial arts. We'll be fine. Yeah. Jessica didn't say it out loud, but she'd vaguely noticed that her own father stood in opposition to all the other siblings in the inheritance issue. They usually played nice in front of the children, but when that pretense was lifted away, like it had been at dinner, the result would be a tumultuous uproar. After realizing this, it was only natural for Jessica to be frightened at the thought that her parents might get caught up in some kind of trouble. That her parents might get caught up in some kind of trouble and become human sacrifices for something terrifying. Seriously, George is right. Nothing's gonna happen. Even if she pretends she's a witch, what can a single human woman who can't even use magic do? Haha. A sudden creepy laugh made all of them jump, and when they realized the strange laugh was coming from Maria, they were shocked again. I see. So that's how you see it, Battler. What? Don't laugh all creepy like that. You accept Beatrice's existence for now. At least you accept her as the 19th person and as a guest. But that's all, right? You don't accept that the 19th person, Beatrice, is a witch, right? All the crazy things to say. Of course that's what I think. Witches couldn't possibly exist. The only possibility is that she's a human woman claiming to be a witch. Isn't that odd, Battler? That's a devil's proof, isn't it? Of course witches don't exist. But that's just because you've never met a witch. That doesn't mean you've proven that witches don't exist, right? That's right. You're not wrong. I can't prove that witches don't exist. However, even if I can't prove it, I can claim it. I claim that witches don't exist. Why? How can you claim that witches don't exist, even though you can't prove it? Because things like that don't exist. So that's QED. You finished your proof without any evidence or basis. Now there's a typical case of the ignorant, willfully ignorant, ignoring the shallowness of their own knowledge. Wow. So, like, she's way wise beyond her years when she's in this, like, possessed form. I think she's either possessed or, like, she's lived way more timelines than it seems like. A reckless suspension of thought? There's only one way to resolve this, Maria. The witch's side needs to show some proof themselves. That's the devil's proof again. If you bring me a devil, we can end this right now. In this case, we can just get the woman calling herself Beatrice to display some wonderful, magnificent magic like twinkling stars. All she has to do is show us something. That's impossible for humans. All she has to do is show us something that's impossible for humans, right? Come now, you two. Please, settle down. Kumasawa noticed that the atmosphere between them was getting worse and tried to calm them. It seemed as though Battler quickly realized that he wasn't acting like an adult, but Maria's expression didn't loosen. As she laughed creepily, she kept staring at Battler. You quit it too, Maria. Let's get back to a good mood, okay? If that's what you want, Beatrice will definitely show you something impossible for humans. When she does, you'll believe too, okay? You'll believe in Beatrice? Sure. If she lets me have a look, I'll believe. It's a chess debate between the witch and you, Battler. If you get checkmated, you'll believe in the witch. Ooh, I like the way you put that. The witch shows her magic. My king is put in check. I quibble, saying it'd be possible to reproduce her feat using measures a human could take, and my king escapes. Failing to do that would be checkmate. So that's a pretty good analogy. Battler, in chess, you and your opponent have pieces that move in the same way, so you can predict your opponent's moves. But you know what? What you aren't expecting is that your opponent's pieces might be able to move in ways far stranger than yours. You've simply assumed since witches must not exist, the movements of Beatrice's pieces will obviously be the same as your own. T or D? D. But you know what? Sorry, Battler, but your chess partner isn't human. She's a witch. She can move her pieces in ways human can't. Right now, your understanding is flawed. Battler, You like on Kyrie's chessboard thinking, right? Yeah. I like that style of thinking, where you stand in your opponent's shoes. And that's why you'll get stuck. Even though your opponent is a witch, you won't accept it. So you can't understand the moves a witch might make, and your chessboard thinking won't work. Your knowledge of your opponent is mistaken. The very first premise of chessboard thinking is broken down. Ah. So that's your game. Dare you to eat spice ramen. I'm alright, thank you. I can't go prepare that and make that right now. You cannot win in chess against a witch. Chessboard thinking, huh? I don't know what happened after that. We servants were strictly ordered not to approach the dining room. I see. So Shannon, have you ever met this person called Beatrice before? I don't know. That was a slightly odd way to say it. It didn't quite sound as if she was saying her memory was hazy. For us servants, Beatrice is a second master of this mansion. Some people say we've spread that rumor because of the master's influence. But even when I just started working here, the story of Beatrice-san was already being whispered of. I am the witch? Oh, well. Welcome to the chat, Beatrice. I've heard about it before. If you don't show her respect, you'll get cursed. And at least one servant actually did meet with an accident, right? Yes. But it's true that some people believed more than others. It's interesting that they said someone who wants revenge wouldn't show themselves, like in the first episode. Yeah, like... It's weird too, because Battler's basically daring Beatrice to just come out and do some magic. And there's some reason that she just can't do that. Because she would just win. If she just came out and, like, cast Fireball, she would just win, right? So I don't understand. It's probably to do with the rules of how magic works. But, like... maybe it's one of those things that kind of has, like, a pull in both ways. You know what I mean? Like... she gets more powerful as more people believe, but she can't, like... make people believe. She has to make people, like, organically believe in it. Curious. I vaguely believe that a shadowy being called the Golden Witch existed. And then that witch, whose existence was so shadowy and obscure, actually showed herself and entered openly through the entrance hall. Is that what happened? I don't know. I don't know anything. When you brought her dinner, did you talk about anything? No. I see. Still, a witch that eats food somehow doesn't sound so realistic. Maybe, after all, it's just someone who knows about the witch legend. Someone who's taking on her name. I think you've probably come to respect Beatrice and think of her as something like a guardian or a god of this mansion. So when a person appeared actually going by that name, maybe you were a little disturbed. That's right. I guess that must be the case. George was slightly at a loss with what to do about Shannon's downcast appearance. Maybe not just Genji, but even the young servants had been ruthlessly questioned as to whether they knew anything about this Beatrice. Thinking of that, he tried to cheer her up somehow. Have you played M-Back? I have played M-Back. I'm not very good at it, but I have played. Surely, just like Maria and Jessica, Shannon was unable to fully hide agitation caused by the sudden visit of this person calling herself the Golden Witch. He'd been sure that this was the case. But George probably had no way of looking into Shannon's heart. Shannon was bitter and sad. The door to the Golden Land would be opened, and the witch had definitely told her that. That meant the demise of everything. Even if she accepted that ring from George, they would never be married now. No, in the first place, did furniture like her even have the right to be married? Even if the witch didn't come to signal their demise, wasn't their relationship fated to fail sooner or later? Had she turned her gaze to focus solely on this fun day spent with George, while purposefully closing her eyes to the sad reality? What's wrong? You really haven't looked well for a while now. George, what does it mean to be engaged? Huh? It means a promise to marry. But I think in that sense, it means the same thing as marriage. To be honest, I want to take you home as my wife right away. But right now, I'm in the middle of training, and I'm still a long way from having the capacity to create my own castle. That's why I want to take you home with me until with my hand held high, only after I've become a full adult. That was a 10 out of 10 cow, huh? Which one? Oh, the huh? I'm not talking about the distant future. I just want you to wait a short 3 years. But that doesn't mean I want to lie about my feelings for another 3 years. So I decided to give you an engagement ring. That might be a shameful reason as a man. Maybe it's shameful to get engaged because I want you to wait, since I can't support my work and a wife at the same time yet. But I will definitely. Oh, thank you. I understand that you, George, an engagement ring means something different than one of the many presents you'd given to a lover. Of course it's different. An engagement ring isn't a simple accessory. It's an oath between lovers, a noble promise left in the form of a ring. So if you were to get married right away, it'd be completely meaningless, right? Then it wouldn't be an engagement ring. I'd give it to you as a wedding ring. Either way, I'd still be giving you a ring. So it's a sold sign. Like, this woman is mine. Nobody touch her. No, that's not what I... George knew that he was weak by nature. When he'd been captivated by Shannon and had sworn to become an excellent man, he also sworn to throw away He had also sworn to throw away that weak part of himself. So even if he had to be blunt about it, he chose to answer a little roughly. He was sure that doing so would bolster and reassure Shannon.
Yeah.
No. That may be true. Sayo. I'll make you my wife. I won't give you to anyone else. I'll make you mine alone. So, no one will lay a hand on you. That's what this ring is. Without a doubt. Thank you, George. I'm truly happy. Then, George, if it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, that this promise could never be fulfilled, would you still give it to me? Shannon tried to ask that, but she swallowed her words. Because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He had said it to him, and an engagement ring was infinitely smaller than a wedding ring. Followage? I don't think I have that command. It says here you've been following since November 14th, 2023. If I click your name. Therefore, accepting George's ring had significance far more sacred than a promise to marry. So, I'll stop calling this an engagement ring. From now on, this isn't an engagement. It's a wedding ring. Is that really okay? Do me. I think you could actually click your own name and see it too. Following since March 27th, 2024. You actually might not be able to do it on every channel. But if you just click your name in the chat, I think it can show it. Yeah. It's enough to tell God, Father, and Mother about it afterwards. We'll tell them all that we've been married. No one will be able to undo it. George, I'm not saying this because it's of a momentary emotion. I'm just now looking at how you are now. I'm looking at you of tomorrow, the next day. I'm even gazing as you as you'll be in old age in the future as I say this. You're always talking about that, George. About how you want to enjoy your old age slowly, surrounded by healthy children and grandchildren. Yeah. At that time, an older you will be beside me. This is what I expect. No. What I foresee. Yes. Because that day will surely come. Will it surely come? Yeah, surely. Definitely. And this ring proves it without words. Please, show me. Here you go. George, thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took it out of the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to do it cool. But Shannon wasn't looking at that. In her straight and direct gaze were vague tears and a smile. She focused her eyes on George's eyes. No, on something she could see beyond his eyes. Please, show me that future. Yeah, I'll show you. Surely. I promise it. And not just until old age. After we die, too. Even when we become spirits, we'll always be together. Shannon wiped away her tears and took the ring box. Inside was a diamond ring worthy of blessing the two of them. George said the line that he'd practiced over and over again inside his head. I want you to put this ring on whatever finger you like and have that be your answer. So by tomorrow morning... Shannon smiled, took the ring, and with a completely natural movement, put it on the ring finger of her left hand. It really had looked like such a natural, ordinary movement. And for a while, George was stunned. My face when I remember the actual value of diamonds and how they came to be. This is my answer, George. Shannon. No. Sayo. Even when we become spirits, we'll always, always be together. George. There was no blessing from God, no pastor to witness, but the two were married, proclaimed it. Two souls were joined here today. Fudge. Nason, you're a fool. Is that so? Even though you're furniture. Even though you're furniture. I'm not furniture. Not anymore. Liar. Why are you fooling yourself? Even though you know you can never become human. Even though you know you can't become human unless you go to the Golden Lands. Knowing that, why did you abandon the promise that would let you go there? Oh, right. By accepting the ring, that promise with Beatrice comes to nothing, doesn't it? I'm sorry. From now on, I, you, George, the Master, and everyone else are under some conditions. Under the same conditions. 13 people will be sacrificed. Only 5 people will be invited to the Golden Land. I love Eunice. I will forever be grateful for that video you made. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad it worked out. I made that on a whim for fun. You know, you can actually thank the Honko Gamer for that, because he made that other post about how like nobody makes uni content, and I was like, you know what? Screw that. I'm gonna make uni content, and then that video came to be. So yeah, you can thank him for that. That's why I made that video. It was a spite. It was made for spite. And you rejected one of those places yourself. That's odd. It looks like you're the one with regrets, Canon. Oh yeah, I got the game because I saw the character in your guide. That's so sick. I'm glad everybody enjoys my content. I really wish I didn't have to work so hard at my like full-time job and could make content more frequently. But sorry, I dropped something. Hold on. Me when I'm embarrassed because people are complimenting me. Yeah, no, I really do appreciate the support that everybody provides. I love hanging out on stream. It's really the best way for me to relax and separate from work, which takes up like 80% of my time outside of streaming. You're the one with regrets, aren't you, Nason? You got engaged, right? The old ball and chain, am I right? Even though you knew it was a fate that would never be fulfilled. Yes, I promised that we would always be together for eternity. So you know what? In that instant, our eternity was completed. Even if we become sacrifices, it's already been completed. So it's okay. Canon, you're the one who actually has regrets. We're furniture, right? We'll be freed no matter the result. So it doesn't matter whether we go to the Golden Land or not. And yet, you're set on going there. You want to become human no matter what, right? Why? Because I want to become human? Had enough of being furniture. Just say you're not furniture, dude. Why? I wanted to fall in love too. Tears were coming from Canon's eyes, and he howled. I liked Jessica. And after seeing her that day, I started liking her even more. And when I heard that she also liked me, I was really happy. But I'm furniture. I can't accept Milady's feelings. That's so sad. He's been, like, conditioned to, like, I guess see himself as worthless. You're wrong. We may be furniture. We may be less than human. But that doesn't mean that we aren't qualified to love. I thought that if these feelings would never come to anything, I'd be better off not having them. Oh. I just decided that eventually I'd disappear, and that I'd definitely hurt her. No, that's wrong. I was just frightened. I was afraid, thinking that any love that could be eternal was best avoided. Even though their lives last only a few weeks, Shikaidas fall in love and then vanish. But you'll never find a Shikaida that refused to fall in love simply because it'd end in a few weeks. Aww. It seemed that Kanon was still muttering his regrets, but by now it was all jumbled up in his sobs. That witch is detestable. Why did she plant those feelings in me? If only she hadn't pulled that bizarre prank, I wouldn't have paid Milady any notice. Beatrice is detestable. To make you cry bitter tears, she played games with your fate. But I don't think things went as the witch expected, after all. Knowing love isn't a regret that ties you to life. It is the destination we're supposed to reach in our journey through life. Interesting. Beatrice Formide original outfit is outside. I think the person in the building and this person are different people. I think they both call themselves Beatrice, but I think this is like the spirit of the island, the witch, and I think the one in the house is like an actual person posing as the witch. Well now, Kanon, that promise you worked so hard for has now come to nothing. Very well then. With this, the condition for all the pieces are the same. There are 18 pieces. 13 will be offered as sacrifices. Who will the 5 survivors be? Or else, will someone destroy this ceremony? Who? How? Oh, she's kind of talking to us, huh? This isn't a chess problem. It's a game on equal footing. It won't be cornering you once. I won't be cornering you one-sidedly. You'll be able to frantically escape my advances and force a tie, an invalid match. At any rate, I doubt you manage more than repeating that over and over. Interesting concept there that she says a tie is on the table. And that's probably how episode 2 ends, is in a stalemate between Beatrice and Battler. And it probably won't be that difficult for you. However, this invalid match will continue forever, until it eventually wears down your mind and kills it. That is when you'll accept your defeat and surrender to me. There's a reason I said it was a game on equal footing. Because the rules for my loss have also been established. There's nothing as boring as a game you can't lose, right? As for how to defeat me, that would be the epitaph that stands as an offering to my portrait. In both the way to open the door to the Golden Land and the key to destroying my ceremony, I'll try to complete the ceremony in accordance with the epitaph. You'll try to solve the riddle of the epitaph, destroy the ceremony, and overthrow me. Okay, how about this one, Beatrice? What if I just put a scorpion seal on everybody's door? Actually, there's a couple ways to do it. Put a scorpion seal on everybody's door and have them just stay in their rooms overnight so that they can't be sacrificed on the first night. That's rule number, that's way number 1. Which, on a second note here, Maria doesn't have the scorpion charms. She didn't give them to Jessica and Battler. So, nobody's safe night 1 here. Except maybe Kinzo in his study. Second approach, get into Kinzo's study and just have everybody pile in there so nobody can be killed. Solve the riddle hidden in the epitaph and expose the location of the vast sum of gold I gave to Kinzo. What result will this game show us? I'm expecting a good fight, okay? Entertain me. Kinzo would kill them? Perhaps. The way she calls the Battler is so sick. Where the hell is he? I have no objections. Natsuhi and I acknowledge it. I can't believe it, and I don't want to. But this is the truth, isn't it? Natsuhi, choose your words more carefully. She is the family's most honored guest. I also acknowledge it. Why are they in a church? I can't argue back. Yes, I acknowledge it. I have absolutely no complaints. I can't believe you actually... You have my honest respect. Me too. Incredible. I genuinely respect you, so I have to acknowledge it. I acknowledge it too, and I still can't believe it. What can I do? You've proven devils. It's your victory. Whoa, she's talking with the family in this church? The devil's proof was a convenient excuse you liked using to handle unprovable matters, but now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not? The human Beatrice seems to be aware of the meta chess game. Yes. I think she is like, call it the avatar of Beatrice, right? Don't touch me. Don't torture me, mighty witch. I've already acknowledged you. I resign. Kitty, do you still have objections? I must have everyone in agreement. If you alone will not acknowledge my existence. As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started getting frantic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kiri lightly closed her eyes, and after keeping silent for a while, opened her mouth. My apologies. I resign. Only Kiri had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, this had only resulted in her refusing to accept the truth for a short time. The truth that the being that was before her eyes couldn't be denied. Devils had already been proven. I also acknowledge it. You are Beatrice, the Ushirome family alchemist, and user of great magic. I must acknowledge the fact that you are a witch. Interesting. Happening. So all of the older siblings acknowledge this Beatrice in some church, not even in like the dining room. What is happening? Are they all gonna die? Are these the 6? No, there's 7 people here. Who's gonna die? George. Yeah, weird. They're just showing everybody. Oh, is he about to start spitting? Nope. All the players in the game are here. About to get lit. Stuff's about to go down. We're gonna keep playing. Are we at the next morning? Yeah, so Beatrice participated in the family conference this night and got them all to basically admit that she is Beatrice. Is the portrait actually changing, or is there another one? I don't know the answer to that, actually. Second day. All right. I'm going to run an ad break since we're at a new chapter. I want to keep the pre-rolls off. I also would like to stretch my legs, get some water. So I encourage you to do the same. We're going to do at least this chapter, which is probably, each chapter is about an hour. We're going to do at least this chapter. And then, well, each chapter is maybe about an hour and a half. So we're going to do this chapter and then see where that takes us. But thank you as always for sticking around. I do appreciate y'all. I will be right back.
Okay. I once again forgot to blow my nose while taking it, but I don't know how my brain functions this poorly this often. All right, it's time. What's the sound that always fills my ears? Is it the sound of the rain, the sound of the waterfall, or could it be radio static? If not, I want it to be the sound of blood flowing through my body. I want it to be the sound of the blood circulating throughout me, telling me that I am still alive. Is it morning? The light entering through a crack in the curtain was faint, but at least told him that dawn had broken. Kinzo, still in the position he'd been when he woke up, still sitting in a chair and looking up at the ceiling, felt the blood slowly travel through his body. Judging by the clock, it was early morning, 6 on the dot. No matter how tired he was, no matter how deeply he slept, he always woke up at exactly this time, as though he measured it with an hourglass. He didn't think of it as something to boast about, but he told himself that, as long as he could still manage this, his health couldn't be that bad. Morning has come, which means... It would appear I've avoided becoming one of the first sacrifices. Was I merely lucky when this roulette was spun? Or is this the fruit of my efforts? How irritating that I cannot tell the difference. But I mustn't be bothered by such trivialities. Kinzo was struck by a faint desire to see beyond the study door. After all, he might find traces of someone's vain struggle to break through the door. A sign that someone had tried to select him as one of the first 6 sacrifices. Humans are cheap creatures. Whoa! Hi, Zabo. Thank you for the raid. Hi, raiders. Welcome, welcome. The Kiski Cafe guests have come butting in. That is a butt, all right. Welcome, raiders. Hi, hi. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. I largely play fighting games on this channel, but I've also been in... Did you just call me Zebo? Isn't that what you go by? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that's not correct. I feel like I've seen you... Okay, that's my apologies. That's my bad. I forgot to copy the raid message. That's the best raid message there is. Matthias, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. You good? Okay. Thank you, but yeah, I largely play fighting games on this channel. And visual novels. Today we are playing Umineko. Lynat Milia, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Challengers. Appreciate having you here. So we're playing Umineko. We are on episode 2. Looks like you were playing some Rising. Heck
Good time to hydrate, because I just pissed myself.
I'm sorry, but I can't help with that yet.
Shut up, Cortana. Not now.
All right, yeah. So we're playing Umineko. If you've not played Umineko, you are in for potential spoilers. So if you want to hang out and, if you want to hang out and chill, that is up to you, but there will be potential spoilers. We are in episode 2 of 8, so still fairly early on, but a lot has happened. If you need to take care of yourself post-stream, you are also more than welcome to do that. Leverless has been an experience. I've never tried Leverless myself, but yeah. Good luck at EVO. I can't make it this year, but good luck at EVO. Good luck at EVO. Unknown, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Challengers. Meow, meow. Okay, so yeah, we're going to get back to the story. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you, raiders. Any of your dads yelling at me to help them with something going to lurk? All right, appreciate the lurk and the raid. Thank you for sharing your folks with me, and you have a good night. Humans are cheap creatures. Even though everything is ultimately decided by God, when humans are given good fortune, they arrogantly feel it was due to their own ability. That was why he wanted to check whether there was a wretched mark on the door. The very desire was human. That was why Kinzo did not check. He often rejected desires that came to him because he was human. By doing that, he could be immersed in a feeling of sufficiency, as though he himself had become a being that surpassed humans. He recognized human desires for what they were and guarded against them. Things that a human would want to do, he resisted. This eccentric and rebellious nature had surely given him a rare genius. He's a Sigma male?
making it possible for him to succeed in his exploits as he revived the Ushirumiya family in a single generation. Well then, Beatrice, what were the 6 pieces you took, and what will your next move be? Entertain me. My defense is perfect. I will not shame myself like last time. Big Black. Kinzo, my defense is perfect. The servants woke early. They had to open the curtains, prepare breakfast, and compile various other tasks to welcome the guests to a new day. Goda was the most enthusiastic, so Goda survived this time. During the family conference... Actually, can we see who's dead? No, we don't know yet. During the family conference, he had been told to concentrate his efforts specifically on cooking, and he'd been specially exempted from several tasks that servants normally must do. Goda, who was the show-off, seemed to be feeling particularly superior because of that. He let Genji and the rest prepare the rest of the mansion and worked on making breakfast in the kitchen. Genji split the work with Shannon and Cannon, and they carried out various tasks. Oh, has he done a ceremony like this with Beato before? Was not aware. Has who done that? Kinzo? I think Kinzo just knows the rules of it. Yeah, I think he just knows the rules of it, but it's possible he's been looping around, right? Shannon headed to the dining hall and knocked. Last year, the family conference had continued into the early hours of the morning. It wouldn't have been odd this year's It wouldn't have been odd if this year's conference had done the same. Considering the possibility that they were still having a discussion inside, she knocked. But there was no response. She opened the door and said good morning. Also, Rosa didn't read the note at dinner. Unless she only read it to the adults. Good morning. Is anyone there? Kinzo was curious because he said last time. Yeah, maybe he's looping too. The room was cold and the conference seemed to have ended a long time before. There was a tea set at the table from which they'd probably been drinking arranged in a way that would make it easy to clean up. Cleaning up the tea was a servant's job. If the family members were extra generous and cleaned it up themselves, the servants would lose face. It was a truly pleasant act of kindness for the family to do only this much. As she approached the table to clean it, she noticed something like a memo that had been left near the utensils and cups. Since it was right next to the tea set, Shannon picked it up, naturally thinking it was a memo for the servant doing the cleaning. Written there was not a request, nor was it thanks for preparing the tea. There was just a single word. Shannon looked at it blankly and read it out loud. Chapel. There's a chapel in the mansion. A small sound kept repeating over and over. Normally, that sound would have been too trivial to be worth caring about. If only I could stop hearing it soon. They're cooked? Yeah, 100%. I could go back to sleep right away, she thought vaguely. But no matter how much time passed, the sound did not end. It repeated over and over. Ah, shut up. Who is it? Banging on the door this whole time. As soon as she realized that, she woke up. Someone was knocking. Then she noticed that it wasn't just a knock, but a voice as well. Rosa, good morning. Oh, wait, I'm coming now. It had been Genji's voice. Looking at the clock, it wasn't even 7 yet. But clearly too early to wake the guests. Okay, so the 6 sacks are Natsuhi, Kraus, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kairi. Has to be. Did something happen that was bad enough to cause this? She felt her sleepiness increasingly fade thanks to this premonition of misfortune. Though Genji was a servant, Rosa had known him since her childhood days. So even though she was slightly defenseless in her pajamas, she opened the door to crack and answered. Good morning. I apologize for waking you this early. Did something happen? Yes. Actually at the chapel. Genji whispered something into Rosa's ear. For a second, it seemed Rosa couldn't understand what she'd been told. After having it repeated several times, she realized that apparently something strange had happened. Rosa closed her door for a second, changed her clothes, and followed Genji toward the mansion. Beatrice has taken the adults every time at the beginning. The chapel requires some explanation. It wasn't in the mansion, but in a grove behind it, a short walk's distance away. It had been built at the same time as the mansion, so its walls had been repaired many times, making it look new from the outside, but it was a very old building. Rosa dashed through the rain along with Genji. Just like the previous night, the rain was falling in earnest.
Eventually, the chapel came into sight from beyond a thin grove. Just looking at it from the outside, it seemed a place of dazzling beauty, where a pair of young lovers might want to get married. However, Kinzo apparently viewed it as a very sacred place. So Rosa and her siblings had been given strict instructions not to approach it unnecessarily. Even though they were all grown up now, approaching the chapel for any reason would still make them feel guilty, and also afraid, as if their father might get angry and hit them. The servants' silhouettes could be seen in front of the chapel's entrance, Goda, Shannon, and Cannon, which meant that all of the servants on the morning shift had gathered. A short while ago, Genji had spoken to Rosa, telling her what the situation was. However, without laying eyes on it directly, she definitely hadn't been able to understand. It was probably the same for all the servants gathered here as well. Without seeing it with their own eyes, wouldn't have been able to understand what was going on. On the door at the entrance to the chapel was something very large, drawn with a creepy, stingy paint that made one think of blood. Something like a creepy magic circle. Huh? What is this? When was it drawn here? The servants looked at each other. Goda was the first to open his mouth. My apologies. I don't usually enter this building, so we don't know when it was made. Then who found it? It was me. When I went to the dining hall to clean up the tea set, I found a memo with Chapel written on it. Shannon held out a memo with a shaking hand. Whose handwriting is it? Is it Nissan or Nissan's? So after that, you came here and found this, right? Yes. Rosa, look at this. What? Happy Halloween for... Cannon pointed at the single line of English written below the creepy magic circle. Until it had been pointed out to her, she had thought it was just another part of the magic circle. Then the following words were written in English. It's going to say Happy Halloween to Battler. Happy Halloween for Maria. Happy Halloween for Maria. This is a creepy magic circle. This creepy magic circle was for Maria. Happy Halloween. Yesterday, only one person had said Happy Halloween to Maria. The key phrase matched. It was the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What about Maria? She should be sleeping with her cousins, right? Did you check? My apologies. We just now realized that Maria's name was written here. We still have not checked. Quickly. What are you doing? I'll go check on Maria and come back. Tell Kraus and the rest too. After that, follow their instructions. After saying that much, Rosa finally noticed that something was odd. Her own rank in this family conference was the lowest of the 4 siblings. Why had she been the only one called during an abnormal situation like this, when the other siblings hadn't been? Even if Maria's name had popped up. Could it be? Huh? Yes. We tried to contact Kraus, but we couldn't find him. And Madame was not in her room. Judging by the conditions of the sheet, she might not have returned to her bed at all last night. Rosa felt something creepy crawling slowly up her back. Did you check inside the chapel? No. We tried, but... Actually, the lock to the chapel is special, so the master key does not work. There's a single key that can open it, but that key is missing from the key box. She didn't want to get closer to the door with the creepy magic circle if she could. Rosa readied herself and approached, and then tried pushing and pulling the knob. And all she felt was the resistance of the sturdy lock. We searched to see if there was a window we could enter through, but I think we'd have to break one of the windows if we wanted to check inside. Ah, this is Beatrice showing that this is something only a witch could have done, because there's no way into this chapel. What do you think? She tried to do it with the storage unit, but that wasn't convincing enough. Now she's doing it with the chapel. There's no way I can give you approval to do something like that. This is Father's precious chapel. At that time, the events of the previous day swirled around in the back of Rosa's mind. That's right. When I met that witch in the rose garden, didn't she hand Maria an envelope? Yeah, there's no mistake. She did hand it over. When Maria tried to open it, the witch told her not to do it yet, and she surely said, the time to open that will come soon. Rosa was sure. There could be no mistake. The envelope Maria had received was... the key to the chapel? Happy Halloween. Merry Christmas, Mr. Tsukimoto. After dashing back to the guest house, Rosa approached the cousin's room while holding her footsteps, softly opened the door and peered inside. From the inside, she could hear the hasty snores typical of young people. There were 4 children, and Maria was there, sleeping soundly. And breathing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. She was after Maria's handbag, which was resting on the sofa. Maria always liked carrying her treasures around with her. She was probably emulating how her mother always carried her makeup with her. Of course, she was just imitating her mother, so everything on the inside was junk. In Maria's case, it was full of small, creepy occult items, notebooks describing things of nature, and so on. Stretch? Sure. Oof.
Man.
Rosa had never been happy to see her daughter walking around with things like that, which weren't girlish at all. However, trying to force Maria to stop had resulted in a big fight, so she decided to let it be. Here. This is it. A Western envelope with the crest of the gold eagle. When she took it out of the bag, she realized there was a heavy, vaguely cylindrical object inside. She could tell by its feel and weight. There was no doubt. It was a key. Oh, the key! Turning around and checking that Maria was still sound asleep, Rosa tore open the envelope and the contents spilled out into her palm. The key was old with an intricate design. Rosa gripped the key and dashed out. Battler seemed to have noticed that sound, but after grumbling and turning over in his sleep, he started snoring again. Genji, could this be the key to the chapel? Where was that? Yes, this is the key to the chapel. Rosa approached the creepy magical circle once again and put the key in the keyhole. There was a strong resistance. After it resisted for a short while, it stopped with a clunk. Then, squeaking with a noise that hurt one's ears, it slowly began to open. Is anyone there? Her voice reverberated through the massive room. Of course, there was no answer. The chapel had a high ceiling and the air was cold, and even on the rainy, unsettling day, it felt sacred for some reason. The servants timidly followed after Rosa. Rosa, look at that. Canon noticed immediately and pointed. Over there was the altar. The place that would normally have a pastor preaching of God's love, there was a table that shouldn't have been. At first look, it looked like a dining table. Whoa, there's like Halloween stuff there. There actually were gorgeous plates and utensils placed there, making it look like a child's birthday party or something. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding area had been decorated with pumpkins and black and orange ribbons. They were Halloween decorations, and there were people seated at the table. 3 people on each side facing each other, seated in chairs. They could be recognized at a glance. Kraus, his wife, Ava and her husband, and Rudolph and his wife. If you wanted to be sure, you'd still have to go even closer and check, because they seem almost like dolls. Rosa and the rest had opened the door, entering all at once with the sound of many footsteps, and called out, asking if anyone was there. Hello, Day. How's it going? I like your model. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Walpert. I appreciate it. And yet, there had been no reaction. Even if Rosa and the rest assumed they were being ignored, you'd still expect there to be some kind of reaction. And there hadn't even been that. So at first, it felt like someone had set down some dolls that greatly resembled those people. But now, it wasn't just Rosa. Shannon and Cannon, and even Goda, they were all fighting frantically with the creepy emotion that grasped their hearts. Nissan. Nissan. As she walked toward the altar, she called out again, but there was still no reaction. Yes, by now Rosa was sure of it. She was sure they weren't dolls, but the people themselves. This is... You have a nice voice to listen to? Oh, thank you. I try. I do like doing visual novel streams as well, so... We like to do some reading and some chatting. This is... Are they going to be creepily stitched up dolls? Good question. As they grew close enough to see clearly what lay on the table, it still looked like an adorable banquet, reminiscent of a child's birthday party. Plates piled up with sweets, cute pitchers with drinks, all kinds of pumpkin-shaped ornaments. They were all decorated in a Halloween style. And while this probably wasn't the time to be thinking it, Maria would surely have been delighted to see all of this. It was the state of the table they sat in front of, apparently asleep. It was an eerie scene, as though a small, fun-looking Halloween party had been stopped in time. They're all... sleeping? When she approached even closer to them, she realized that there were snacks scattered all over the floor. Candies, cookies, soda, and chocolate, all with heavily fantasy-themed packaging. They were all scattered across a carpet covered with blackberry and cranberry jam. Oh my god. Yeah, the blackberry and cranberry jam is blood, huh? Feels pumpkin, man. Rosa and the rest finally realized the situation. It was a Halloween party, a banquet for those not of this world. Kraus, Nazi, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Kairi were seated in chairs, apparently asleep, but all dead. Banger alert? Perhaps. Oh, they're gutted from the center. And it's definitely them this time. There's no face. Or there's no face obfuscation. His corpse was found in the chapel. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems his stomach was cut open and intestines pulled out after his death. On top of that, sweets and candies were packed into his stomach. Welcome, Maria. Happy Halloween. Her corpse was found in the chapel. The direct cause of death is unknown, but same thing. On top of that, sweets and candies were packed into. Didn't I tell you? Stomachs are packed full of candy. Corpse was found. That's unknown, but stomach is filled with sweet dreams. Why would there be anything filthy inside someone's stomach? This is why we want to be as sweet and innocent as candy. His death, intestines pulled out. And so I give you the land of dreams. Happy Halloween. Monka S. How could you tell that they were dead and not simply sleeping? Well, that was because they'd been vertically sliced open from their chests to their stomachs. It is clear Beatrice wants to teach Maria a lesson not to eat too much candy. Kraus. How cruel. The 6 of them sat down in a Halloween party before having their stomachs split open, killing them. Then the jam covering the floor must be what overflowed from their stomachs once they've stuffed themselves completely, right? No. The contents of their stomachs had been scattered all over the floor. And that wasn't all. All of their stomachs. It was almost as though they'd poured out, as though snacks had overflowed them there. Candies, cookies, sodas, and chocolates had poured out, stained with blood, and had been scattered across the floor. What could have happened to cause this? It was almost as though their stomachs were stuffed full of bursting with sweets, and it poured out when their stomachs split open. Whoa. Rosa remembered a certain shocking meal, a turkey that had been served at her own birthday. When it had been cut open with a knife, out flowed one of her favorite foods. But since she hadn't been told what was inside, the deep, deep red ketchup omelet rice poured out like bloody maggots. This sort of reminds me of a cannibal questline in Skyrim. Monka? Pulsing, dripping, slimy, pulpy, squelching. Ugh. The trauma of her youth was revived. Rosa felt a monster raging inside her stomach as the acid started to rise. Unable to hold back, she threw up all over the floor. Ew. Her empty stomach had nothing but stomach acid. Then the scene in front of her was no fun Halloween party. I'm just taking the chance to post you basted. Yeah, that's one you don't see too often. The 3 couples were enshrined right there, their stomachs vertically wrenched open with a gooba. So many snacks had been stuffed in there, pulpy, squishy. Blood and guts and sweets were overflowing onto the floor. Bloodstained, sticky, sloppy, pulpy sweet snacks that made your fingers stick together. Gummy. But stained with the entrails, sloppy, pulpy. What was that I stepped on just now? That didn't feel like a candy or a cookie or a soda or a chocolate. Oh. I'm scared. What did I step on? I can't even look at the bottom of my foot. Ayoo, kya? What a gruesome Halloween party. From far away, it had looked truly beautiful, fantastical, and fun. But from up close, it was horrible, disgusting, and yet somehow still beautiful. Wow. Rose's wild thoughts tried as best they could to escape her throat with a loud voice that was neither a scream nor a roar. Kraus, this is horrible. Call an ambulance. Call the police. Me consuming the delicious blood chocolate? Yeah, you gonna eat that? That's right, the police. Get the police. If a word so tied to reality hadn't come out of Gota's mouth, Rosa and the rest would probably have found themselves unable to escape that nightmarish party, even now. But it wasn't because they had thought the police might be able to actually do something. If they didn't keep yelling about the police, it felt as though another seat might be set up and the demon's party had been given to them. Their own chests felt like they were expanding unpleasantly from the inside, rumbling, churning. And it was surely because candy was about to overflow from their stomachs. Rosa, once again tortured by a desire to vomit, threw her stomach acid up on the floor. And then she searched to see if there was any candy in it. Oh. Anyway, Rosa coughed violently again, forcibly spit out the stomach acid that had been burning in her throat. She realized that by now her whole body had been covered in a filthy sweat. Genji, Shannon, please contact father and ask for instructions. Go with Cannon and call the police, then have Dr. Nanjo come here. Why even bring the doctor here? It's a bit too late for medical care. The servants accepted their orders and dashed outside. After watching them leave, Rosa once again stared at her siblings, with whom she'd spent good times and bad, and their partners. Though there could be nothing more tragic than this scene, for some reason she was tempted to describe these fantastical deaths as beautiful. Monka W. They aren't here. Where'd they go? The servant room and the kitchen are both empty. What in the world happened? Mama, where's Mama? My letter. I got the letter I got from Beto. Give it back. Give it back. Oh my god, dude. Perplexing. Battler, are you sure it was Aunt Rosa? Well, even if I was half asleep, so I'm not too sure, but I get the feeling that early in the morning, Aunt Rosa came in and fished around in Maria's handbag. I figured there was probably a tube of toothpaste or something in there. Why would there be a tube of toothpaste in Maria's handbag? Looks like you were a little more than half asleep. Battler vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin's room. Also, when Maria woke up before the rest of them, she started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope she'd been keeping safe. Putting two and two together, they figured that Rosa had probably come in and opened the envelope. A letter from the Golden Witch? I wonder what was inside. I don't know. But that envelope was for grandfather's personal use, and it had the Ushirimiya family crest on it. Whatever was inside must have had some connection to the family conference. She hadn't let anyone touch it, but yesterday Maria had shown that envelope off to Battler and rest a whole lot. They remembered it well. Mama, give it back! Ooh. Well, if you're right, it'd have to be pretty important. Why would this mighty witch give something that important to Maria? I don't get it. Every once in a while, the refreshing morning atmosphere was completely wiped out by the sound of thunder. It was only natural. Since the moment they'd woken up, they hadn't met anyone else. I feel like only they were left, as if the mansion had become an empty husk. Hey, anyone there? Answer me. Jessica called out in the hallway, and eventually an answer came back. It was from the entrance hall. I can hear you. Has something happened? Oh, it's Dr. Nanjo. Thank goodness. It looks like everyone but us hadn't disappeared from the island after all. Dr. Nanjo, good morning. Sorry, but do you know where our parents went? Oh dear, I only just woke up and came here, you see. I have no way of knowing for sure, but let's see. It's only natural. Nanjo was just a guest like the rest of them. He'd come in just now to pass the time in the parlor until breakfast. Oh my goodness. Mama took my letter. Give it back. Maria buried her face in Nanjo's plump stomach, sobbing and crying. Nanjo could do nothing but be bewildered by this ruckus so early in the morning. Ah, someone's running this way. Jessica, someone's coming. From down the hall, they could sense people running hurriedly. They saw Goda and Cannon coming towards them. Normally, it would be disgraceful for a servant to run inside the mansion, and yet Battler and the rest didn't even think to question that now. Maria's sobbing had become so unmanageable they wanted to ask someone, anyone, where Rosa was. But the two servants seemed to have bigger things on their mind than Jessica, who was waving at them. Goda flew into the servant room, and when Cannon noticed that Nanjo was there, he bowed and approached the doctor at a quick pace before whispering something in his ear. What did you say? Rosa? Yes. I will guide you, so please accompany me. Understood. This way. Without saying anything more than that, Cannon finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her, but he wasn't calm. He dashed back to the corridor by which he had come, followed by Nanjo. By looking at how hurried they were, Battler and the rest realized that yes, something bad really had happened. They saw Goda through the door of the servant room, which had been flung open. He was holding the receiver and violently pressing the hook. From that, they realized that he was trying to call a hospital or the police. In any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred. Let's have a look. Yeah. Mama, give it back. Give back my letter. It's an invitation to the Golden Land. They hadn't known what. They didn't know what, but something was happening. Battler and the rest chased after Cannon and Nanjo. Then they realized. Then we realized, excuse me. Cannon had called Dr. Nanjo, but he hadn't called us. So we shouldn't have gone with them. I wonder if Alice regretted her excess curiosity when she chased after the rabbit holding a clock. I was about to be like, who the hell is Alice? But yeah, Alice in Wonderland reference. No, you mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Jessica, no. Oh, man. Mother, father, what happened? What the hell is this? This goes way beyond bad taste. Isn't taking someone's life bad enough? What the hell is this? Going to all the trouble after they died, sitting them on chairs, slicing their stomachs, and pulling their entrails out? It's OST Golden Slaughter time? That's the name of the song? That's sick. You went all the trouble of stuffing their stomach full of sweets? Why the hell would you do something so fucked up? Damn it. Nice job, you bastard. Just great. Yeah. It would be best if everyone went outside. They certainly wouldn't want you all to see them like this. Nanjo told the children to go outside, but no one listened. Rosa, please tell them. If they keep looking at something like this, it'll do nothing but harm. Rosa regretted her own carelessness. She shouldn't have realized that the children would eventually come here. She should have quickly locked up instead of standing around, stunned. So the children had to come here. They had seen it. Surely, at this very moment, they were having a sight burned into their eyes. That was far more grotesque than the shocking meal Rosa had witnessed in her youth. Oh, I've heard this song. Wait, I think I've heard this song in the fighting game. While she hugged Maria, who seemed to be too shocked to show any emotion in this gruesome scene, Rosa cried for them and their parents. The four groaning and crying voices, their sadness, continued to echo in a place that should have known God's love. Banger. You piece of crap. Again, another one of these murders? And this time you made it all elaborate, killing them like a total joke. I was rather hoping you'd thank me, not cry out in grief. Thank you? Didn't you say I should thank you? Did you say I should thank you, you old bitch? I'll cut them both off so you can hear better. Oh wait, damn it, is there something wrong with your ears? I'll cut them both off so you can hear better. Why should I have to say that insane way of killing and say, oh, thank you very much, Beatrice-sama. I'll beat your brains out. In the last game, you lamented the fact that you couldn't see your parents' faces after they died, yes? So this time, I left them. Didn't touch them. Take a good look, for without a doubt, your father and the rest have been killed. She knows. She knows that the last game it was dubious because their faces were missing. But is that next level? In the first game, did she actually do it? Or is now she committing to it? Really, what a nice treat. I'm so fucking happy. I swear I'll plow your face after I choke the life out of you. Huh? But I'll take that back now. I'll rip your guts out instead. Don't give in to that emotion. Don't stop thinking now. My game has already begun, right? I decided to leave you neat and tidy corpses this time. Do you know why? When you denied my existence in the last game, you used this line of thinking. Their faces were crushed, so the identity of the corpses can't be confirmed. She's talking to us. She's not talking to Battler here. Battler didn't make that argument in the first game. I don't think Battler ever said, how do we know it was really them? I think she's talking to us. Therefore, we can't eliminate the possibility that fake corpses were prepared to create an alibi. Unless that possibility is denied, a human culprit theory can still be built. What'd you say? So, Battler, is it okay to leave the examination of the corpses to Nancho? Isn't it traditional in mystery novels for the doctor who performs such examinations to be an accomplice? He said that in the Tea Party. Okay, that makes sense. Then don't leave the examination to him. Do it yourself. Make completely sure that without a doubt the 6 corpses are the 6 people they're supposed to be, that they really are dead, not just pretending. If you wish to confirm that your father and mother have been killed by having their stomachs cut open and their entrails pulled out, you'd better stick your hand inside and feel around. Damn. I won't cry. I won't cry. Battler suddenly yelled. His tears were still dripping down, but as though scolding himself for being a sissy, he slapped his face hard several times with both hands. Even so, the tears still wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze in both his eyes. Whoever's responsible for this piece of work, I'll make them pay back their debt completely. So this isn't the time to cry. Gotta think about what to do. It's useless. If you've got enough time to cry, then think. There's no time to let yourself cry here. Rather than genuine anger, maybe it was more of an evasive anger to blot out his sadness. However, it gave a little courage to George and Jessica, who had been crushed by their sadness. That's right. Even if we cry, it won't change the reality of what's happened. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Then what should we do? What should I do for Mom and Dad's sakes? Hi, Aura. Rosa, I have returned. Goda, what happened with the police? What did they say to do? Did they say what they think? Did they say when they think they'll be able to get here? It seems the phones have broken down. Of course they have. I also tried the emergency wireless, but maybe it's the weather, but that's not working either. What did you say? So we can't contact the police? I've heard that background evil laugh in a BBCF mod. That's great. It's that person. They did something to the phone line, made it so we can't reach the cops. When she heard that the phones had broken down, Jessica immediately decided that it was the work of the mysterious guest. Her eyes were bright red after so much crying, and they began to grow even redder with rage. There's no need to talk about it, right? I understand everything. That's right. I get it. Who killed Dad and Mom? It's obviously her. It's got to be that witch or whatever who came yesterday. I'll grab her by the collar. Damn it. Jessica, wait. Go to Cannon, go. Yes, ma'am. Milady, wait. Covering her uncontrollable sadness with anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mysterious guest who arrived yesterday, Beatrice, was suspicious. However, in that instant, there was absolutely no proof that she was the culprit. At this moment, she's just another guest. No more, no less. So Rosa, making an adult decision, was forced to stop Jessica in her rash rampage. Goda and Cannon picked up this immediately and chased after her. Could the guest that nobody invited, Beatrice, be the culprit? I understand how Jessica feels. I wish I could think that too. It doesn't matter who. I want someone to be the culprit so I can bash them right in the face. But, before that, we need a clear understanding of what's going on. Who is this Beatrice? I haven't even seen her face. If you're looking for her face, it decorates the big portrait in the mansion. You still don't remember after looking at it for so long? Come on, Maria. What's so funny in a situation like this? Beatrice is a witch, and the ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land has finally begun. Those 6 people are sacrifices. Come, let us begin the witches' banquet. Tonight is Halloween, so now the witches will gather to celebrate. Maria, don't I always tell you not to laugh with that creepy voice? The crisp sound of Rosa slapping Maria's cheek echoed through the high-ceilinged chapel. Ever since it started raining yesterday, ever since the island was swallowed by the typhoon, it felt as though something was wrong. It was bright and sunny when I arrived on Rokujima, but since I'd gotten up early and was sleepy, I took a nap. When I woke up, it had already started raining, and ever since that time, suddenly a mysterious visitor calling herself the Golden Witch Beatrice had arrived, and it felt like I was sinking bit by bit into a bizarre world. What the heck happened while I was napping? Am I supposed to believe this island was sealed off inside a different world where common sense doesn't apply? Who is this person called Beatrice? Is some unknown person trying to involve themselves with the inheritance problem, just like our parents were freaking out about it at dinner last night? Or is the culprit this witch from the Legend of the Gold, just like Maria said? Even if we set Jessica's temper aside, given the circumstances, it's probably safe to say that this visitor person is the most suspicious. But we mustn't make up our minds based on that alone. Ah, it's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. I smacked my face with both hands again, cooling off my brains before they overloaded. Even though it might have been a wasted effort. This is one of Grandfather's envelopes. On a tray piled up with sweets that decorated the table, George found a Western envelope that had the Ushirimiya family crest done on it in a golden leaf. And it was unopened. Which means it's probably meant for us, right? If it was something Dad and the others read, it should be open. Seems your reasoning is correct. It's written right here. Someone wrote, "To those who remain." Is that a letter the culprit left? What's inside? Rosa, what is in your letter, dude? You were supposed to read it at dinner last night. After nodding silently, George broke the seal. A folded letter came out. I'll read it. Welcome to Rokkenjima, members of the Ushirimiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family, employed by Kinzo-sama himself. The letter really was a joke. This Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, had announced that she was collecting the gold she'd lent grandfather, along with interest. Okay, so this is the same letter from episode 1 that Maria read. And that interest was everything grandfather had created. Since this tragedy was right before our eyes as this paragraph was being read aloud, it clearly wasn't referring to just the wealth that grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that grandfather had created. In other words, all of grandfather's descendants were included in the interest. You bastard. What a screwed up contract. Lives as interest for gold, you say? That's almost like a contract with the devil, isn't it? You think that makes you look more like a witch? Don't make me laugh. Special clause. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon those rights for all time. Kinzo had already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. In other words, it's something like this. If these murders represent her collecting interest, then she's telling us to find the gold she gave grandfather if we want it to stop. She's also saying that the secret pointing to the gold is hidden in the portrait epitaph. So basically, this is a letter of challenge from the witch. She's telling us to try to solve the code that points to the hidden gold, if we can. And if we can't, she'll keep collecting the interest as planned. I'll beat you to death. Bring it on. Battler, look. The table was covered with sweets. So even though those things were right out in the open, we just assumed they were sweets too. I mean, come on. You see them a lot, right? Oh. You know, those boxes of chocolate shaped like gold ingots? This is no box of candy. It's the real thing. This is a real gold bar. It's inscribed with the crest of the one-winged eagle. I heard Mother talking about this earlier. This is a gold bar from grandfather's Legend of the Gold. Oh, I bet she showed the parents the gold. That's why they all conceded. I bet Beatrice showed all the parents the gold. Gold ingots weighing a full 10 kilograms, a whole 3 of them, were piled in the very center of the table. It was where a cake would be placed if it was a birthday party. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party, known as the family conference. If there really are 4 9s quality ingot, if these are really, it's worth about 60 million yen. Dumbass, that's too cheap. Our parents have been killed and all you've got is this pile of just 60 million yen in gold? Don't take us for fools, damn it. That's $600,000, or probably more like $400,000 at today's exchange rate, but this is back in the 80s. So it has begun, Beatrice. It's not like anyone can solve this riddle anyways. Beto will definitely win. Quick, open the door to the Golden Land and take me with you. Oh. $640-ish? $643? That's $600,080 USD, so it's like $1 trillion now. Yeah, it's actually like a gabagillion dollars. Milady, please calm yourself. We still don't know who the culprit is. Beatrice is an important and honored guest of the Masters. So what? we grab her by the collar, she'll definitely confess. If I can just look her in the eye, I'll know. I'll see through her. A witch? Beatrice? Yeah, right. I'll expose her. Jessica never stopped moving. Goda and Cannon chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop, but Jessica never lent them an ear. Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. The VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Kinzo wouldn't let them in there. And yet, the servants were always made to clean this room, so it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling this room the witch's VIP room, after their second, Shapeless Master. Jessica knew about this too, and she couldn't forgive the arrogance of the one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than the murderer who had brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her splutter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter how hard she pretends to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. And Jessica yelled with all of her strength. She hit the door to the VIP room. It definitely wasn't a knock. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as if she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't opened. Open up, Beatrice. Come out. You hear me, right? Open up. There was no answer. Jessica grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. She turned around to look at the two servants and spoke. The master key will unlock this, right? Use it. Milady. That would be horribly rude. Although Goda was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Cannon pulled a master key from his jacket pocket. Cannon, are you sure? Yes, I'm fairly aware that it would be rude if she happens to be in there. At any rate, if Beatrice had nothing to do with that incident, all she has to do is give us a satisfying explanation. I really like that line because I never feel more like a lowly human than when I'm sweaty. Yeah. That's right, exactly. Let me borrow that. Jessica snatched the master key from Cannon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately, there was a small sound and she felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open. Beatrice, where are you? Come out. Jessica rudely stepped into the room. The witch wasn't anywhere to be seen. That bitch. She's not here. Where the hell did she go? Yes, she doesn't seem to be here. Jessica, thinking she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, peeked behind the curtains and under the bed, but she couldn't find anyone. However, there definitely were signs that the bed had been used. And though it was only a vague sense, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people, like the chapel. You could definitely tell that someone had spent the night in this room, but she could not be seen. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice. They had only been told by those who met her that she looked like a double of the character in that portrait. So they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. However, Cannon alone had met her. He understood what kind of being that witch was, what kind of personality she had. And so he knew that forcing their way in there to search for her definitely wouldn't work out. She must be watching us bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. She's that kind of person. Because he was looking at things that way, Cannon was the first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person, so they didn't notice. Near a water jug on the side table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. It was a short message, and nearby was a fountain pen, which had probably been used to write it. Cannon had already come to understand the witch. After finding the corpses, they'd be overcome by rage and barge in here, only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. You can't mock someone unless they know they're being mocked. So in other words, that's what this must be. Milady, there's something written here. Something written? What? Jessica dashed over and violently snatched the piece of paper away. She probably wasn't trying to be violent, so she just couldn't control her strength right now. What is it? Don't fuck with me. As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled the paper up and threw it. She then grabbed a light stand by the bedside and violently swung it around, mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. The light bulbs all shattered at once, and the fragments were scattered across the room. Milady, please, calm down. You'll hurt yourself. Let go. Damn it. Come out, Beatrice. How could you do that to Mom and Dad? You think you scare me? I'll kill you. I'll beat you to death, so show yourself. I told you to let go of me, damn it. This was written on the paper. Did you think I'd be that senile to just sit around here waiting for you to come barging in? You're way too inelegant for this intellectual night. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Oh, right. I saw them, and they looked just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. Damn. It was the sort of thing that a witch would write. It meant that she predicted that one of the children who'd lost their parents would come running in here. If she's hiding somewhere in this room, she must be rolling around laughing now. That witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years. Oh, hand it over. I'm telling you, you'll hurt yourself. I told you to let go. Goda snatched away the light stand Jessica had been holding. After all, if she kept swinging it around, she might end up smashing it against something, which could cause serious injury. To Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger. But Cannon's eyes saw it differently. These were probably tears of sadness, hidden by rage. So, when the light stand was taken from her, when she started crying on the floor, scratching at the carpet almost as though she was groveling, Goda was surprised. But Cannon was not. Of course, she had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage. Bad mom. Considering she was the daughter of an Ushiromiya head family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet with her fingernails, and even her feet were scratching. Jessica cried very, very hard. Because if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, she remembered that humiliating message. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Don't call them morons. But Dad and Mom were smart. Unlike me, they were really smart. Don't call them morons. Take it back, take it back, take it back. Oh, right. I saw them, and they look just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. I'll kill her. I'll slice open her stomach and see how she likes it. Aw, and now she's having an asthma attack. As Jessica cried and screamed, she triggered an asthma attack. The servants watched over her, hurriedly ran up to her and rubbed her back. But that only provoked Jessica's wrath. The hell? If you've got the time to do that, search for that bastard. Find him and bring him here. If you won't go, I will. And I'll kill them with my own hands. I'll slice open her stomach. Don't touch me. Damn it. Jessica got up unsteadily. As her asthma continued, she went into the hallway. Milady, your medicine. I will call Dr. Nanjo. Goda, would you leave this to me? Cannon had noticed. Goda, who was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart. Cannon, who had noticed, had to be the one to support her. Cannon, are you sure? I believe Milady needs some time to cry right now, considering that she saw her parents killed like that. You're right. Goda also understood. He knew that Jessica and Cannon had shared a vague relationship with each other, so he understood everything and left it to Cannon. Very well. I will go back to Rosa-sama. Please, take care of Milady. Yes, leave it to me. Cannon's voice was frail, but he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He'd seen a great number of people in his life. So he knew the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possess self-control. He had surely seen that in Cannon's eyes. I had sneezed, sorry. So he would leave this to Cannon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Cannon and relied on him for a job. Jessica, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be headed towards her room, though she kept leaning against the wall. Cannon followed her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her. But until Jessica did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over her from a distance where he could come to her rescue at any time. When people felt their hearts are about to explode from sadness and want to have someone by their sides, you could bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around and find someone in the place Cannon now stood, as he watched over Jessica from behind. Then finally she doubled over in front of the door to her room. The asthma attack had stolen all her strength, and though her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible to even stand up again, but right then Jessica didn't think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Even if someone had offered her a hand with good intentions, Jessica would have wanted to tear it off right then. She knew how unfair that would be, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jessica probably lost the willpower even to call for help, but Cannon heard it. He definitely heard it. Cannon definitely heard that voiceless call for help, one shared by miserable grievers the world round. An endless scream that no one ever seems to hear. Cannon quietly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Though Jessica kept coughing painfully, she accepted it, unlocked the door to her room, and entered. This way. I'll prepare your medicine right away. Jessica often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad that it felt like she'd vomit up her whole stomach. Her face was pale, and her gaze wavered. And yet, the coughing continued. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. After having her sit on the bed, Cannon took a bronchiodor from the cute little basket on a nearby side table, handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to take her medicine with her. Whenever this seemed to have happened, Cannon would take notice and secretly carry around the inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room, but he hadn't done so today. He scolded himself as though wondering how he could call himself furniture after failing to bring it on him on a day like this. He then remembered that day when he'd used that word and somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings. It jarred Cannon's heart, but he felt it would be indiscreet to talk about something like that, considering how Jessica felt now. And he looked up inside the depth of his heart. When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure, but she'd lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed. Are you alright, milady? I'm alright. I'm all messed up over Mom and Dad, but after I cry a bit more, I'll be alright. Cannon regretted his poor choice of words. Did he really say, "Are you alright"? Was he really this clueless of the pain in the heart? This was what made him furniture. This is why he couldn't become human. I will be in the corridor. If you need anything, please call me immediately. Cannon understood that she still needed some time to cry alone. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room. Ah. Do you need something? Jessica had spoken up as though she wanted him to stop, so Cannon had stopped. If she asks it, I'll do anything I can to help her. Right now, I'd become even a cane on a chair if it would help ease the pain in her heart. A cane or a chair. If by doing that, I could make up for the pain I dealt to her heart that day. For a while, Jessica stared into Cannon's eyes. It was as though her reason for stopping him was something she couldn't put into words. For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence with a small voice. I'm sorry. It's nothing. Could you tell Aunt Rosa that I want to be alone for a while? I won't let you be alone. I won't let you be alone. So I will be in the corridor. Please call for me. Anytime. For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had flitted into Jessica's eyes, but it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river. Thanks. Let me cry alone for just a bit. Yes. Excuse me. Cannon bowed once again and closed the door. These two are gonna die. Night 2, huh? They're becoming close. He thought those words of his would give her some courage, but now it felt as though they'd... Now it felt as though they'd actually hurt her for some reason. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness even now. Lunar Festival, thank you for the follow. Hi. Welcome to the Challengers. As Cannon repeatedly questioned himself, he walked down the corridor. He felt like the window at the corridor's end was coolly calling to him. In the end, am I nothing more than furniture after all? It was still pouring outside, a dark, gray world. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see gray. Till I can understand the blue of the ocean, I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person. You really don't understand a woman's heart, do you? No problem, I love sea cats. At times like that, you ought to silently remain by her side. That's why you're furniture. You. There shouldn't have been any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been an empty corridor filled with fridge air. But these scoffing words approached Cannon from behind. When he turned around, he saw that witch. That witch who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had searched for her with a rage bordering on madness. who had left that sneering letter to toy with Jessica. There are 3 ways to hurt a woman. Let me teach you them. One is to hurt them with a blade. Another is to hurt them in the heart. The last way is the most difficult and most effective way of hurting them. And yet, it can hurt them without you even realizing it. Do you know what I mean? How could I know? I don't even want to know. It's to betray their expectations. No living being is more of a dreamer than a woman. They make up dreams all on their own and end up hurting their own selves. A distant man like you hurts women the most. You don't understand. You have no idea how deeply you have wounded Jessica. After all, you're furniture. I have no intention of playing along with your nonsense. Do you appear only to sneer at me? Don't be so full of yourself, furniture. You aren't worth sneering at. Still, though you may not be worth my time on your own, if the 2 of you are gathered, that's all I need. The pleasure that comes from laughing at the fates of young couples never tires me. What did you say? You don't mean Milady is going to be... I need 2 who are close for the sacrifices of the second twilight. The 2 of you are truly convenient. Wait. Don't misunderstand. Milady and I don't have that kind of relationship. We can't become the sacrifices for the second twilight. That's why you hurt Jessica. That's why you cannot become human. That should be no problem. If you won't admit you have feelings for Jessica, I can accept that. But I will kill her. Why? Oh, you idiot. Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. Why else? So good. She's so sick. Following the rules of the ceremony, 13 people will be sacrifices on my whims. However, there's no rule that says I can't kill more. If it amuses me, I can kill any number of people. So I will. Make me laugh as hard as I can, it will. Cannon furniture. Kagu Kanon. That's so... Ah, it's so sick. The voice... The VAs did such a good job in this game. It's so good. At that time, Cannon definitely heard Jessica scream. Guys. Some freaky music. When he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch who had supposedly been there so nonchalantly just a second ago was gone. At that moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor, doing nothing. And that person he wanted to protect was asking for help. From far away in that direction. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical. It was an electric reflex. Without a trace of hesitation or distraction, there was a person he wanted to protect, and she was asking for help. And at that moment, he genuinely wanted the person by her side to be him. Yeah, but I'm not close to her or anything. When he flew into Jessica's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced, almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. It's countless golden butterflies. Beatrice's minions. Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away. Milady! Cannon! Help! Oh, they're gonna like... Oh my god, they're gonna cause her to have like an asthma attack and she won't be able to breathe. Cannon rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed the cloud of butterflies away. The butterflies, which were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose. Jessica choked violently, almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. But when Cannon ran towards her, the butterflies stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair. Cannon! Oh. Oh, this is so cruel. Beatrice is threatening to kill Jessica, which, okay, I have a couple trains of thought here. Number one, actually, I'll talk about them after this ad break. I want to turn off the pre-rolls, and it's been another hour. So I'm going to do an ad break really quick, and then I'll talk about this in a second. But yeah, Mike, that's absolutely right. But she's really forcing it. It's very cool. Like, I'll talk about it after the ad break. I'll take a short one. I'll be right back. Seconds left in the ad break. Thank you for your patience with the ad break, especially in such a tense scene, but I wanted to make sure the pre-rolls were off in case anyone joins, and I also needed to change a setting. Once this comes back, I'll talk about what we got going on here. This is a pretty cool move from Beatrice here. She's making Canon make the choice. Either demonstrate that you're close to Jessica and become close, or I'm just gonna kill Jessica anyways. So if you want Jessica to live, you have to save her and prove that you're close and you actually care about each other. But then if you do that, I've set up the sacrifices. So if Canon wants to... So, I mean, I guess assuming Shannon and George didn't exist in this world, right? And she needed to create people who were close to each other. Canon could deny this and let Jessica die here. Then she wouldn't have the appropriate sacrifices for the second night. Again, we know Shannon and George exist and are sufficient sacrifices. But if they weren't, he would either have to let Jessica die here and pretend to be not close to her in order to not become sufficient sacrifices for Beatrice, or he saves her and then damns them both. It's a very powerful play from Beatrice here. Also, another lane of thought here. This is golden butterflies swarming around Jessica, killing her, right? That is not necessarily magic in the sense that this one could actually be explained away by Battler by saying, oh, she just had an asthma attack. There weren't any golden butterflies actually there. She died just of an asthma attack. We'll see how they take this. Come on, Beatrice. Are you happy now? As he stood guard in front of Jessica, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain, Cannon yelled into the empty air. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. Whoa. What a good effect. Well, maybe. I don't know. What an okay effect. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. Then she showed herself. It wasn't in response to Cannon's demand. It was obviously because appearing and steering would bring them even more humiliation. And plus, it was more fun. And now she's in this outfit again. Now everything fits to the plot. Now you're carp. Carp? Now you're carp on the chopping board. No, since we've got a pair of you, should I call it duck with green onions? You, Beatrice, please stand back. I'll protect you, milady. When the princess and knight come together, it's inevitable that the witch will appear. Yes, why don't you show me how much power Kinzo's furniture can muster? Yeah, carp reference? She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. When she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies was stirred up, and they began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. It was just like the swirling of a cold, wintry wind that builds up a mountain of leaves. From that mound of gold, a hand sprouted, and it appeared as though a resident of the world below was crawling from beneath the ground. What is this? What the hell is this? Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now, and her mouth kept flapping open and closed. It was the bite of wisdom, seen in this trying to understand something incomprehensible. Huh? What the hell is this? Is that my goat? Is that a goat? It appeared to be wearing a uniform suitable for one who served. It's almost looking like... This almost looks like Genji, though, right? Not quite. It has the Ushimiya crest on it, too. Oh, wait. We should see it with the new model. Whoa. That is a goat. What is happening? Yeah, this does not look like a goat. This looks like a scruffy dog. Old model. Of course, it's the family butler, Baphomet. Yes. Face was wrong. It looked strange. It was covered with pitch black hair, breathed rotten breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. And to symbolize its non-human status, it had two horns. It was a figure of a goat-faced attendant who served the witch. By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with common sense, and she couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jessica hadn't realized. She now had realized this island had already been cut off from the rules of our world. But there were some things that even she could understand. The goat attendant served the witch and was after her life. And apparently the witch had already given it that order. She was looking at Cannon with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze, as though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. Though the attendant had looked especially bestial while crawling to its feet, you could see in a way it carried itself that it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch. And you could tell that it was overflowing with the joy of furniture wanting to meet its master's expectations. Well now, why don't you show me? Let's see the power of Kinzo's furniture. This time don't get the wrong idea, okay? Don't forget that you're furniture, got it? If you try to continue playing the human even now, this won't be settled by your death alone. The goat attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. Was it directed at its master, or was it offered to Cannon, its opponent? Then, on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. So, I mean... Do we have to buy into magic being real now, right? Like this goat is probably who killed Eva and Hideyoshi in the other one. Oh, whoa. Zamasu? Well, no, see, I want to be a skeptic. Like, I want to be a skeptic, but like, how do you explain this? What the hell is that? Jessica had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. Oh, fuck, he got the energy. He got the Covenant energy sword? We're screwed. Then explain it without magic? It's literally, the way to explain it without magic... The way to explain it without magic is Scooby-Doo. This is a guy in a mask. All she understood was that this glow in front of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. And right now, that was enough. Cannon spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back. Like, I'm just saying, I can't wait to see how they resolve this, because they are certainly trying to get everybody on board that this is magical. But it is still, by all means, it is still explainable without magic. Nothing truly fantastical has happened. That is, have you seen the guy? Have you seen the guy on YouTube Shorts? Have you seen the guy on YouTube Shorts who does the card tricks with like the stopwatch, and like basically the comments like talk shit and they're like, you can't do this card trick, and he just does the card trick. But it's the same card trick every time, but he just like varies it up and, you know, does it with a different card or whatever. So like, I mean, everything is explainable without magic. Obviously, the stuff like, oh, there was only one key to the chapel. The key was in Maria's envelope the whole time. That's David Copperfield shit. Like, that's doable. That's doable by, like, earthly magicians who don't have, like, a visual knowledge. These poor kids are waiting to be killed here. And I'm yapping about, like, the artistry of illusion. The Prestige by Christopher Nolan. I'm here yapping. These kids are waiting to die. And I'm just like, you know what? You could explain anything with a little bit of smoke and mirrors. All I'm saying is Cannon stands a chance if he uses the gravity hammer. Yeah, I mean, you could do a lot to beat the sword. Like, wasn't there a way in Halo 2 to, like jump and crouch and, like, you dodged the sword attack or something like that? The Prestige is one of my favorite movies. It's so much fun. What? I love Michael Caine being like, I knew a man who said he died by drowning. He said it was like going home. And then later in the movie, he's like, yeah, no, that's bullshit. He said it was the worst thing he's ever experienced. Milady, please stay back against the wall. Never let your back leave the wall. What? Haha. It's only right for the maiden to obediently hide behind the great knight's back. I hope you do enjoy the pleasure of having your life protected by a man. Now, Cannon, let's have a look at your blade. Omae no yaiba. Beam sword. Activate. Oh, shit. It's pink. So now, if we want to go deeper here, a really easy explanation without magic here is that, like, the tea is drugged. And everybody is, like, hallucinating, right? Like, that's a really easy explain it without magic explanation. Everyone's just drugged on the tea, too high to tell what's going on, hallucinating. It's all just a dream smile. That's obviously a cop-out explanation you could take as well. I'd like to think that they're awake, right? But, like, that's a way you could go to. But it's really feeling like maybe the tea is drugged. Because the tea is always... And it's always... Wait, who brought the tea this time? Rosa brought the tea this time, right? I think Rosa brought the tea. She bring drugged tea? Did Maria drug the tea? There's a lot that could be happening here. Anyways, I'm like really holding off on pressing the spacebar. Hi Shiro, how's it going? I'm really holding off on pressing spacebar here, and I know it's probably driving people crazy. Well, at least when it comes to giving birth by furniture, Kinzo might even reach up as far as my feet.
A thing like this can't even be used to trim the roses. Now these theories are peak? Okay. Canon, what's... I don't want to show you. Huh? So you've taken it out. How does it feel to expose your subhumanity in front of the girl? Are these actually homunculi, dude? Did Kinzo actually create homunculuses? Like, these two are not... Like, these three are either, like, Gundams or freaking homunculi? Like, did Kinzo... Because, like, they talk about being furniture and trying to ascend to humanity, right? And I was always like, okay, we're in Beauty and the Beast. They were Mrs. Potts, Lumiere. They were furniture turned into people. The reverse, I guess. Because in Beauty and the Beast, they were people turned into furniture. This is furniture turned into people form. What makes Linnae easy to pick up? I thought Rushdown would be the hardest part of a game for a beginner to pick up. So I guess we could talk about that. Linnae is easy to pick up in two senses. The first sense is that she plays the core mechanics of the game really, really well. So she teaches you how to play the game. So you don't have to like learn gimmicks, or you don't have to learn like fancy stuff to be good with Linnae. She plays the game at a really base level. And it's the same thing I say about like Hyde. It's the same thing I say about like Wagner. She plays the game really, really straightforwardly. Secondly, she has a lot of moves that are kind of like can openers. She has 5cc, she has dash C, she has Hien, she has TK Kuga, she has TK increase Kuga, she has I think she has a new move that's like safe. It's that like dash through. I think it's only like -2 or -3. That's safe that she can like end her strings on. So she has a lot of stuff that you can just kind of like do to kind of save your butt or try to like can opener your opponent. Is -1? Okay, yeah. I also think she's kind of broken because like being Linnae next to your opponent at -1 is kind of fucked up. But like, yeah, so she's got a lot of stuff like that where it's like you don't have to gap to win with her. And she's playing the core game. So she's a great place to start. Well, I say the exact same thing about Wagner. A lot of people will disagree that they'll say you have to gap with Wagner. But you know what I'm saying. Okay, so we're in there now. Kinzo's furniture has a laser sword. Be silent. So, wait. Oh, I can see why the fighting game would be spoilerific now. If I just pick canon, lots of people, lots of a single person... if I pick Cannon in the fighting game, is he swinging this laser sword? Because I can see why, like, literally everything in the fighting game is a spoiler. Yeah, okay. That composed, even though you're really burning with wrath. Yes, they do say that truly hot flames burn a cool blue. Is that how you are now? There's no way I can kill you with my power. You are the moon. I can never smash the moon by throwing a rock. Disagree! Disagree. I've seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist Kingdom arc. You could totally destroy the moon with a rock. However, in order to manifest yourself, you had to reflect on the image of the surface on the water. His ass has not seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, you're probably right. He seems like a Pokemon TCG enthusiast, probably. If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon's image for some time. Use this conspiracy theory over inheritance to which win with animate furniture to this. Yeah, we're getting there. This is an interesting line. If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon's image for some time. This is actually probably a really relevant line later on down the line, where basically, like, if you leave the illusion undisturbed, it's a much more potent illusion than if you start to poke holes in it. But that doesn't mean the moon has been smashed. So, until this life of mine is over, I'll keep on striking your reflection. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Dude, look at this beast. I like it, Cannon. Begin. Furniture.
That's a big sword. Dude, what is happening? You could not have told me this is where this was gonna go. Is this referring to the two different Beatrices? Ooh, I like that thought. The image of Beatrice is different than the actual because so I also believe that Beatrice is not a person. And not like, oh, she's a witch, she's not a human. I think she is an idea that is carried forward by a bunch of individuals. Like, when people say Beatrice exists, and when people say, oh, Beatrice did it, it's a collective, like, what's the word? Complacency or compliance among, like, all of the staff, among the island, among the family, that, like, things happen a certain way. I was DMing or just screaming, what the hell is happening during this part? Yeah. But, like, I think the idea of Beatrice is this, like, network of isms, for lack of a better word, where, like, you know, oh, Beatrice did it because the servants are all complicitly, like, allowing this to happen and, like, slowly edging towards doing it. And then there's this individual who is kind of like the avatar of Beatrice, where, yeah, to Mike's point, it's like, if you poke at the image, if you disturb the image, you obfuscate the source. You don't actually destroy it, but maybe you can crack through it enough and actually beat it. What a beautiful curve. The witch's words of admiration broke the silence, and for just an instant, they broke Jessica's paralysis. I have met you before? Nice. Yeah, I've seen you in the chat before, yeah. Am I dreaming? Maybe. Her ass better not wake up right now. If Jessica wakes up in a cold sweat, I'm scooping. Come, furniture of the witch. I'll beat you down to the hell you came from. I'm watching you now? Yeah. This is so sick. Uh-oh. A strand of red had been left on Cannon's cheek. The witch saw this and grinned broadly. Feel free to mutter excuses about how your instincts still haven't returned quite yet. Cannon, stay strong. It's okay. I won't die just yet. This shit goes crazy. Huh? I like the little flip the image. Whoa. Curve drawn by the goat's attendant's blade drew a large arc in empty space. Cannon wasn't there. He was behind it. Haha, nothing personal. Seth? He, with the drippy outfit, he was Seth cosplaying the whole time? Get back and await your master's return. Die. Soko no vengeance. In this battle of drawing sparkling waves was chess. Wait, in this battle of drawing sparkling curves, if this battle of drawing sparkling curves was chess, then Cannon coming from behind was check. Hey, Lid. And press, and press. There's the fighting game advice again. Is that Dogman? That's a goat. Use 7 moves and make it mate. Naruhodo. Perhaps that goat attendant hadn't even been granted the ability to go into death throes. As its knees buckled and it fell over, it broke into a bunch of gold butterflies with a pop. Wait, so... Oh, man. I just want to play I gotta finish this so I can play the fighting game. If Beatrice has, like, summons of these goats as, like, attacks, that would be so sick. So there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even though it's unable to understand this battle, would surely realize the cannon had been magnificent. So it couldn't win against a handmade piece. If I recall correctly, you have to finish episode 5 to not get spoiled by the fighting game. Not the goats, which you will understand soon. Okay.
The Beatrice puppet character is wild. Is there actually one? Or is that like you're saying conceptually? Okay, bye. It's 5 a.m. Okay, bye, Marie. So yeah, don't spoil. Actually, don't spoil me on the fighting game. I want to go experience the fighting game. Yeah. I just want to go experience the fighting game. Oh my god, I gotta finish all this. This is so good. So it seems you aren't quite that pathetic. A handmade piece. This is why these servants are allowed to wear the Ushiromiya crest. They're created by Kinzo. How far you need to get to avoid spoilers depend on what you consider spoilers. Yeah, I would just, myself, I'm just going to finish it. I'm not going to any FG major before Climax. My goal is to be able to play this game with other people at Climax. Theoretically, up through the whole thing. Yeah, we're talking about Golden Fantasia. I'm in episode 8 and I'm still being told I could get spoiled. Wow, that's crazy. If I am there, you better play with me. Yeah, let's all play. Oh my god, I can't wait till Climax. It's like, what, 2 months away? 3 months away? I'm all booked for it. Yeah, we should all play for sure. Seems you aren't all quite that pathetic. Let's go, Rid. I will finish this thing by Climax and we are running the set. Well, I am also going to finish it and I will be doing it on stream. So you have an avenue to do it as well. Everyone needs to finish it. Everyone needs to finish it. It will all be on my YouTube. Just but actually, it'll probably double in length if it's on my YouTube because I'm yapping so goddamn much. Is it on Fightcade or another service? I think it's on Fightcade. It's on Steam? Oh, even better. We love Steam fighting games. You're next, Beatrice. Ooh, he went for it. Rollback? Doubtful. Oh, yep. Oh, wait, we're so in. The instant cannon's blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form like a knife through butter. She turned gold and burst. Gold burst? She scattered into several thousand gold butterflies, and for just an instant, the room was filled with the color of twilight. I might own it too, because I bought like a bundle to get all the Umineko games, and the fighting game might have been included in that. The Umineko fighting game had rollback for at least 15 years. Oh, so it's ass. Wait, has had rollback for at least... This game isn't even 15 years old, is it? It's always the Kusoges that are away at... Yeah, true. The brightest stars burn the quickest. It was just as Kennen himself had said. Slicing Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of the water where the moon was reflected. Okay, you're right, my bad. Yeah. Love to be able to materialize and dematerialize into golden butterflies as well. Same. The witch's form, with an ordinary expression on its face as though it had been there the whole time, was right behind Kennen. This game is so peak. I have not slept yet. You only tried to sleep like 4 minutes ago, Marie. Give it some time. Actually, if you take both of your fingers, your index and middle fingers, put them against your leg, like right on your thigh, like right above your knee. Tap in a rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And slowly take that tapping down in pace. And tap more slowly, more and more and more slowly. Until eventually you're tapping so slowly that you're not even touching your leg. You're getting as close as possible to your leg without actually touching it. And you go left, right. And if you slow it down enough, you'll fall asleep. You'll be asleep before you know it. It's also a good way to get lucid dreaming going. You've proven quite an entertaining show. Out of respect for that, I thought about letting you off the hook, but your rudeness now has made me change my mind. Don't lie. I won't let you kill my lady. Even if that's impossible, I won't let you kill her while I still live. You can't even do that much. Do not speak, furniture. Be silent. Know your place. Cannon isn't furniture. Oh, and what makes you think that? You just get baited so easily. Now you two are the ones who are getting sacked tonight. I don't need a reason. Cannon is Cannon. No, his real name's different, but a name doesn't make him furniture. Cannon has his own way of living. That's a noble thing, and it's something he gets to decide for himself. You say he can't have an opinion because he's furniture, that he can't live his own life because he's furniture. That's wrong. Milady, you mustn't provoke her. No, I've got to make this clear. Cannon isn't furniture. He's human. Why? Because he rushed to save me of his own free will. And he stood in the path of a fearsome witch like you.
He had so many chances to just let me go, but he didn't. Self-sacrifice is part of the noble spirit that only humans have. That means Canon-kun's human. When I saw the notification, I thought this was a fighting game somehow. There is a fighting game of this. That means Canon's human, so take it back. Don't call Canon furniture again. Don't you know, milady? Be silent, human. Let's end this quickly, since this is still just the second twilight after all. Now I shall sacrifice the two who are close, who have acknowledged each other's dignity. Well then, arise. Forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Lust. The witch summoned her furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on her face. Where's Cher-chan? That's from Tsukihami, not Umineko. Oh, I know this part from the anime, the award-winning quality anime. Wait, what is this? Yeah, they got baited as hell. Asmodeus of Lust, right here. I've had enough of this farce. Does she summon the 7? Oh, dude. Quickly, execute the second twilight. Don't keep me waiting, got it? As you command. Another weirdo showed up. It took Canon less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. She has to be broken? She has to be broken. Wait, does she have... She has 16 She has a chess... She has a complete chess set. She has a complete chess set. 8 pawns. And then she has 7 of the... what does she call them? 7 stakes of purgatory. There are 7 major pieces in chess. And then there's the queen or the king. And that's her. She has an entire chess set. That's so peak. That's Kino. That's actually peak. The goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with a vastly different value. It's so sick. Wow, I must be lucky to be given such a wonderful prey. You scared? How cute. Come, furniture of the witch. I won't be killed by you. Haha! You're acting pretty smart for a dunce who can't even follow me with his eyes. Here I go, okay? Hey, where do you want it? Where do you want me to pierce you? Answer me, cutie. I'll pierce you good wherever you want. Of course, the sin of lust. Come on, answer me. Don't call me cute. Oh, wait, we gotta see what she looks like with the AI-generated imagery. Not as good. She has the symbol? Oh, she does have the symbol. Whoa. She also has her hand in the blade position, so she's about to... when I was young and, like, I liked Star Wars, right? Back when I liked Star Wars still, I used to, like, fan fiction a character who, like, could turn their hand into a lightsaber, right? Because, like, I'm like, that's super cool. And this is basically what these people are. Here I go, you dunce. Come on, try and follow me, you blind idiot. Oh, dead. Why is she ringing the bell like when someone gets a Tetris at the Tetris World Championship? Milady? Hey, Star Wars is sick. You just have to pretend that over half of it doesn't exist. See, I think I'm actually in the camp now where I like the half that everyone else pretends doesn't exist more than I like the good half. Hey, I couldn't follow with my eyes, but my guess was spot on. Serves you right. Cannon's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She'd predicted the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. But she had no way to block it. Which is the good half? I mean, if you ask me, it's 1, 2, 3, and 7, 8, 9. She had no way to block it.
She hadn't planned on it being some act of self-sacrifice. She just couldn't think of any other way to protect Cannon's back, so she could do nothing but block it with her own back. We don't need to get into it. Smoke cigarette. The furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into a demon's stake, was buried deep into Jessica's back. It was an obvious fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh, because it had hit where the witch had predicted. What about Old Republic stuff? Boring. Bedge. Everything. It doesn't have pod racing. Everything was as the witch had predicted. What's wrong, Cannon? But Lady Jessica just got killed while you still live, didn't she? Yes. That's it. That's the face. That look on your face is what I wanted to see. How truly enjoyable. That's enough. Die. Die and make me laugh. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Wrath. Okay, they all kind of look the same. Satan of Wrath. Right here. This prey is yours. Eat him up right now and close the curtains on his stage. The sprite where she's laughing and squinting is so good. Yeah. Satan has cool hair. Agreed. Say it's time for you to step down, but since you're furniture, maybe I should say it's time for the stage manager. Oh, she looks a little derpy. She looks a little derpy in the AI generated model. Carry you out behind the stage. I am not furniture anymore. I won't doubt that again. Oh, what's this? You want to be killed by me again? Again? So she killed him in episode 1. It's so warm and feels so good to pierce it. Come, let me have another taste, okay? Won't you make me feel really good with that hot fresh blood and that warm chest of yours? Okay, so pause. I know I've been pausing a lot, and I'm sorry, but a lot is happening. Pause. 2 very important things here. 2 very important things here. The first of which is which stake kills which person is not important in the progression of the rituals. If she killed Cannon in the last episode, he was not killed on the second Twilight. He was killed later. He was in the pierce the chest part of it. He was killed on the 5th Twilight. If she was the one that killed him, she killed him 5th. Well, not 5th, you know what I mean. She killed him here in episode 1, and she's killing him here in episode 2. So which stake kills which person is not important. At least not yet. Secondly, the stakes are used perhaps just because Beatrice likes using the stakes, because the first 6 seem to have not been killed by the stakes. The first 6 seem to have just been killed. Maybe the stakes were used for that too, but it seems like the stakes are killing because they're left as those ice picks in them. It said the one in Jessica's back was left in her back. So I'm thinking that they turn into this like ice pick thing and then kill them, and then they're like, that's their purpose for the rest of the episode. They're not gonna like respawn or anything like that. So at the end of episode 1, during the credits, they did show that like who got killed by which stake. Second Twilight doesn't need to be killed by stake too. What makes you say that? Because in the first episode it was, and in this episode it was. Again, I haven't read everything, so please be careful with spoilers. But up until this point, all of the stuff has been done by the stakes. Eva and Hideyoshi were killed by the stakes in episode 1. I don't know which ones. I don't remember which ones, but they were killed by stakes. Okay, this is the letter that she handed to Rosa, I guess.
Dude, this noise is so goofy. The cowbell. It's the sound of a woodpecker or a drill, though, right? It's her going in. There's no way to block it. The sound of a... Wow, that's weird. That's actually really weird. The sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room, and before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. That was how they described it in the first one. They described it like a woodpecker going into the skull. I think when they described it going into Ava's skull, which I guess is also kind of a... Actually pre-watch? No, I'm just really good at this stuff. And before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. So, I think we can also garner from this that location of the picks isn't, like, terribly important to the ritual. Because, again, on the second Twilight, I think Ava got it in the forehead, and Hideyoshi, I don't remember where he got it, but it might have also been in the head. And these, it's the chest for Kennen and the back for Jessica. Now, the location does matter for the future Twilights, right? These Twilights matter a lot. As long as you gouge the right spots. Because Kinzo was the head, Kennen was the chest, and then the three all happened at once between Nanjo, Genji, and someone. I don't remember who it was. But it was whoever was left. But, yep. When you take a piece in chess, the rules say that it's impossible for your opponent's piece to defend itself. This was an obvious result in accordance with the rules. It was Kuwasama. Yeah, thank you. Kennen landed on his knees, and then he apologized. Not to the witch, and not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica. Aww. Poor guy. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. Don't worry about it. You were really cool. Kennen finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like the constellation Gemini. You know, Kennen, you aren't furniture anymore. Yeah, I was too late in realizing that. I wanted to ask you what your real name was. My real name is... In the last moments, Kennen wanted to tell her his real name, but Jessica had already fallen into a sleep from which she would never wake. So Kennen's real name, which he had protected until today, in the end, he couldn't tell it to Jessica. I became human. Those were the last words Kennen left behind. Don't make me laugh, furniture. Even after 100 years, furniture will still be furniture. Have you ever heard of anyone stupid enough to dig a grave for their furniture when they threw it away? You smash furniture to pieces and make firewood, so all that's left is ashes. That's how it is. Furniture gets no tombstone. It seems you believe death means an end to your humiliation, but that's naive. I'll show you what it really means to disgrace the dead. After taking a puff from her pipe, after hitting her geek bar, the witch breathed the smoke at Kennen's corpse. Took a blinker off the pipe. She did. Kennen's corpse softly floated up into the air and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a mouth in empty space. Gravy Jones reference? Always. The witch played dirty until the very end. The corpses of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If someone had been watching, they would probably say mournfully, "So this is what you mean by disgracing the dead." However, Beatrice was far crueler than that. The reason for that would soon become apparent. Gravy and Beatrice's dress would be peak. Disagree. So here's an interesting one. If Kennen's body is gone, is Battler going to be able to put together that this was the second Twilight? Why are we winding back the clock? Is this happening elsewhere? Do I have time for another chapter? Or should I call it here? We're at 5 hours. I kind of want to do one more chapter. What do y'all think? One more chapter?
Encore. One more. There's another bit I think you can get through in a reasonable amount of time. I'll be here if you do. Yeah, let's do it. I'm not going to stay up infinite, but we'll do one more chapter. Should be about another hour, hour and a half. In that case, I'm going to hit the ad. I'm going to hit the ad so that we cut the pre-rolls. And then I'll fill up my water. And we'll do one more chapter and then call it. And I'll probably just pick back up tomorrow. You know what I mean? I just broke something on my stream deck. Not physically broke it, but made a button not work anymore. But that's okay. Okay, chat, now just do that again every time and we'll get through this episode tonight. I don't think we're getting through this episode tonight, but I think we can get within striking distance in the next stream or two. Okay, let's get it. So it has begun. Yes. Even though Kinzo had received news of 6 deaths, his emotions did not waver. Also, Beatrice is trying to speedrun these Twilights, because she did it over like 3 days last time. This is like, we're like cooking. It's like 7 a.m. and freaking the second Twilight already happened. His expression on the face, he gazed out to the window with a smile, as though the opponent in a chess game had made a spectacular move. It was hard to imagine that such an expression could ever appear on a father who had lost so many children at once. Goda and Kennen followed Rose's orders and went to call the police. After that, she ordered us to follow your orders, Master. What shall we do? This island has already been cut off from the real world. Mere phones will serve no purpose. Should I have them stop? Until the roulette is finished, what do they do to pass the time is up to them. Let them do as they please. Yes, sir. What should we tell Rosa? Didn't I say that they should pass the time as they please? They can sing if they want, dance if they want. They're even free to hang themselves by the neck or jump in a boiling kettle. Until 13 people die, they can spend time as they like. And if that's too boring, then they can wonder about whether 6 times 9 is 42 or something. 69, 42. Nice. Didn't miss anything? Nope. That's the answer to the mystery of humanity and the universe. Yes, my apologies. Shannon cowered in fright at the sudden rage. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to speak out of turn. Shannon couldn't help but regret saying too much. However, you two are also free to do as you wish. Genji, and Shannon too. You've done well serving me until today. Your words are too good for me. But, we are furniture who have sworn to serve the master. We stand ready to serve you no matter the time. Until the very end. I want to tell you about everything. Shannon, I'm going to write a will. I shall need you to transcribe for me. Please, Genji. My usual drink. Yes, sir. Nanjo often recommended that Kinzo write a will because of his health, but each time he had, Kinzo had gone mad with rage. Ever since then, you'd think will would have been the word Kinzo hated most. After hearing such a word come from his lips, Shannon couldn't help doubting her ears for an instant. Shannon hurriedly prepared the side table and some writing paper. Genji followed his orders and began preparing that usual green, evil drink. I'm ready. Where should I begin? Shall I also speak of my life? It would be fun to leave behind a record of my most memorable games. It could be truly amusing to read the records of old games from centuries past, to journey in search of those players' thoughts. So should the game record of my life lead to those in the future? To go on a journey and search for my thoughts? For a while, Kinzo pondered over where he should begin, strutting all over the room with his hands behind his back. Master, here. Ah, yes, thank you. Well then, if I am to speak of my life, I must begin by writing of my meeting with that witch. Shannon, begin writing. My first meeting with Beatrice took place a long way back. The year of the Showa era, was it? It must have been the end of the war, so... Showa! Ooh, backstory? We took enough time to regain our calm, and we each swore to our parents that we'd catch the culprit. It would be a lie to say we weren't still torn up. Even now, if we let our guards down just a little, we'd probably start going on a rampage, just like Jessica, letting our emotions show with some kind of violence. According to what Goda said after he got back right now, Cannon was looking after Jessica. Apparently, she was still very emotionally high-strung. I see. Thank you. Maybe a young kid would be better at understanding a young kid's feelings. It would probably be better if we left them alone for now. Rosa, there's nothing more to be gained by remaining here. The phones may not be working, but tomorrow, the boat will come, and we should be able to reach the police. We should leave this place as it is for the police's investigation. I agree with Nanjo. Staying in a place like this too long will be bad for your health. Let us return to make some black tea. Yeah, I agree with that. Battler, George, are you ready? Let's lock up here. We ought to leave this place as it is anyways, for when the police come. You're right. Battler, are you okay? Yeah. I've cried all I can. I'm fine now. The police would surely find some evidence during their thorough investigation, but we weren't adult enough to wait for that. I'd investigated the chapel in my own way, trying to grab the culprit before the police arrived. And what I figured out was absolutely nothing, frustratingly. I wasn't able to find a single hint. Come on, let's go out. Maria, we're going. Don't keep staring at it. Oh. Come, Maria-sama. Let us return. It's cold here. Father, Mother, thank you for everything. I will definitely become a man who doesn't betray your expectations. George spoke his last words of farewell to his parents. After seeing that, Battler followed suit. Dad, Kyrie,
Just looking at their faces, it looked like they were sleeping, but that made it even more painful. Forgive me for leaving you in a cold place like this. I'll definitely get whoever did this, no matter what. Also noteworthy, the second seal wasn't needed to break in to the second the kill. We might see it later, but did the culprit draw this? This is worse than vulgar. How horrible. When the door to the chapel was closed, we learned about the creepy scribble for the first time. When we first found this, it was already drawn here. It must have been made by the culprit. So supposedly, the culprit was a witch, and this is a magic circle to summon a demon or something. This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. Don't you even know that? Ow. Hey, don't I always tell you not to make that creepy laugh? Maria, go on. What does it mean? The magic circle to escape from physical or mental bonds. And the part written around the circumference says, "The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer you the sacrifice of thanksgiving, and I will call on the name of the Lord," in Hebrew. Right, it's the same circle from episode 1. Sacrifice of thanksgiving. So they killed father and the rest to use them as a human sacrifice for this magic circle? Calm down, George. This is the culprit trying to provoke us. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. Thinking about it will only poison the heart. Looks like there's some English written here, too. Happy Halloween for Maria. I get it. And the way to open this door was handed over to Maria. Is that what's going on? Well, that is the chapel, after all. Maybe Maria doesn't mean Maria, but the Virgin Mary. Ah. In that case, you could read this as blasphemy against God in the name of Halloween. They say witches who make contracts with demons swear to defile God's name at all times. In that sense, this is really a witch-like crime. Sounds like you know a lot about it. Did you get that from Maria? Yeah, something like that. The chapel, huh? They went through all the trouble of calling them out here and killing them. Aunt Rosa. Oops. Does the chapel have some special meaning? What do you mean? Well, someone carried 6 human corpses all the way over here and set up these elaborate decorations. We can't tell if she called the 6 of them here before killing them, or if she killed them before carrying them over here. But either way, it'd take a lot of effort. Why did the culprit want 6 people to die here? True. By doing something that elaborate, there would be an extremely high chance of some disadvantageous evidence being found when the police arrive. It is inconceivable that the culprit would fail to realize this. The issue now is why the culprit went through all that effort. That leads us to just one question. What meaning is there to this place, where we found the 6 corpses? This chapel was important to Father. Ever since I was a kid. Oh, another raid. Doobie, thank you for the raid. Hello, welcome raiders. Hi, hi. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. I largely play fighting games on this channel and a lot of visual novels. How are you, Doobie? I hope you're having a good one. How was your stream? Playing some Persona. Hope that was a good time. Oh, whoa. Pre-VTuber clip. I really need to work on the clip. Well, I don't actually do anything with the clip selection.
What the
but like,
hell?
I might look to get the premium one because that favors more recent clips, and I think that is a better thing for people to advertise what they kind of like currently got going on rather than otherwise. But hope you had a good stream. If you want to chill out, hang out, we're doing some Umineko. If not, have a good night. The new transition? Yeah, it's sick, right? Wait till you see the ending one. I got one for the ending, and I do it at the starting soon, too. So you'll see it when we end. It's the full animation of it. And the chapel was important to Father. Ever since I was a kid, I was given strict instructions never to enter here. I came here once, too. I got in lots of trouble. An important chapel. Does it have some connection to the Ushiromiya head family? How's episode 2 going so far? Episode 2 is sick. There's so much that I've gleaned from this episode that I think is going to come up later. Yeah, we have the original 6 died. Oops. We had the original 6 die, and then these 2 are dead as well. Jessica and Cannon are dead as well.
I don't know. Father viewed this chapel as very sacred and has treasured it so much that he had it redecorated several times. But as everyone knows, Father was a devout believer, and his passion for black magic demonstrates. I've never heard of him coming here offering his prayers to God. As far as I know, the Master has never come here. We even call this the Sealed Chapel, and, I find it eerie, like a haunted house. Even though Father never approached it himself, for some reason he made the servants give it a major cleaning several times a year. I feel like he kept it clean all the time so that it could be used at any moment. And even so, it's called the Sealed Chapel. Maybe it's indiscreet to say this, but does that sound pretty cool? Dr. Nanjo, you're an old friend of Grandfather's, right? Have you heard anything about this? I did ask about it once long ago, but I forget exactly how he dodged my question. That's right. I believe he said something like, someday, perhaps I too will be able to receive a blessing there. But unless a miracle occurs, that day will never come. What could that mean? What would he do in a chapel? It couldn't mean his own funeral, right? I wouldn't believe that of Kinzo. He was a man much more focused on the living now than matters occurring after death. Though, this does seem to be a root cause of the current inheritance problem. Then, what would he do in a chapel? Pray? Aren't confessions done in a chapel? Anyway, it sounds suspicious. I don't know the reason, but just as Dr. Nanjo said, in Grandfather's eyes, all this about not being blessed unless a miracle occurred was set in stone as far back as the chapel's construction. How do you know that? See? It's written over there. Look, right there. George pointed to a relief with the rusted gold letters in the arch above the door. It looked like some message had been written there in English. The rust made it clear that the message had been there ever since the chapel's construction. I'm not good with English. What is it? This door is opened only at probability of... Sorry, my English sucks. I gave up after failing to finish even the first of the two lines. It looked like the others could read it properly. I think it went MBTQ, so... how many did that mean, I think? Anyway, this is incredible. Adding up all the fingers on both hands doesn't even get you close. Huh? It really would be impossible unless a miracle occurred. Wait, what? What? Doors open only at probability of... I reminisce in the old Kinzo saying, I love using gambling as a metaphor whenever you got the chance. How come everyone can read it? Someone tell me what it means. You gotta at least learn English. How did you get into high school without being able to read this much? Ow, ow, ow. Mind your own business. So what's written there? Simply put, it means something like this. Unless a miracle occurs, this door will never be opened. Unless a miracle occurs, you will never be blessed. Grandfather's magic is based around astronomically low probabilities. In other words, a miracle for opening this door would probably require an incredibly vast amount of magical power. Nice job. You can shut up now. Rosa, did you have Maria take English? Looks like it's useless to try to learn English unless you start when you're young after all. The Sealed Chapel. Setting aside whether she was a witch or not, it's rumored that Beatrice actually existed several decades ago and was Grandfather's mistress. What's this MBTQ stuff? I think it went MBTQ. How many did that mean? Curious. Perhaps the master truly did love Beatrice. However, he was already married, so they couldn't be united. Beatrice was dead and could be revived with the magic of a miracle. Now that grandmother's dead, he can marry her openly. And if they married in this chapel, you might end up with a pretty fairy tale-like story, huh? Why does this remind me of probability? Yeah, like, right? P and PQ. I don't think the story is so preposterous. It's a well-known fact that Father still loves Beatrice deeply. Although, even though I said I found it creepy, I seem to remember that the interior of the chapel was quite magnificent. The thought Father built this chapel in the hopes of having a wedding with his dead mistress might not be that unlikely. By the time he built this chapel, Grandfather probably knew that he would never use it as a church as long as he lived. But he prayed for the witch to be revived by some miracle.
and he thought that if this miracle occurred, they could be married here. I see. If you think of it that way, this would be a place of utmost significance to Beatrice-sama as well, even though he ought to know the chapel would never be opened. The story of tragic love. Even though Goda was even bigger than me, his words were touching. Everyone was silent, but seemed that they agreed with that view. Even though he knew it was a chapel never to be opened, he still probably dreamed of the day that a miracle would occur. Kinzo was quite the romantic in his younger days. I think I understand how he felt. I wonder. Then again, everyone went in 4 times a year to clean, right? So much for being a sealed chapel. Didn't we just get in ourselves? There wasn't a miracle or anything. We brought the key, click, and we're in. That's all. This is ridiculous. Huh? What? Then what does that mean? What are you talking about? As far as I could tell, I'd just been joking around, finding myself a bit irritated by the sob story that this was turning into. And then Aunt Rosa suddenly jumped on me with a really serious face. Aunt Rosa's face grew increasingly pale. She looked at the magic circle on the door and then on her hand, back and forth, back and forth. What's the matter, Rosa-sama? Hey, Goda. The key to this chapel. Didn't Genji say it? He said there was only one. Oh, I thought we already realized this. Huh? Took you all way too long to figure it out. Yeah, I thought we already knew this. When a kid pulls a prank, it sometimes goes unnoticed by adults, and the kid who did it gets all disappointed. If such a prank then got sprung on someone much later, it can really make the kid's day. Maria's celebration just looked a lot like that. That's right. There is only one of those keys. It's the key to the Master's treasured chapel, so there's only one, with no duplicates. It's normally kept safe in the key box in the servant room, but... That's right. And Genji said it had gone missing. So someone stole it, put it in an envelope, and handed it to Maria? And they did it yesterday? What the? So in other words, isn't that strange? That's absurd. This is getting bizarre. What do you mean? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Me neither. Would you explain it for us? Goda and Nanjo's failure to understand definitely wasn't because they were stupid. They didn't know. They didn't know how long the only key to that chapel had been in Maria's possession. Neither do we. Dude, this could easily have been a swapped envelope story. There's no mistake. It was locked up. I unlocked it. There's no doubt. Aunt Rosa kept closing the door, locking it, pulling on it to check the lock and opening it again. Her face was becoming pale. I took the key out of Maria's envelope and opened this door. It was definitely locked. But this key was in an envelope placed in Maria's care. And that happened yesterday before noon. What did you say? But that doesn't make any sense. You're right. Maria received a one-of-a-kind key from a woman calling herself a witch midday yesterday. In other words, from midday yesterday until this morning, when Rosa unlocked the door, this chapel was a closed room. How did they get those 6 people in there? And then how did they kill them? The deaths of 6 people had shaken us badly. When we learned about that weird magic circle and the history of the chapel, we felt as though we'd figured out at least part of this puzzle. But that was all absolutely trivial. Couldn't they unlock the chapel before giving it to Maria? Oh, there's a million ways this could be done. You could have unlocked the chapel before giving it to Maria. You could have given Maria a fake envelope, and then after committing these crimes, swapped the envelopes to have the key. Right? Like, you just give her a dummy envelope, and then lock it, and then bring the envelope and swap them while they're sleeping. Which Rosa could have also been the one to do at this point. This could have totally been done by Rosa, because she's the one who went and retrieved the envelope with the key. She's the only one with a reliable, possible, alibi there. And then you could also just have a second key. Like, yeah, it's supposedly one of a kind, but there could totally just be a second key. Your Honor, Rysair did it? Oh no! I'm caught! From midday yesterday until this morning, this chapel was a closed room, but our parents were with us until last night. How did the culprit get into this building? And how did they lock it up again? What are you trying to pull? Again? Caught? Oh, I need to get that emote. Wait, no, we have that emote, right? The caught emote? It closed the room again? Are you trying to say you unlocked it with the power of magic? Don't take me for a fool. If you're demanding that I show you how to open locks with my power, I won't mind. But that would be the same as me forcing you to surrender. You keep trying to explain it all with humans.
Only when I've cornered all your theories completely will I have my victory. Come now. How will you undermine my defenses? This one's really easy, Battler. What trick could a human have used to defeat them, This is actually an interesting one. This is actually an interesting one because she's almost asking Battler to prove it. She almost wants him to prove it. Like, in other words, if she beat him here, she'd be disappointed. She's trying to have fun with this game, too. Not enough information. It's impossible to reason like this. Any excuse could be made. Any trick could work. There's no way to reason it out. Ha! That again? Not enough information, so you'll wait and see? Your information is uncertain, so it's impossible to use your reasoning. This is always the excuse you humans use to let yourself stop thinking. Who do you think you are? I am, lowly human. Are you saying you can't even think unless you're like Laplace's demon? Laplace's demon. I've heard of that before, right? Laplace's demon. It's a software package. Okay, this is making my head hurt. Wide Battler? Yeah, when I unfull screen it wide, it goes wide. Laplace, wasn't it about the demon that processes everything but can't do anything with it? I googled it and got a Wikipedia article and then my brain melted, so like... I didn't want to read all that. Besides, you make it seem like a lack of information works against you, but it's the other way around, you see. The more information you're given, the more it will make you suffer. You only increase the strength of the compressor that's squeezing you. Oh, in that case, let me say this. It's impossible to verify that this place is a closed room in the first place. If we're already talking about demons, I can play that game too. It'd be possible to prove that this isn't a closed room. Just show how someone who could have gotten in or out, and you're done. But it's impossible to prove that this is a closed room. You can never deny the endless set of possible methods for getting in. In other words, this is one of those devil's proofs. This concept of a closed room is actually something that can never be proved. So, first you stop thinking with a lack of information as an excuse, and now this? Very well. If that is your move, then I will accept it. Continue. First off, it looks like you're trying to claim that this chapel is a closed room. Just a short while ago, I spent some time looking around in there, and I couldn't find any way in or out except the door. But that just means I couldn't find one. It doesn't prove it was a closed room. And there's a hidden door or something that I wasn't able to find. Your premise could be blown away completely. In other words, whether I managed to find a hidden door or not, you'll never be able to deny that there existed some method X that let you into the closed room. Oh, thinking back to episode 1 now, remember when Ava put the paper in the door? I think Ava was actually an agent of Beatrice in the first one. And again, when I'm talking about Beatrice, I'm talking about this, like, ideal, not an actual, like, witch or person. Because I think she put the paper in the door to try to prove that it was a closed room, to try to strengthen Beatrice's point, not to actually see if Natsuki was doing anything. That would make a lot more sense in episode 1 that she was trying to do that to further solidify that it was a closed room, because that's in the best interest of Beatrice. After all, it's a hidden door. I'm sure in this chapel there's some hidden door that's impossible to find. That's why there's no reason for me to reason it out, and magic is still impossible. Oh, okay. So you use that logic. How naive. An expected move. Let me make my move in response. These closed rooms usually used in detective novels made by mere humans always seem utterly ridiculous to me. Why? Because they're used the wrong way. When a closed room appears in a detective novel, do you really think it's a closed room? You don't, do you? What trick did they use to make it look like a closed room? That's what you think. Why is she always talking directly to me, chat? In other words, there hasn't been a completed closed room in any of the closed room murders that humans have built over the last century. Oh, better not say that, unless you want to face the wrath of the mystery fans. Christie's probably grinding her teeth in her grave. But I am different. I have given birth to a true closed room, and I can demonstrate it. Why? Because I am a witch. For the devil's proof, you only have to bring someone a demon to prove that they exist, correct? Well, I conveniently happen to be a witch, meaning that demons are my good friends, and I can bring you as many of them as you like. Yeah, sounds great. Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel, or were carried in through it.
How do you plan to beat that move? With this. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered the room through the door. How? Dumbass. The door was locked, so how'd they do it? I opened it with magic and invited them inside. That can't be true. Since I can't accept magic, there's no way I'll accept that. You're lying. That door can be opened with some trick. Or maybe there's a hidden door, but I won't accept any other way. Perpetual check. Stalemate. That's what we call an endless repetition of moves in chess. It's the same endless repetition as a discussion that won't advance because both sides deny the basis of each other's claims. Like our game. In most cases, this wouldn't be resolved as a draw, but that would put a terrible damper on our fun. We will have no draws. You will either accept me and submit, or you will deny me. Well, at least I agree with you there. We'll settle this without fail, as you wish. I like that attitude. So I had a thought. I think I'll add a new rule to this game between the two of us. A new rule. I'll bet it's something that that'll give you an advantage, right? Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is a lack of information. And if you are given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by rejecting the source. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. I'm offering to eliminate that convenient excuse of yours. You should thank me. You said they entered through the door, and I said that couldn't happen. Are you calling that an evasive answer? Exactly. So from now on, when I speak the truth, I will use red? But I mean, what logic makes me believe that? You could just still be lying. Keep explaining. No matter what magical move I use, you can always keep running away by chanting lack of information or rejecting the source. This is when it gets good, very good. Oh. Even though I would still win in the end by the way, it would be extremely boring. Because of that, I'd be happy to I give you the information and sources. This is a translation thing. To give you the information and sources you so desire. However, you'll probably doubt each word I say. That isn't bad in itself. I also will use every possible move to make you submit. I don't dislike our posture of searching out our best moves for our own goals. But that won't make a game. So I set up this rule. Everything I speak in red is the truth. Oh, dude, what? They're using the font? That's peak. That's so peak. There's absolutely no need to doubt it. Are you telling me to believe that? Yeah, like, why would he believe it, though? This is a game between you and me. In a game, the rules are sacred. Those who take that lightly are not qualified to play. Manga writers crying and sobbing. Yeah, an actual, like, oh, you could only deliver this through a VN style thing. Even as an elementary school kid could get into an endless argument and find fault with everything. Then let's start off again, continuing where we left off. I'll say it one more time. Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel, or were carried in through it. There's a manga adaptation and they use a different font. Sick. Then I shall repeat what I said. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door. Hold on, I gotta think about this now. Because she's definitely going to cheese this. So this is true. We're just going to believe it, right? We got to believe it. It could be bullshit, but we got to believe it. If it's said in red, it is the truth. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead. Well, okay, so let's talk about this. Let's talk about this a couple ways now. If red is always the truth, what is bold? There is a bold. A lot of times a character speaks in bold. Does that have magical properties to it now, too? Is there some rule about bold text that either hasn't been revealed yet or is an unspoken rule of the game? Curious. So, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door. I still think that's absolutely true. Zip lips? Yeah, there's definitely something to that. I've been thinking that for a while. Don't tell me I have to go back and read all the bolded text again. Wait. Should I have been... I've been keeping track of all the bolded text. Fine. Oh no, me listening to people. Gotta go back. I might go back and skim it, but I'm not gonna do that now, obviously. So I believe that they could have come through the door, though. The door could have just had, there could have been a second key. There could have been, it could have been unlocked from the start. There's a lot of ways this could go. Is there any proof? Stop. I will supplement the rule. When I speak the truth, I will use red. And when I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof. And now this is in bold. And when I do, because like one of the first bold statements was, and you will know that I am for sure a witch or something like that. I don't know if they're just bolding it for emphasis. When I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof. They will simply be facts and the truth. My reason is simple. I carried out all the crimes with magic. Well, say that in red then. So for any impossible crime, all I have to do is wave my magic staff and show you how it's done. But that wouldn't make a game. It would be as barbaric as ignoring victory and defeat in a chess match and punching your opponent in the face. Well, that makes sense. Since you're a witch, there is no need for you to show evidence for what happened. And when I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof. There's no need for you to show evidence for what happened, since you can do anything with magic. Talk about an unfair game. So, shall we resume once more? The 6 definitely entered through the door. I unlocked it with magic. How will you get around this magic, this closed room? The key? Genji and the others said there was only one key, but that's impossible to prove. The culprit secretly made a duplicate key. Only one key to the chapel exists. Again, this isn't necessarily a problem. You could have totally switched it in the middle of the night. Then what about this? The culprit made something other than a legitimate key and opened it. I don't know what, but maybe a wire? A tool for picking locks? What is this naive move? It is impossible to unlock the lock to the chapel with anything but the chapel's key. Although it can be opened with the power of magic, right? Then what about this? There's something wrong with the door. There was some way to pass through it even while it was locked. As to what it is, I can think of a few ways. Maybe it's like those big doors that have a smaller door in them. It's also possible that they removed the hinges and then removed the whole door before entering. Is this the best the century of human wisdom can manage, Battler? There's no need for you to establish evidence for what happened. This. When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. Assuming you can't use magic, right? It's about time for checkmate? Not even close. You said these 6 people entered through a door, but you didn't say it was the front door. They might have entered through another door. A secret one. Alright, then let me expand on my earlier move. The 6 definitely entered through this front door. That's screwed up. The door was locked. It was impossible to unlock without using that single key, and yet 6 people entered through it? How? With magic, you say? We still have a path here. Are you already seeing the limits of what humanity can manage? Then shout that to your resign. When one admits defeats, it's customary to shout it out and knock over their own king. So do you resign? Announce your surrender and knock your king over by kneeling. Then you may kiss my shoes. There could be no greater joy than forcing a man like you to lick my shoes. Damn it, it's useless. So I can't win against the witch. This isn't chess at all. I've just been made to take the losing side in a chess puzzle. Is quabbling about details and getting a draw the best I can manage? No, you have a route here, Battler. You can say the key wasn't originally in Maria's envelope when it was handed to her, and you swapped the envelopes. There's the one thing that'll never happen. Either I will surrender or you will. There can be no other resolution. What happened to that bravery you displayed when you said this would be torture for us both? Hey, what a disappointment. What a total letdown. Wouldn't you say? Damn it. What should I do? I can see it. I can see the place where I'll face checkmate. Ah, it's useless. It's useless. All my hard-fought moves have been nothing more than me desperately moving my king around, running away from check. No matter how many times I move, I can't escape from check. But even without waiting for my next several moves, I can see checkmate in my future. Damn it. After a few more moves, I can see where I'll face checkmate? Don't give up, Battler. If I can see myself getting closed in upon, then if I spin the chessboard around, I should be able to anticipate her next move. Remember what Kyrie said. When you're thinking about something, then the closer you get to the very, very end, the easier it becomes to anticipate. Spin it around. Spin the chessboard around. What happened? You fell silent all of a sudden. Fear not. Surrender is but a momentary shame. After that, all that remains is the joy of entrusting your fate entirely to the hands of your new master. Come on, cry out in resignation. I can't hear you. Speak up and say it clearly. Enough babble. Enough talk. You're just refusing to listen. I'll say it once more. I won't resign. Continue. Resume the game. Okay, very well. It's your turn. I made the mistake of thinking this rule you made was your own weapon. However, I've realized that it can also become a weapon for me. It all comes down to this. Please, do give it a try. I've been focusing all this time on how they entered the closed room in the chapel. That approach was useless. It's useless. That's all useless. Spin the chessboard around. That's right. I was thinking about it backwards. This is how I should approach it. How was the chapel, which wasn't a closed room in the first place, made to look like a closed room? Here it comes. That thinking technique humans gave birth to over the course of a century. Give it a try. Say this in red for me. If you can't, then refuse. Here I go. Does this mean intend to reverse his defensive posture? Impudence. I get that the only way to enter the chapel is through the door, and that there's only one key. But wait. The question is whether the key really was handed over to Maria yesterday before noon. That's what I'm talking about. My, but you're dragging this on. Do try to get to the point. It's something like this. We've been under the impression that the key's been usable since midday yesterday. So, we've assumed that this was a closed room from midday yesterday until this morning. Unusable. The key's been unusable, excuse me. I want to hear you say that this impression of ours is a solid fact. Interesting. So you turn your reasoning not to the door, but to the key. Yesterday, Maria received an envelope from you. She didn't open it, but she might have felt it and known there was a key inside. But it's not like she'd have been able to confirm absolutely that it was the key to the chapel. Here's what I'm getting at. The thing inside that envelope given to Maria was a fake. Thank you. Battler finally found it. If you think about what you're saying, it's ridiculous. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag. That is true. And from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. That is absolutely true. But did you give her that envelope? It wasn't a fake, as you suggest. I know that much. I'll continue. In that case, when Maria first received the envelope, the thing inside it was definitely that same key to the chapel, right? Oh. Oh, he got her ass. Midday yesterday, you gave Maria an envelope with a key inside, and you told her she mustn't open it. Maria probably realized it had a key inside. Later on, Aunt Rosa used the thing inside the envelope to open the door to the chapel. And that's why we assumed it was the key to the chapel all along. Ah. We don't have the last bold. The bold definitely doesn't make some kind of like continued extended message. I think bold is just for bold, but we'll find out later. I just want to make sure it's not something I should have been keeping track of this whole time. This is the suspicious part. So this is what you're trying to say. Then I entrusted Maria with a key. That key was a fake. And then by the time Rosa obtained it, it had been switched with the real thing. Yeah. What's wrong, Beatrice? Excuse me, Beatrice. You've been looking a bit pale for a while now. Those close to me sometimes call me Beato. Beato will do. Alright then, it's your turn, Beato. The turn of the Golden Witch. Let's see you dodge this. Very well. The key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope that I gave Maria. Ooh. key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope I gave Maria. I'll move forward. Can you repeat it in red? That envelope was completely under Maria's supervision until Aunt Rosa opened it. Ah. If you can't say that, then say you refuse. Check. I refuse. Ah, the envelope got moved. I've spun it around with just one move. Now it's your king on the run, Beato. I have a reason for refusing. In regards to the definition of the phrase, under her supervision, in the purest meaning, Maria would need to have her eyes on it around the clock for that to be true. But Maria didn't get that far. Go that far. It may have been completely under her supervision when she took it out of her handbag, but after she put it inside, it disappeared from her field of vision. In that sense, the phrase under her supervision would be inappropriate, so I couldn't use the red. Nothing more. I'll bet that move hurt. And your face tells me you've guessed the next one. Sorry. I'm kind to women. I don't hurt them. And I never betray a woman's expectations. Yeah, I think bold is just meant to be said with more oomph. It's time for you to repeat it in red, if you think you can. No one was able to touch Maria's handbag until Aunt Rosa took out the envelope. That's also not going to be sayable. Yeah, the ability to touch a handbag is... Like, if Maria was just near you, you have the ability to touch her handbag. I won't explain the reason. Oh! I won't explain the reason, though. Time for you to repeat this in red. No one was able to touch Maria's handbag until Aunt Rosa took out the envelope. Yeah, like, it was sitting in that room while everybody slept in it. So, like, George could have touched the handbag if he woke up and walked over there, right? He was able to. It's not that you won't explain it, it's that you can't. That move gives us checkmate, doesn't it? If you can't do it, then I'll explain. The key to the chapel really wasn't the envelope you handed to Maria. Then Maria put it in her handbag, and the next morning, Rosa took it out and opened the lock. However, Maria didn't have the handbag under her complete supervision. There's no need for magic. It's a closed room trick that's possible for a human. The human culprit handed Maria the key, and by making Aunt Rosa use it the next morning, they created the illusion that there was a closed room during that time. You can't... Oh, this song goes hard. You can't deny the possibility that during that time, the culprit took the key from Maria's handbag, used it, and returned it by morning. Can you say it in red? Repeat it. If you can say it, then say it. It's check again. Not yet. I'll remove the check. The envelope with the key in it should have been sealed with wax. Rosa took it from an unopened envelope. Really? Then try saying it. Repeat it. The envelope handed over midday yesterday and the one Rosa opened are the same thing. Yeah, it's different envelopes. Different envelopes, baby. That I can repeat. The envelope I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing. Ah, okay. Huh. It's useless then. That doesn't matter. I expected more from you. I figured that you were a bit better at reading between the lines. You'd resign right there. So I'm disappointed. You've betrayed my expectations. What? Who cares if the envelopes were the same? Envelopes can be sealed with wax over and over. The key inside is what's important. This time, it's all over, Golden Witch. It's a real checkmate. I'll say it one more time. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope. This is curious. This really makes it look like Beatrice is trying to create the illusion that magic is real, and it actually isn't. How could I lose against a lowly human? I'll keep on saying it, Beatrice. Repeat it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope. Oh. If you're gonna yell, then say you resign. That settles it. This is the truth. Before Aunt Rosa obtained Maria's key this morning, at one point, it passed into someone else's hands. Then they used it, resealed it, and returned it to Maria's handbag, making it look like it hadn't been used. This is a trick with a cheap loophole. The assumption that the key wasn't used because the sealing wax wasn't opened. Checkmate. There's no magic, and it's nothing more than a trick that's possible for humans. In that case, Who do you say stole the key? Try answering. This time, you try repeating it. Oh, that's right. I'm making you repeat things all the time. I probably have to answer every once in a while. But I refuse! My condition for victory is denying a witch's existence. I'll prove that it's an impossible crime done with your magic was actually possible by human hands. But it doesn't matter whose hands. I've smashed your closed room with something possible even for humans. However, I won't specifically investigate who the culprit is. Because I believe in humans. Because I definitely won't accept that there's a person among us who would steal the key from Maria, use it, and do something so horrid. I give up. I resign. Just once, for this skirmish, I'll give up. But, you really are naive, Battler. Parting remarks are a loser's privilege. Say as many as you like. Since you continue to deny my existence, you will eventually be cornered. After all, since you deny me, you will have to suspect those relatives that you can't stop loving. In the last moment, when you have to suspect one who is beloved to you, then you will surely accept my existence. True, you have defeated me in this skirmish alone. However, that naive logic will definitely destroy you. You can't win against me after all. Curious. It's super curious. Great scene. But this really opens up a can of worms. It's a great scene. It really uses the visual novel, what's the word? Like, medium to its fullest. Why are these two not dead yet? Was it all a dream? Was that all a dream? Jessica and Cannon dying? I wonder. Parting marks are a loser's privilege. Say as many as you like. Now that's some looking for group PC tech. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. So that was a great scene, but it really has me thinking. The clock wound back. The scene takes place earlier than... Oh, true. Duh. Good call. Good call. Curious one there is... Beatrice introduces this mechanic that she can speak in red, and it is the truth, and it is to be accepted without fail. She, essentially, by introducing that mechanic, it forms one of two possibilities. The first possibility, which is more likely, is she's just trying to have fun and make a game out of it. She's like, okay, I'm going to not actually use magic some of these times, right? I want you to believe in my magic, but I'm not actually going to use magic. I am going to give you an out to some of these situations, right? Because theoretically, Beato, in the first couple of rounds, was basically saying, like, well, Battler, you could just keep saying, it could have been this, it could have been this, it could have been this. So I'm going to introduce the mechanic of the red text. And when the red text is true, you have to accept it. And Battler's like, all right, bet. I'm going to keep trying things, and if you can just say them in red text and disprove them, you got me. And so essentially what that translates to is, okay, Battler, you have to find the one route that a human could have done it. Not any route, but you have to find the one route that a human could have done it that actually happened. Right? Because she couldn't deny that last possibility, but that hypothetical was just as valid as literally any other hypothetical. That hypothetical was just as valid as, oh, the door started unlocked. Right? And so, like, but she could say the door started locked in red. So the only reason she couldn't say that the envelope wasn't resealed in red was because it was resealed. Meaning she took the approach to go and reseal the envelope to leave that out for Battler. Which means only one of two things, as I said at the beginning. It means either she's doing it for fun and creating outs for Battler, or she literally can't do magic, which is the other alternative, which, you know, as I said with the whole lightsaber fight, they're starting to make me believe that magic is real pretty much across the board. Magic has to be real with all this stuff that's going on. What if the envelope was not resealed because it was never sealed because she passed through the door using magic? Ah, naruhodo. That's an interesting one. That is an interesting one. But, okay, so now we're looking for... So now we're looking for... Like, I mean, because then couldn't she have just said, well, the key didn't open the door the first time in red or something like that? Have the laser sword fight directly followed up with Battler opening up this closed room is so peak. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because now it's got my head in a weird spot where I basically went from magic has to be real to magic cannot possibly be real in 30 minutes or whatever. Because now I'm of the belief that like magic can't possibly be real. Because why wouldn't she just say, I mean, again, unless she's just trying to have fun with it, I entered the door with magic in red, right? Like, obviously, she gave an analogy there where she's like, well, that would just be like punching your opponent in the face to win a chess game. But, like, if she's trying to win, maybe she's not trying to win. Maybe she's a scrub. Maybe she's not trying to win. But if she's trying to win, you can say something in red. Like, again, Battler just found the hypothetical that also lines up with what happened. In that she can't say it in red, and he found a way to defeat her there. Which I'm sure she's having a lot of fun with. But if she's trying to win, she could have won there, I think. Unless you would argue that Battler actually found the way to open up the closed room. Because, again, every other hypothetical he gave was just as legitimate, and she just said, no, it's true this way. Like, right? Like, she debunked every hypothetical in exactly the same way. So what makes one better than the other? Just spin the chessboard? Well, if I spin the chessboard, my logic here is that she's just trying to have fun with it, right? That's what I get when I spin the chessboard. So I think she's just trying to have fun. She's bored for 1,000 years. She finds interest in Battler. She finds interest in Battler in that he's so, you know, committed to this that she can actually have a worthwhile chess game with him. It's interesting, and we'll certainly finish it. Looking forward to finishing this. Okay. So thanks for watching, everybody. Super fun. Great session. 6-hour session again. We're crushing these. Unrelated, but I have a question. Is there an element of the mechanics that you're shaky on that the game assumes you understand at this point in the plot? You want chatters who know to clarify things for you. If there's an element of the mechanics that you're shaky on? Oh, like the bold text? No, don't answer that. Even if it's literally nothing, which I think you might have just said by asking that question. But like, yeah, if it's something like that where the bold text is like, oh, does this mean something? Unless you saw me see it. Unless you saw me see it and you were like, oh, Rysair, you're just forgetting that literally like 20 minutes ago they said this. A good example is Rudolph's other daughter, Angie or whatever her name is. I was like, whoa, that's a name I haven't heard yet. And everyone was like, no, dude, they said it in episode 1. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like that, please. Like, I have the memory of a goldfish sometimes. So please, stuff like that. If you saw me see it and you're like, you're forgetting this, that's a little different than like stuff when I'm hypothetically or hypothesizing. Yeah, I look forward to seeing if they do talk about the bold text, because just by introducing the red text existing, makes a lot more stuff a lot more interesting. Like, maybe bold text is... Wait. What if bold text is like spellcasting? Yeah, everyone forgets about Angie after she gets mentioned at the start and then never again. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Okay, I should raid out. We got some folks. Let's see who's streaming. Yeah, the red text is an incredibly good plot device because it defeats the whole stalemate of nuh-uh, yuh-huh, nuh-uh, yuh-huh. You know, like that stuff. Like, you can delete that with the red text. But, again, it also kind of like... It also, I'm kind of like, why doesn't she just win with the red text is broken? Why doesn't she just win with the red text? And it makes me believe that she's leaving openings intentionally to create a game, right? Like, she wants to play a game. That's where my logic is at right now. The red text stuff is super good, especially as a VN, like delivering it in that way. Wait till they introduce white text. It's all white text, right? Okay, I gotta raid out to somebody. Oh no, I can't raid out to Umineko. There's like a chance it'll go right into a spoiler. Fine. I can raid out to the Newton arcade again. Yeah, no, I would never. I'll probably raid out here. Someone's playing Elden Ring. Wait, is this stream ending? They're 5 hours into the stream. I'm not gonna think too hard. Wait, what's Kit doing? I'm just gonna raid out. Oh, you're right. The Newton Arcade Twitter account followed me for some reason. That's amazing. Hold on. That's huge. Okay, I'm gonna read out to Kit. I think he's playing Elden Ring. Okay, so with that, oopsies. I'm gonna try to do the full transition out. So with that, be good to one another. Take it easy, and we'll probably see you tomorrow for more Umineko.